Theory of the subject. Alain Badiou. Translated, and with an introduction, by Bruno Bastils. Translator's Introduction. 1. Theorie du sujet, which hereby at last becomes available in English translation, is Alain Badiou's most passionate and experimental book. In terms of sheer personal engagement, it is perhaps comparable only to his early novels, Almagestes, 1964, and Portulans, 1967, or to his writings for the theatre such as the opera novel El Charpe Rouge, which dates from the same period, 1979, or Ahmed El Subtil, a hilarious farce composed in 1984 during a brief period of isolation and calm shortly after the present book was first published in French. In my eyes, Theorie du sujet is also Badiou's most daring, hermetic, and bewildering work of philosophy, and the time that has passed since its original appearance only seems to have added to the effect of bewilderment. Some introductory remarks may therefore be in order so as to situate the book in its wider context. Presented in the form of a seminar between January 1975 and June 1979, which is to say during the closure of the so-called Red Years, 1966-76, and in a time that would witness the deplorable rise to fame of the new philosophers, 1976, as well as the false hopes surrounding the creation of the Common Program, signed in 1972, uniting communists, socialists, and radical leftists in France, written in the midst of what can only be called an active campaign of ostracism against its author. Because of his undying Maoism, with some going so far as to call him a Maoist pit bull, and published in 1982 in the aftermath of the widely celebrated electoral victory in 1981 of François Mitterrand to the presidency, the book makes no concessions to the dominant wisdom and post-political euphoria of its time. To the contrary, solitude only seems to have had an emboldening effect. In this sense, we could apply Badiou's own words, taken from St. Paul, the foundation of universalism, to the author of the present book. Everything indicates that he refused any compromise when it came to fidelity to principles. Or again, his discourse is one of pure fidelity to the possibility opened by the event. The pivotal event in this case being not so much the outburst of May 68, whose remarkable intensity and short-lived experience the two usually going hand in hand within the tradition of ultra-leftism the book otherwise also seeks to diagnose, so much as the patient action needed to work out the consequences of this uprising, during the first half of the 1970s, in the guise of French Maoism. The upshot of this principled, not to say stubborn, approach is a work whose legendary difficulty until recently turned away many more readers than it attracted lasting admirers, even from among Badiou's most ardent followers. As Peter Hallward admits, Theorie du sujet is by any criteria the most difficult to approach of Badiou's works. Rumor has it that for a long time, in student circles around the University of Paris 8 at Vincennes, where Badiou taught for 30 years before occupying the post of his former teacher Louis Althusser as head of the philosophy department at the École Normale Supérieure in Rue d'Ulm, to point a finger at someone and whisper that he or she was in the process of reading Theorie du sujet was tantamount to declaring this person either insane or fanatical, if not both at once. This rumor goes a long way toward explaining the belated arrival of the book's translation in any language and, even more so, the relative scarcity of sustained critical engagements with its central theses. Today, however, there can be no doubt that Theory of the Subject stands as an indispensable building block in the overarching system of Badiou's philosophy, on a par with his two other big books, Being and Event and its recent follow-up, Logics of Worlds. To illustrate this centrality perhaps I may be allowed to invoke my personal experience as someone who, after reading Badiou's Manifesto for Philosophy out of a shared interest in a notion of the generic that would be compatible with Platonism, for political reasons turned to the Maoist pamphlets from the mid-1970s, Theory of Contradiction and of Ideology, and then decided to tackle Theory of the Subject. I distinctly remember having sat down almost non-stop. This was before the birth of my two sons for an incredibly long weekend, frantically making my way through the entire book as though it were a novel of intrigue, frequently bursting out in laughter. It is also an extremely funny book and, in general, sensing as though the whole field of contemporary theory and philosophy opened up freshly before my eyes along the sharpest lines of demarcation to have been traced in the sand since Althusser's fur marks. All of this happened long before I mustered the courage and dared to take on being and event, intimidated as I was. Never mind that for Badiou this is a cultural prejudice that is as vacuous as it is stubborn by the formalization of its extensive mathematical apparatus. Reading theory of the subject before being and event, though, is not merely a matter of personal preference or anecdotal happenstance. After years of actively following the worldwide reception of Badiou's thought, in fact, I have come to the conclusion that this order of reading, which somewhat conventionally corresponds to the chronological order of the book's publication and thus to their author's trajectory as a philosopher and militant, even though it runs counter to the more common practice among English-speaking readers who tend to start with one or other of the books published and translated after being and event, makes all the difference in the world in terms of the image of thought that can be attributed to Badiou's philosophy as a whole. Above all, there where a privileged focus on being and event frequently leads to the conclusion that this thinker's trajectory involves a clean and irreversible break away from the tradition of the dialectic, theory of the subject allows the reader both to nuance, if not exactly refute, this conclusion as far as the idea of the break itself is concerned and to uncover subtle dialectical threads even in the overall meta-ontological argumentation which, grounded in a solid command of set theory, is supposed to come after this break. 2. For sure, in hindsight it is not difficult to enumerate the possible limitations and shortcomings of theory of the subject. In Being and Event, first of all, Badiou himself indicates that the earlier book remains limited insofar as it presupposes from the start that there is such a thing as subjectivity, without giving this presupposition much ontological support in mathematics. Perhaps this self-criticism is unnecessarily harsh since theory of the subject, even though this is often forgotten, already introduces the whole question of Kantorian set theory, all the way to the point of locating the emergence or pass of the subject in the immeasurable excess of inclusion over belonging, or of parts over elements in excess which will constitute the central impasse in the conceptual arrangement of being and event. Even so, it is true that only the later work will systematically elaborate the underpinnings of this thesis from a meta-ontological, that is to say meta-mathematical, point of view. As Badiou writes in the preface, the philosophical statement that mathematics is ontology, the science of being qua being, is the stroke of light that illuminates the speculative scene which I had restricted, in my theory of the subject, by presupposing purely and simply that there was some subjectivization, for the new task in being and event then consists in articulating, by way of the impasse of being, a coherent ontology together with an interventionist theory of the subject, a task which dialectical materialism in the old days would have accomplished by means of an homology between the dialectics of nature and the dialectics of spirit, and which today requires a careful reformulation of both poles of nature and spirit, or of substance and subject, this time in being and event, above all in an oblique polemic with Heidegger and not only or not primarily with Lacan, as is the case in theory of the subject. Philosophy itself, secondly, still appears to be sutured onto the sole condition of politics. The other three truth procedures of art, poetry and tragedy, science, mathematics, and love, psychoanalysis, as well as the eternal shadow condition of religion, Christianity, certainly are all already present, but not only are they implicit and mixed, they also do not seem to operate quite yet as conditions of philosophy in the strict sense, since the subject of truth is defined exclusively in terms of politics. Every subject is political. Which is why there are few subjects and rarely any politics. Later, in Conditions, a collection of essays which builds on the new foundations of being and event, Badiou would correct this statement from theory of the subject. Today, I would no longer say every subject is political, which is still a maxim of suturing. I would rather say, every subject is induced by a generic procedure, and thus depends on an event. Which is why the subject is rare. Similarly, in Manifesto for Philosophy, Badiou states the principle that the four domains of truth, once they are unsutured and separated out, are all equally capable of bringing into existence a subject, Every subject is artistic, scientific, political, or amorous. Besides, this is something everyone knows from experience, for out of these registers, there is only existence, or individuality, but no subject. What will remain unchanged, in any case, is the conviction that subject and truth necessarily co-implicate one another, so that a theory of the subject, at the farthest remove from any purely experiential or moral account, is always the theory of the formal conditions for the emergence of a universalizable truth. Thirdly, within the condition of politics, the book still considers the party the only effective organizational structure, albeit with an eye toward a party of a new type, that is, a form of post-Leninism whose task is here openly ascribed to Maoism. Going one step further than merely acknowledging the uncertainties of this task given the undeniable crisis of Marxism, Badiou has since then abandoned this strict identification of the political subject with the party, which in all its incarnations over the past century, whether as a single party or as part of the parliamentary electoral multi-party system, has remained overly bound to the form of the state. The balance sheet of the 19th century is the withering away of the category of class as the sole bearer of politics, and the balance sheet of the 20th century is the withering away of the party form, which knows only the form of the party state. 9. Philosophically, moreover, this search for a new figure of militantism without a party is precisely what will bring Badiou back to an old acquaintance, in St. Paul, as though almost 30 years had to pass before he could finally come to terms with his personal road to Damascus. That was May 68, or, rather, its Maoist aftermath. For me, Paul is a poet-thinker of the event, as well as one who practices and states the invariant traits of what can be called the militant figure. 10. Even the self-criticism implied in this move from party politics to a form of militantism without a party, however, should not let us forget that another crucial point that has remained intact is the idea that any emancipatory politics must take an organized form. Must we argue that organization alone can make an event into an origin? Yes, insofar as a political subject requires the historical underpinning of an apparatus, and insofar as there is no origin except for a determinate politics. Eventually, this emphasis on the need for any truth, whether political or otherwise, to become incorporated in some organized form or apparatus will lead to a new theory of the body, a new physics to buttress the metaphysics of the subject in logics of worlds. Another point of self-criticism, finally, concerns the violent language of destruction with which Badiou in theory of the subject seeks to counter what he calls the structural dialectic of lac in Mallarmé or Lacan. Toward the end of Being and Event, the author admits, I went a bit astray, I must say, in theory of the subject concerning the theme of destruction. I still maintained, back then, the idea of an essential link between destruction and novelty. The idea was that every new truth would necessarily involve a destruction of the old order. From a strict ontological view, however, the part of loss in novelty must be rephrased in terms not of destruction but of subtraction and disqualification. A new truth cannot suppress any existence, but by extending a given situation from the point of its supplementation, that is an event, an engaged inquiry into the truthfulness or veridicality of this event can disqualify, or subtract, certain terms or multiples, namely, those inegalitarian ones that are incompatible with the generic and universal nature of all truth. Destruction, then, would be only a reactive name for the fate of that part of knowledge that no longer will have qualified as truthful or veridical in the extended situation in which an event has taken place. However, this last self-criticism too may have to be tempered in the extent that the distinction between the two paths of destruction and subtraction remains a key topic of the author's ongoing inquiries. Much of Badiou's ethics, for instance, deals with the specific restraints that must apply to any truth procedure in order to avoid the disaster of forcing an entire situation in the name of truth, to the point of completely destroying the old order of things, while the opposite operation of subtraction, which proceeds by way of a principle of minimal difference, is the topic of several of Badiou's lectures in the century. 13. What is more, whereas Being and Event seems to point to the notion of destruction as the principal misgiving in Badiou's own earlier thought, which is still very much sutured onto politics under the influence of Maoism, in Logics of Worlds a new balance is struck between destruction and subtraction. A truth, then, involves both a disqualification or subtraction, of being, and a destruction or loss, of appearing. The opening of a space of creation requires destruction for. In fact, this is just one of many regards in which the second volume of Being and Event is once more closer to theory of the subject. The point is certainly not to move in a self-righteous and linear fashion from the ravaging blindness of destruction, associated with the dialectical work, to the cool insights of subtraction, afforded by the turn to mathematics. Indeed, though this remains somewhat of a bone of contention among critics and commentators, Badiou's subsequent trajectory suggests that there are certainly as many intriguing lines of continuity and resurrection between the earlier and the later writings as there have been points of acute self-criticism and discontinuity. This becomes nowhere more evident than in the preface to Logics of Worlds, where Badiou gladly adopts the name materialist dialectic to describe his lifelong endeavor, in sharp contrast to Being and Event, where the orthodox tradition of dialectical materialism, as I mentioned above, is considered beyond salvage as the stillborn attempt to render homologous the dialectic of nature and that of spirit. After nearly 2 decades of expressly anti-dialectical fervor, particularly in texts such as Metapolitics and The Century, Badiou's work in recent years thus seems, if not exactly to have come full circle, then at least to be spiraling back to some of its original premises, since already one of his earliest philosophical texts, a review of Althusser's Canonical for Marx and Reading Capital, received the programmatic title The Commencement of Dialectical Materialism. But then to provide Marxism with a materialist and dialectical philosophy compatible with its strictly political definition is precisely the ambitious overall program behind theory of the subject, a program which Badiou now argues against the canonical teachings of Althusser and with the unexpected help of Lacan cannot be accomplished without the very concept of the subject that materialism previously had the purpose of debunking as sheer idealist humbug. 3. Lenin once famously described Marx's teaching as the legitimate successor to the best that humanity produced in the 19th century, as represented by German philosophy, English political economy and French socialism. In a similar vein, we could sum up the 3 sources or component parts of theory of the subject by saying that Badiou's teaching in this work draws its strength from a unique articulation of French poetry and psychoanalysis, Mallarmé and Lacan, German philosophy, Hegel and, to a lesser degree, Hölderlin and Greek tragedy, Aeschylus and Sophocles. If the ultimate goal of this triangulation is a redefinition of Marxism, understood as a periodized mode of doing politics rather than as an established body of doctrines to be saved from crisis and kept pure against all odds, then we should add that the medium of this operation, or the general ideological atmosphere in which it is able to redraw the lines of demarcation between dialectical materialism and rivaling philosophies, is an original investigation into the contemporary role of Maoism. Well beyond its specific site in China, that which we name Maoism is less a final result than a task, a historical guideline. It is a question of thinking and practicing post-Leninism. 6. In Part 1, Badiou first of all redefines the Hegelian dialectic in terms of a logic of size Zion, instead of the typical textbook notions of alienation, negation, the negation of negation, and so on. To be more precise, he distinguishes 2 matrices of the dialectic in Hegel, an idealist one, defined by the externalization and return to self, and a properly materialist one, in which every term is split without unity either at the origin or in the end. Badiou examines this distinction in a remarkable reading of Hegel's Science of Logic, especially those parts on determination and limit which, as is often the case with early moments in Hegel's presentation, are not yet contaminated by the idealist pressures of the absolute. Badiou's reliance on Hegel's logic, moreover, provides a refreshing and much-needed contrast to the heavy influence of the phenomenology of spirit in the tradition of French Hegelianism from Alexander Kojève to Georges Bouteille, aside from obviously running counter to the general anti-Hegelianism of the Althusserian school. A bold reading of Christianity in light of this dialectic of size Zion, furthermore, allows Badiou not only to circumscribe the twin heresies or deviations of left-wing Gnosticism, for which, if we may simplify matters of doctrine to an extreme, Christ is purely divine or infinite, and right-wing Arianism, for which Christ is purely human or finite, but also to specify the point where Hegel's dialectic remains after all idealist in terms of the historical periodization that it allows or, rather, disallows, insofar as it moves in circles and ultimately leads back to the split term that was always already present from the origin, God as Father/Son or infinity/finitude. Hegel, on this point, must be divided once again so as to break out of the circle of circles of the absolute. Badiou concludes, to be brief, we will oppose, materialist, periodization to, idealist, circularity. The reading of Hegel thus lays the groundwork for a theory of what we might call historicity without history, which throughout the remainder of the book will continue to inform the periodization of Marxism. Part 2, after a discussion of ancient atomism as a limited or failed attempt by way of pure chance or the clinamen to inject some measure of dialecticity into the stark contradiction of void and atoms, offers Badiou's longest and most detailed engagement with the writings of Mallarmé, considered to be one of the two great modern French dialecticians, together with Lacan. Like the atomism of Democritus or Lucretius, Mallarmé's dialectic is unpacked into a limited number of formal operations, 3 to be exact: vanishing, annulment, and foreclosure. Of these operations, the efficacy of a vanishing cause is without a doubt the most important, insofar as it also implies an unspoken critique of the whole Althusserian concept of structural causality, that is, of a cause that vanishes into the totality of its effects. 19 Badiou highlights the extraordinary power of this concept while at the same time revealing its weakness, namely, the place where the notion of a causality of lack, even or especially when it is raised to the level of a formal concept thanks to the anxiety-inducing operation of annulment whereby lack itself comes to lack, turns into a forbidding obstacle or stopping point, prohibiting the actual transformation of the totality put in place by the effects of the vanishing cause itself. Mallarmé's writing, though eminently dialectical, in this sense would remain idealist, presenting what Badiou calls a structural though not structuralist dialectic. All this forms a precious legacy, Badiou concludes, even though there is a need to dialecticize the structural dialectic beyond itself. No, I find no fault with all this, except that I am not swayed by an order of things in which all thought is devoted to the inspection of that which subordinates it to the placement of an absence, and which brings salvation for the subject only in the already there-ness of a star. 120. In Part 3, the exploration of the promises and deadlocks of this structural dialectic is extended and taken into the field of Lacanian psychoanalysis. Of all Badiou's works, in fact, Theory of the Subject contains his most thoroughgoing discussion of Lacan's Lacrits and the few seminars published at the time, especially Seminar 11, The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, and Seminar XX, Encore, together with scattered texts published in the Lacanian journals Orniker and Silicet. Long before Slavoj Žižek would popularize such readings in a similarly political key, Badiou thus distinguishes between the earlier Lacan, for whom the dominant term is the symbolic that dissolves the imaginary, and the later Lacan, whose mathematical obsessions revolve around the real that absolutely resists symbolization. Or, rather, there would be two different conceptions of the real itself. The first, which Badiou calls algebraic, follows closely in Mallarmé's footsteps by defining the real as a vanishing cause, whereas the other, called topological, relies on notions such as the Borromean knot in order to give the real a minimum of consistency. There are, broadly speaking, two successive Lacans, the one of the lack of being and the one of the ontology of the whole, of the nodal topos, and, consequently, of the being of lack. Badiou writes, beginning in the 70s, which one can mark by the primacy of the knot over the chain, or of consistency over causality. It is the historical aspect that gains the upper hand over the structural one. Ultimately, the goal of this delimitation of the structural dialectic is to find the formal means for the most part absent or dissimulated in Hegel and Mallarmé, yet obliquely hinted at by Lacan, by which to exceed the boundaries of the causality of lack so as to change the coordinates of the entire order put in place by its efficacy. Otherwise, there still would be no novelty, no event, and no historicity, but only the repetition of the totality of assigned places under the effects of the vanishing cause. Destruction is the name for this process by which the structural dialectic of lack is exceeded and opened up to the historicity of change. Badiou is thus able to sum up the stakes of his polemic with psychoanalysis. Our entire dispute with Lacan lies in the division, which he restricts, of the process of lack from that of destruction. 22 The real, then, no longer returns always to the same place. Or, put otherwise, that which will have taken place is not just the place itself. Instead, it becomes possible for a certain coefficient of force to interrupt and work back upon the place that determines it, just as history no longer automatically moves in circles but opens up the minimal gap necessary for conceiving of a spiraling and asymmetrical process of periodization. Destruction divides the effect of lack into its part of oblivion of automatism and its part of possible interruption of excess over the place, of the overheating of the automatisms. Badiou concludes, by this thin gap, another mastery can be said to come into being, together with an asymmetrical balancing of loss and gain. 23. Badiou then takes an enormous step back in time so as to illustrate and expand on the disjunction between lack and destruction through the example of Greek tragedy. In particular, he wonders not just why psychoanalysis, as George Steiner and Judith Butler also ask, has been so exclusively focused on the figure of Oedipus instead of taking into consideration Antigone, but also, more generally, why it is Sophocles, and not Aeschylus, who has provided Freud and Lacan with their most illustrious tragic myths. The whole purpose of our critical delimitation with regard to the psychoanalytic contribution to the theory of the subject can be evaluated by asking the following question: why is its theory of the subject essentially based on Sophocles, that is, predicated on the Oedipus complex? 24 Picking up on a brief suggestion from Lacan's very first seminar, Badiou proposes that if the Sophoclean model of tragedy and, by extension, of psychoanalysis can be concentrated in the twin subjective figures of anxiety, Antigone, and the superego, Creon, then the Aeschylean model supplements these with the great dialectical figures of courage, Orestes, and justice, Athena. Thus we see that there exist indeed two Greek tragic modes, the Aeschylean one, the direction of which is the contradictory advent of justice by the courage of the new, and the Sophoclean one, the anguished sense of which is the quest, through a reversal, for the superegoi origin s anxiety, superego, courage, and justice hereby come to name the four fundamental concepts in any theory of the subject. What is more, this return to ancient tragedy gives Badiou the occasion both to address Hölderlin's remarks on Sophocles and to elaborate his own unique theory of justice, of the force of law, and of its ferocious underside of violence and non-law, with which he may be said to have anticipated more recent debates from the likes of Jacques Derrida or Zizek. The original seminars for Part 4 coincide with the media uproar caused by the various attacks coming from the hands of self-proclaimed new philosophers, many of them, like André Glucksmann, ex-Maoist renegades against the master discourse of Marxism that with Stalinist necessity would have led from Diamat to the Gulag. In response to this media event, Badiou tactically shifts the terrain so as to answer the charges of the anti-Marxist war machine with reference not to the much maligned totalitarianism of the dialectic but to a contemporary definition of the black sheep of materialism. Here, too, a principle of periodization applies, based on the fact that any materialism is defined by its immanent size Zion from a rivaling idealism. There are three materialisms, for the excellent reason that there are three idealisms: religious idealism, humanist idealism, and then the fruit of this historical cul-de-sac in which imperialism casts its last rays of languishing modernity, linguistic idealism, insofar as there is no point in denying the constituent role of symbolic structures, such as language. The idealism that results from the linguistic turn also cannot be overcome merely by reaffirming matter as some hard pre-linguistic fact. Instead, materialism itself must be split in terms of a double determination, to the thesis of identity, according to which all being is matter. We thus must add the thesis of primacy, according to which there are two regions of being, matter and thought, with the first ruling over the second. We can say, in short, that the thesis of identity names the place, of being, and the thesis of primacy, the process of knowledge, under the rule of the place. With regard to the theory of knowledge, this double determination of materialism can be summarized in the mirror that functions as the metaphor for knowledge in the notorious reflection theory, and the asymptote, which metaphorizes knowledge from the point of view of the remainder left behind by all exact reflection. Let us say that for materialism reflection is the metaphor of the thesis of identity. Badiou concludes, the second metaphor mathematizes the thesis of primacy into an asymptote. 29 Both of these theses must be maintained at the same time, lest the dialecticity of the dialectic that traverses materialism through and through is allowed to lapse back into a rightist or leftist exaggeration, which would reduce knowledge, respectively, to being a simple mirroring reduplication of the existing structure of things, or to following an infinite line of flight caused by some indivisible leftover. Given the current theoretical panorama, which bathes in the obscure light projected by notions such as difference, the remainder, or the asymptotic approach of the real in the night of non-knowledge, there is thus something refreshingly counterintuitive in this return to materialism in the bright mirror of reflection theory. Parts 5 and 6, finally, move the argument with increasing speed and concision in the direction of an overview of the entire theory of the subject in order to elucidate a possible ethics of Marxism. This is accomplished by mapping out the four fundamental concepts, on one hand, into two analytical temporalities respectively of subjectivization, based on the hasty time of interruption, itself split into anxiety and courage, and of the subjective process, based on the durable time of recomposition, itself in turn split into the superego and justice, and, on the other, into two synthetic modes or trajectories, one which Badiou dubs the mode TP, from anxiety to the superego, and the other, the mode A, from courage to justice. The theory of the subject thus becomes a complex topological space or network, ordered around the four basic concepts and their articulations. In fact, in addition to the vertical and horizontal pairings, there are also diagonal correlations that mark the trajectories of ideology in the theory of the subject, that is, the great imaginary functions of dogmatism, along the courage-superego axis, and scepticism, along the justice-anxiety axis. Badiou furthermore includes a brief phenomenological account of the different figures and trajectories in this overview, in which he once again returns to Hegel and H. Sixelderlin. 30. Ethics comes into the picture in this context as the name for different subjective formations that constitute so-called discourses, rather than either concepts or trajectories. Badiou distinguishes two extreme cases, the discourse of praise, based on belief in an essential wisdom of the world, and the openly Promethean discourse of rebellious confidence. Between these two extremes of belief and confidence, there lie the discourses of what Badiou calls the ethics of the impasse, whether nihilist or dissident, insofar as they reject all linkages between the supposed wisdom of the existing world and the subject's evaluation of what is to be done. The book's final propositions, which argue in favor of an ethics that would refuse to give up on the subject's confidence, in this sense can be considered an early anticipation of Badiou's ethics as well as a welcome counterpart to the latter's all too polemical overtones. 4. Implicit in the notion of an ethics of Marxism, as opposed to a Marxist ethics, is a strictly political understanding of Marxism. This matter of principle guides the selection of texts from the tradition. We can never repeat enough that the texts of Marxism are first and foremost those of militant politics. 31 The reader thus will search in vain for Badiou's personal interpretation of Marx's Capital, the elephant capital, Badiou says, or even of the Grundrisse, which play such a central role, around the same time in the late 1970s, in Antonio Negri's recasting of Marxism. Instead, it is with reference to interventionist texts such as the Communist Manifesto or Lenin's The Crisis Has Matured that the present work claims to be standing in the lineage of political Marxism. Likewise, Badiou repeatedly rejects any notion of a science of history that would be embodied in Marx's own study and critique of the political economy of advanced capitalism, in favor of a militant definition of the reference to texts by Marx, Lenin, and Mao in concrete political experiments, science of history. Marxism is the discourse with which the proletariat sustains itself as subject. We must never let go of this idea. 32. If ethics has any role at all to play in this context, it is only in order to serve as a practical principle, or maxim, for sustaining the rational and partisan calculations of politics. Scattered throughout theory of the subject, the reader will thus be able to find Badiou's reflections on the role of masses, classes, and the state, on the party of a new type as the body of politics, and on communism, revolution, and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Anyone interested in probing the exact nature of Badiou's Marxism, in this sense, should pay close attention to the present book. Perhaps above all, the reader will come to appreciate a side of Badiou's work that usually is not as visible as it is in theory of the subject, or, once again, in Logics of Worlds, that is, his flair for historical periodization. Not only does he present what I earlier called a materialist theory of historicity without history, but he also steps into the trenches in order to intervene in the actual historicization of Marxism, as the discourse of reference in at least three crucial sequences of events: the popular riots from the time of the Communist Manifesto all the way to the experiment of the Paris Commune, the victory of the October Revolution and the constitution of socialist states throughout the Soviet bloc, and the Cultural Revolution in Maoist China. The reasons for this otherwise fairly orthodox effort at periodization are consistent with the principle of a militant as opposed to a scientific, not to mention purely academic understanding of the discourse founded by Marx, for Marxism, seized from any point that is not its effective operation, which is entirely of the order of politics within the masses, does not deserve 1 hour of our troubles. 33. This does not mean neglecting the crisis of Marxism. Yes, let us admit it without detours, Marxism is in crisis, Marxism is atomized. 34. However, unlike what happens in the anti-Marxist war machine of the discourse against totalitarianism, this crisis must be understood imminently, from within the weakness or the exhaustion of the referential value of the Marxist discourse in actual political and militant processes, past the impulse and creative size Zion of the 1960s, after the national liberation struggles and the Cultural Revolution. What we inherit in times of crisis and the imminent threat of war is a narrow and fragmentary assemblage of thought and action, caught in a labyrinth of ruins and survivals. If Marxism, in addition to its undeniable historical crisis, must also undergo an active conceptual destruction, then it is always with an eye on its possible recomposition as a political discourse. This is why, several years after theory of the subject, it can come to function as one of the two fundamental intervening doctrines of the subject, the other one being psychoanalysis, that from the outside condition the philosophy of the event, as Badiou will state explicitly in the preface to Being and Event, a post-Cartesian doctrine of the subject is unfolding. Its origin can be traced to non-philosophical practices, whether those practices be political, or relating to mental illness. And its regime of interpretation, marked by the names of Marx and Lenin, Freud, and Lacan, is intricately linked to clinical or militant operations which go beyond transmissible discourse. 36. Besides, the double historical stamping of these doctrines of the subject, with Marx/Lenin aside from recalling Jesus/Paul at the origin of Christianity being strictly homologous to Freud/Lacan, leads Badiou in theory of the subject to raise an intriguing question: where is, yet to come and making 3. The Mao of psychoanalysis? 37. This question is not rhetorical and to a large extent remains open to this day, with Lacan himself still having important lessons to teach, as Badiou shows, regarding a theory of the subject that would be compatible with the destruction and recomposition of Marxism. In other words, while it is certainly true that in theory of the subject Badiou acknowledges to be speaking from defeat, as when he says, to defend Marxism today means to defend a weakness, we should not neglect the fact that this acknowledgement is immediately followed by a statement in which the weakness of the indefensible at once prescribes the task of a new duty: we must practice Marxism. 38. At least two major interrogations admittedly still remain open with regard to the Marxist inscription of theory of the subject. The first concerns the place of, the critique of, political economy. As Zizek frequently insists, this dimension appears to be completely absent from Badiou's work after Being and Event. Through the concept of the absent cause itself, though, there is certainly a good case to be made for the argument that theory of the subject both includes and problematizes the role of the economy in a strictly political understanding of Marxism. Between Althusser and Badiou, in fact, we might say that a decisive reversal of perspective takes place whereby the absent cause, instead of providing us with the master key to unlock the structural causality of overdetermination, becomes synonymous with the transformative potential of an event. The economical instance, which for Althusser serves as the principal example of a cause that vanishes into the totality of its effects, thus continues to be present as it were virtually in Badiou's doctrine of the event, except that the emphasis now shifts away from the structural dimension towards the rarity of a subjective intervention. There can be no doubt, however, that much more work needs to be done in order to follow the destiny of this concept of the economy qua absent cause in the wake of Althusserian Marxism. Jacques-Alain Miller's early writings from the time of his participation in Cahiers pour l'analyse, especially Matrix and Action of the Structure, even more so than his widely known suture, Elements of the Logic of the Signifier, should prove particularly relevant in this context, and they already receive much attention in Badiou's theory of the subject. 39. In the end, though, even a return to the concept of the absent cause along the path that leads from structural to post-structural forms of thought is unlikely to convince the die-hard Marxist who is in search of an account of political economy in this thinker's work. For in the eyes of Badiou, the fact of the matter remains that Marx's Capital, while essentially true in its diagnostic, and perhaps even truer today than a century and a half ago, nonetheless puts us on the wrong track if our aim is to define a political rather than an analytical Marxism. This is because the critique of political economy has been unable to perform its own critique, as Badiou will write in Can Politics Be Thought? In this sense, the economical instance marks the fixation, or the becoming fiction, of Marxism. What was supposed to be a strategy of the event, a hypothesis regarding the hysterias of the social, an organ of interpretation interruption, a courage of fortune, has finally been presented, by way of the economy, as giving a convenient measure to social relations. Thus, Marxism has been destroyed by its own history, which is that of the fiction, with an X, the history of its fixation by the philosopheme of the political. 40. Marxism can be freed from this fixation only if the crises and hysterias, to which the critique of political economy was supposed to provide access, are seen neither as social facts nor as empirical illustrations of antagonism as the metaphysical essence of the political, le politique, but as the retroactive outcome of politics, la politique, or rather, of un politique, that is, of a specific mode of doing politics. Theory of the subject aims to come to grips precisely with the logic of such retroactive interventions, as described almost on the spot in the feverishly militant writings of Marx, Lenin, and Mao. A second interrogation concerns the historical nature of the theory of the subject as such. For Badiou, this question never even poses itself insofar as his theory is purely formal or axiomatic. What is more, as he recently reiterates, over time not much has changed at all either in the configuration of being, truth, and subject, which constitutes the matrix for philosophy, or in the types and figures of truth to which a subject can be faithful. The fact is that today and in this regard things haven't budged much since Plato. We know only 4 types of truth: science, mathematics and physics, love, politics, and the arts. 41. From a Marxist perspective, though, we might want to ask whether there are not also important historical breaks that need to be taken into account within the formal conditions of existence that are constitutive of such processes of subjectivization, particularly in politics. Does not capitalism introduce a major cut into these processes? Or does the formal apparatus remain fundamentally unchanged, even if any given truth procedure, like any political intervention, must appear in a specific historical world? Clearly, Badiou's insistence on the eternal, transhistorical, or transtemporal nature of all truths is meant in the first place to avoid the relativistic consequences of a thoroughly historicized account of the subject. This is precisely the gist of his outspoken attack in Logics of Worlds against the historicism that he associates with so-called democratic materialism, as opposed to the materialist dialectic. The real issue, however, concerns the compatibility, or not, between a formal and a historical theory of the subject. In Marxist terms, this would bring us back to the familiar stumbling block of defining the relations between dialectical materialism and historical materialism. Along these lines, aside from a return to T. N. Balibar's discussion of periodization and other basic concepts of historical materialism in his contribution to Reading Capital, future investigations based on a thorough grasp of theory of the subject might want to revisit not only the role of capitalism but also, in a possible dialogue with Michel Foucault's contemporary work in the history of sexuality or in his seminar on the hermeneutics of the subject, the role of religion and psychoanalysis in the changing faces of ancient, medieval, and modern subjectivity. 42. 5. At this point, we might actually turn around our initial question and ask whether, even from such a cursory overview of theory of the subject as the one I have just outlined, Badiou's other major books, Being and Event and Logics of Worlds, do not also appear in a different and perhaps even critical light. In any case, while I do not wish to suggest something that faction jokingly has come to attribute to my reading of theory of the subject, namely, that after this book it all goes steeply downhill, with only a brief flaring up of hope with Logics of Worlds, we are far removed from the common prejudice according to which the work of philosophers, in an ongoing series of self-criticisms and emendations, is supposed to follow a steady path of linear progression. The very relation between Being and Event and Logics of Worlds, subtitled Being and Event, to begin with, can best be understood in terms of the articulation of algebra and topology. But then it soon appears that this comparison with one of the pivotal conceptual divisions from theory of the subject at once implies an anticipatory critique of the work to come. From within the strictly meta-ontological parameters proper to Being and Event, indeed, the event can only emerge as a vanishing cause whose entire being lies in disappearing. Now from the older work, we know that such an algebraic viewpoint, for which the salient feature of the event, a feature forbidden in axiomatic set theory, would be its self-referentiality or its self-belonging, must be supplemented with a topological orientation, which, on the basis of category theory or the theory of topoi, investigates the event in terms of its consequences and the consistency of its implicative structure, as happens in the sequel to Being and Event. In this sense, we might conclude, an astute reader of theory of the subject could have predicted a long time ago that Being and Event was to remain one-sided, triggering the hackneyed objections against Badiou as a dogmatist if not a downright mystic of the punctual event until its extension that would take almost 20 years to come to fruition in Logics of Worlds. Theory of the subject not only provides us with a key to understand the dialectic between Being and Event and Logics of Worlds, especially if by dialectic, in a direct lineage from Hegel, we are to understand the idea that the essence of all difference lies in the third term that marks the gap between the two, but the earlier book also is capable of reorienting our reading of each of the later two volumes taken on its own. As I suggested above, this constitutes one of Badiou's major virtues as a philosopher in general, namely, his capacity to draw up a sharp picture of the stakes involved in the most burning polemics of our time so as to confront the reader with the obligation of a decision in favor of one line of thought or the other. What needs to be added here is that this capacity for giving thought a decisive orientation obviously can be extended to include Badiou's own work as well. Thus, when read in light of theory of the subject, the project of Being and Event no longer appears to fall so easily in the traps of a rigid, undialectical, or even anti-dialectical dualism. Nor does the event appear only as a punctual instance of self-belonging, wholly delinked or cut off from the existing situation. Instead, or rather in addition, the emphasis also falls on the fact that the event is always an event for a specific situation, by virtue of the evental sight that only a concrete analysis of the concrete situation can circumscribe. Furthermore, rather than a relapse into the inert binaries of being/event, knowledge/truth, and so on, commonly associated with Badiou's thought, what a careful understanding of theory of the subject brings out in Being and Event is not only the extent to which each founding concept is internally split, in other words, the bar separating two terms of a binary must be transposed onto each term, so that being itself is split into consistent and inconsistent being, consistent being into presentation and representation, the event into itself and its site, the subject into the mortal individual and the immortal participant of a truth process, and so on, but also the role of a whole series of intermediary or intercalated concepts and operations, such as the concept of the evental site, which symptomatically links the event to a given situation and for which, significantly, no mathematical formula is available, since with this concept we enter the realm of thick historical analysis, or the operation of forcing, which in a backward torsion makes a truth operative so as to produce new forms of knowledge within the situation of departure. Finally, even though the next to last meditation of being and event is titled Theory of the Subject, this newer version actually appears to be rather one-dimensional in comparison to the earlier book of the same title, in the sense that the subject is defined exclusively in terms of fidelity or not to the event. Unlike what happens with the dialectical interplay among the four fundamental concepts of anxiety, courage, justice, and the superego, there thus seems to be little or no space for internal strife within the subject as such. This, too, will be corrected in the first book of Logics of Worlds, titled Formal Theory of the Subject, Metaphysics. I have already pointed out some of the other topics, such as the role of destruction, by means of which Badiou in this recent book seems to be here kenning back to theory of the subject. But there are many more points of recurrence. For instance, contrary to the narrow definition of the subject that we find in being and event in terms of fidelity or the lack thereof, Logics of Worlds once again opens up a complex subjective space, structured around two other figures, the reactive one, which denies that any event actually has taken place, and the obscure one, which further obfuscates the very need for an event to happen at all insofar as there would exist a full body in the guise of a race, nation, or God. What is more, the book explicitly resumes the formalization of the space of subjectivity by returning to what are now called the four effects of anxiety, courage, justice, and terror. Four effects signal the incorporation of a human animal into the subjective process of a truth, Badiou writes, all the while insisting on the equal importance of all four. They are not be hierarchically ordered. War can have as much value as peace, negotiation as much as struggle, violence as much as gentleness. Finally, given this for many perhaps unexpected line of continuity between theory of the subject and Logics of Worlds, it really should not come as a surprise any more that Badiou also returns to some of his old favorites for references. Hegel, more specifically his Science of Logic, thus appears once again as a key interlocutor in Logics of Worlds, and the book opens and closes with examples drawn from the history of Maoism. All this obviously is not to say that there are no ruptures or discontinuities in Badiou's work. To say so, moreover, would be highly paradoxical, given the centrality for this work of the category of the event as a radical cut or break, albeit an imminent one. Even such discontinuities, though, must be placed against the backdrop of a larger articulation whose complex and divided nature can be grasped with special clarity from the vantage point of Badiou's first and most experimental attempt at formulating a materialist dialectic, in theory of the subject. From this point of view, not only being and event but Logics of Worlds, too, appears to be traversed by a divided orientation, comparable to the split between the algebra of a vanishing cause and the topology of a newly consistent world. On one hand, that which in the new book is called a site, which is not to be confused with the older notion of an evental site, is marked precisely by the punctuality of what disappears no sooner than it appears, as if in a lightning flash. On the other hand, however, there is a truth of this disappearing only thanks to the elaboration of a series of consequences, that is, a new mode or regime of appearing. Self-belonging annuls itself as soon as it is forced, as soon as it happens. A site is a vanishing term, it appears only in order to disappear. The problem is to register its consequences in appearing 45. Both of these aspects, the site as vanishing term and the regime of its consequences, can be separated only at the level of conceptual exposition, whereas in actual fact one cannot exist without the other. Badiou highlights this dilemma, for instance, in his periodization of the Paris Commune, a talk reworked and included in Logics of Worlds, for what counts is not only the exceptional intensity of its surging up the fact that we are dealing with a violent and creative episode in the realm of appearing, but what this upsurge, despite its vanishing, sets out in its duration in terms of glorious and uncertain consequences. 46 To ignore one of these aspects to the detriment of the other will lead to a radically different image of the philosophy of the event, either as an absolute but empty discontinuity or as a lasting but predictable continuity. As Badiou insists over and over again in Theory of the Subject, however, the whole trick consists in combining these two orientations in an open-ended dialectic of beginnings and re-beginnings. In fact, a subject is precisely such an articulation, as is confirmed in Logics of Worlds. A subject is a sequence involving continuities and discontinuities, openings and points. The end incarnates itself as subject. 47. 6. Stylistically, Theory of the Subject adopts the format of a seminar inspired by Lacan's example. Badiou's fidelity to this model is actually quite extensive, ranging from the use of idiosyncratic wordplay, syntactic ambiguities, funny asides, and bold provocations of the audience, all the way to the disposition of the written text with numbered sections and a list of subtitles at the start of each chapter, as in Jacques-Alain Miller's edition of Lacan's original seminars. In fact, the style of Badiou's three major books could not be more different. Thus, while the ludic and dense quality of Theory of the Subject could be attributed to an almost complete indifference to an actual readership, the seminar format nonetheless allows Badiou to rely on a generous we that is truly collective and acknowledges the participation of his audience. I therefore frequently render the French noun as we instead of seeing it merely as a polite form of the I, as is customary in English translations. Besides, Theory of the Subject still shows confidence in the possibility of speaking in the name of we Marxists, whereas this collective we is precisely part of the tradition that collapses together with Soviet-style communism and the Berlin Wall. Communism named the effective history of we now dead. There is no longer a we, there hasn't been for a long time. For S being an event, on the other hand, is written with an almost classical or, some would say, neoclassic impersonality, whose calm serenity does not exclude a monumental ambition. Logics of Worlds, finally, is written from a self-confident position of international fame, with an I who does not hesitate to refer to Badiou in the third person, side by side with Plato and Kant. Each of these three works, furthermore, adopts a unique generic format, following three different models in the history of philosophy. Theory of the Subject is a Lacanian-inspired seminar, being an event is made up of 37 Cartesian or post-Cartesian meditations, and Logics of Worlds adopts a structure vaguely reminiscent of Spinoza's Ethics, ordered into 7 books, including several scholia and a list of propositions at the end. Aside from certain technical terms, which I will list and explain in the next section, 2 stylistic idiosyncrasies deserve a brief comment here, as they also necessarily require a decision on the part of the translator. The first concerns Badiou's reliance on the fluency and ambiguity of certain constructions in French which, while by no means being obscure or out of the ordinary, resist easy translation into English. These are instances of almost colloquial speech that in translation may turn out to be awkward or simply unidiomatic. Some of these instances, especially those borrowed from Lacan, receive an extensive commentary from Badiou himself. For others, I have tried to give a literal translation, all the while explaining the ambiguity in the translator's notes included at the end of this volume. The second idiosyncrasy, which Badiou also seems to have adopted from Lacan even though a similar trend is typical of a certain French style of writing in general, consists in using single-sentence paragraphs whose bold and compact syntax gives them the feel of gnomic or oracular statements. While in English it would have made sense to produce a smoother rhythm by incorporating such sentences into the flow of longer paragraphs, I have opted instead for a faithful rendering, respectful of the graphic effect with which these one-liners punctuate, in a well-nigh clinical sense, the gradual process of analysis undertaken by Badiou in Theory of the Subject. I would like to thank all the friends whose help and support allowed me to see this project through to the end. Many more could be named, but I want to single out Peter Hallward, Adrian Johnston, Alberto Toscano, and Slavoj Zizek. Their advice during the final stages in particular turned out to be invaluable. I also benefited from being able to consult translations of shorter portions of this book by Ed Pluth, Alberto Toscano, and Marina de Carneri. Audrey Wasser and Ricardo Arribas helped me with bibliographical references when I was far away from the libraries of Cornell and on sabbatical in Mexico. Alessandro Russo and Fabio Lanza's expertise about the Cultural Revolution was indispensable for locating obscure quotations from Mao. Simone Panet, as always, was my compass. Without her presence in my life, none of this would have been possible. A separate word of thanks and appreciation goes out to Alain Badiou himself, who never stopped listening to my queries ever since our friendship began, precisely in response to that first reading of Theory of the Subject that blew me away, now more than a decade ago. At Continuum, finally, I want to thank Tom Crick for his patience and his continued belief that one day he would actually receive a complete manuscript, with diagrams and all included, and Andrew Mikolajski and Tracy Smith for their hard work with the editing. Notes on the translation. A number of recurrent technical terms used in Theory of the Subject merit a brief explanation. Especially when combined with the author's own thematic repertoire, included at the end of this volume, this list may simultaneously serve as a basic glossary. The four fundamental concepts of the theory of the subject, courage, anxiety, justice, and the superego, do not receive a separate entry in this glossary, since Badiou himself in the course of the book amply defines them. Certain grammatical ambiguities and occasional technicalities, on the other hand, will be annotated together with additional bibliographical references in the final section of translators' endnotes and references. Annulation, annulment or annulation. This is one of the three basic operations associated with Mallarmé's poetry in terms of the structural dialectic, together with the chain effect caused by a vanishing term and the null effect of foreclosure. By annulling a vanishing term, this operation, so to speak, carries out a lack of lack, which raises lack to the level of a concept, all the while producing anxiety. Alternative translations would be rescission, nullification, cancellation, or revocation. Basculement, tipping over or toppling, occasionally change over or turn about, a term used in the present context to refer to the sudden transformation whereby a structural or algebraic orientation tips over and opens out onto a historical or evental orientation. From the very beginning of Theory of the Subject, there are clear hints of the Hegelian Marxian dialectic, as in the passing over, or Übergehen, of quantity into quality, especially when the whole process of contradictory transformation takes on a more abrupt, leap-like aspect of a sudden overthrow or inversion, as in the German Umschlag. Jason Barker, in the English translation of Badiou's Metapolitics, renders this term as overbalancing, for example, of what exists into what can exist, or from the known towards the unknown, as the result of a political intervention. Battement, oscillation or vacillation, occasionally batting, a term used to describe the movement around an empty place, as part of what Badiou defines as the structural dialectic. Alan Sheridan, in his translation of Lacan's Seminar 11, The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, opts for pulsation, which is perhaps all too physical for the purely structural function that Badiou has in mind, even though Lacan's own explanation is wholly to the point for the term's use in Theory of the Subject. I have constantly stressed in my preceding statements, Lacan says, the pulsative function, as it were, of the unconscious, the need to disappear that seems to be in some sense inherent in it. Everything that, for a moment, appears in its slit seems to be destined, by a sort of preemption, to close up again upon itself, as Freud himself used this metaphor, to vanish, to disappear, s. 11, 43. Still in the same seminar, Lacan also uses the term to refer to the fluttering wings of Chuangzi when he imagines he is a butterfly, while Badiou in Theory of the Subject refers to a batting of eyelashes to name the appearing-disappearing of Mallarmé's vanishing cause. The term also evokes the role of the signifying battery, in batterie signifiant, in Lacanian psychoanalysis, and, Insofar as Badiou seeks to go beyond the idealism of this structural model, there is nothing wrong with hearing echoes of beating in Batment, including in the pejorative sense of beating around the bushes. Bryn, strand. This term refers to the sections, strands, or bits that are knotted or braided together in a subject, especially the strand A, combining courage and justice, and the strand W, combining anxiety and the superego. Badiou thus relies on the concept image of a cord or a piece of textile weaving together multiple strands or filaments. Coupure, cut, occasionally break or rupture in theory of the subject. This term most often retains the meaning of cut that Lacan invokes, for example, in his topological discussions regarding the tying, untying, and cutting of a knot. The other connotation, which via Althusser would refer us back to the concept of an epistemological break or rupture, coupure epistemologique, in the work of Gaston Bachelard, Georges Canguilhem, and Michel Foucault, seems less meaningful in the context of theory of the subject. Deviance and deviation, deviation a term used in theory of the subject to translate clinamen, i.e. the slight deviation, swerve, or inclination of atoms falling in the void whereby a world is formed according to the ancient atomism of Lucretius. While deviance has the same sexual and / or criminal connotations in French as deviance or deviancy in English, I have opted for the more neutral deviation instead. The term then openly begins to resonate with the religious and political debates regarding deviations or deviations from orthodoxy or from the correct line, debates that Badiou constantly has in mind throughout theory of the subject. Another possible translation for clinamen, used in certain English versions of Marx's doctoral dissertation on Democritean and Epicurean atomism, is declination. Apuration, purification, sometimes purging, a term used to describe the process by which force and the subject more generally works hack upon the system of places that otherwise determines its identity as this or that force, this or that subject. The term could obviously be translated as purge or purging, but the Stalinist overtones of this expression, while never wholly absent, should not be allowed to dominate the term's interpretation in theory of the subject. In the century, Badiou will discuss the path of destruction and purification, including in its Stalinist excesses, in opposition to the path of subtraction and minimal difference. Even here, in any case, he insists that purification and purges, including the excommunication of traitors and the sectarian defense against deviations and heresies of all kinds, are common practices throughout the 20th century in many artistic avant-garde groups, from surrealism under André Breton to the situationists under Guy Debord, as well as in psychoanalytical groups, from Freud to Lacan. Place. This is a neologism or portmanteau word based on a contraction of e-space to placement, space of placement. It can be understood as a near synonym for structure or even symbolic order, even though there is no strict parallelism with either Althusser or Lacan. That which Badiou calls state of a situation in being and event and world in logics of worlds also roughly corresponds to splace in theory of the subject. The dialectical counterpart to the splace is the outplace, just as place in general functions in a dialectical opposition with force starting as early as in Badiou's theory of contradiction. Étatique and étatisme, statist and statism. While in theory of the subject Badiou has not yet fully developed the notion of state of the situation, which will be pivotal in being and event, he does rely on a series of terms to describe the static, statist, or state-like nature of certain historico-political phenomena. In English, these terms cannot easily be separated from the ones that translate the French statique, which Badiou uses both as an adjective, static, and a noun, unstatique, a static, or statics, perhaps even a statistics in the etymological sense of the term as a science of the state, statistic in German, as opposed to undynamic, a dynamic or dynamics. A related expression is faire état, to draw up an overview, to inventory, or, for the present context, to define a state of affairs, for example, regarding the being of the working class. Evanouissement and term evanouissant, vanishing and vanishing term the basic operation of the structural dialectic, whereby a totality or whole is constituted as the effect of an absent or vanishing cause. S'évanouir also means to faint, to fade, away or out, to pass out or to die away. In this sense, the term is not without recalling the role of aphonesis or fading in Lacanian psychoanalysis. The main implied reference, however, is to the Althusser'ian conceptualization of structural causality in For Marx and Reading Capital, unless Jacques-Alain Miller is right, against Althusser, in claiming paternity for this concept under the name of metonymical causality. A third genealogical line, finally, would take us from Spinoza's absent or immanent cause to Deleuze's quasi-cause as discussed in the Logic of Sense, all the way to Weck's recent return to the same structuring principle. What should become clear from this network of references surrounding the concept of the vanishing term is the extent to which Badiou in Theory of the Subject is giving form to a unique type of post-structural thinking that takes to task the entire tradition of the structural dialectic without ignoring its fundamental insights. Force, the counterpart of history to the structure of assigned places. Force is a term first borrowed from Hegel's science of logic that in the course of the argument developed in Theory of the Subject will come to designate what Badiou will later systematically discuss in terms of event. Already in Theory of Contradiction, force stands in opposition to place, while readers of Jacques Derrida's writing and difference may be more familiar with the opposition of force and form. Three other idiomatic expressions are related to this concept in Theory of the Subject: coup de force, stroke of force, violent overthrow, strike, trick, or sudden blow, passer and force, forcing one's way through or pushing through, enforcement, by force, perforce. Wherever possible, I have tried to retain the conceptual link with force in English, while in the case of coup de force I have most often left the expression in French. Finally, I have already mentioned that Badiou uses the expression force de loi, force of law, long before Derrida would make this into a topic for deconstruction. Derrida, too, discusses how there is no force de loi without some intrinsic and violent coup de force. This is also by far the most significant connotation that the reader should keep in mind for Theory of the Subject. Foreclusion and foreclose, foreclosure and foreclosed, a term used to describe the effect of the points d'arrêt or halting points in Mallarmé's poetry, that is, terms such as the meaningless ptyx, which put an abrupt stop to the infinitely sliding metonymical and metaphorical chains. In French, foreclusion also serves as the official translation of Freud's Verwerfung, which together with Verneinung, denial, and Verleugnung, disavowal, constitutes one of the many forms of negation considered in the practice and theory of psychoanalysis. By rejecting the existence of halting points, there are no unknowables, at least in Theory of the Subject and once again in Logics of Worlds. Badiou could thus be said to be negating foreclosure. Whether this negation, in turn, takes the form of a denial, a disavowal, or a foreclosure remains to be decided. Horlu, outplace. This is a neologism or portmanteau word based on a contraction of orlu, out of place or out of sight, as when someone is hors-jeu, offside, in soccer. An alternative translation might have been outside, or offside, which is the term preferred by Oliver Feltham in his introduction to Badiou, but in my eyes this creates unwarranted confusions with the use of evental, sight in Being and Event and Logics of Worlds. Badiou sometimes uses the full grammatical expressions orlu and or du lu, which I have rendered accordingly as out of place and out of place in English. An interesting analogy could be established with the expression or sexy, outside, of, sex, in Book XX of the Seminar of Jacques Lacan, Encore, which Lacan relates to Guy de Maupassant's fantastic short story Le Hors la, itself often read as a contraction of Le or la, that which remains outside, of what is, there. More generally, Badiou's Horlu echoes the logic of the non-place or non-lu in its interplay with the lieu or places of a given structure, which is pivotal in the transition from structuralism to post-structuralism for French thinkers as diverse as Roland Barthes, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Jacques Rancière, and Michel de Certeau, before its depoliticization in the anthropological work of Marc Auje. Ideolinguistry, a portmanteau word to the second degree, which Badiou creates by contracting idealism, and Lacan's own portmanteau word linguisterie, based on linguistiki, linguistics, and the mostly pejorative suffix "iri," which suggests a fake or false version. François Rafal and Bruce Fink respectively propose linguistrickery and linguistrics for Lacan's linguist-iri. This would give us idealinguistrickery or idealinguistrics for Badiou's idealinguistry, to which I have preferred the less cumbersome idealinguistry. Lalang, language or longa term Badiou directly borrows from Lacan to refer to the unique, slippery, and playful dimension of language taken into account by psychoanalysis, as in the possibilities opened up in puns or homonyms. While Bruce Fink in his English edition of Book XX of the Seminar of Jacques Lacan proposes language as a translation, I have chosen to leave the term in French. Lieu, place, occasionally locus, the structural element determining the nature and identity of anything whatsoever, as defined by the general space of assigned places. To distinguish lieu from place, one could have relied on locus or site for the former and place for the latter. In theory of the subject, however, I see no strong reasons to differentiate the two except in the context of the four mathemes of anxiety, courage, justice, and the superego, where lieu and place are kept separate. The use of site to translate lieu not only would have caused misunderstandings in suggesting an early anticipation of the terms site, and site evenemential, evental site, as used in Being and Event and Logics of Worlds, but the reader would also have missed out on the play in theory of the subject between lieu and hors-lieu, whose internal rhyme is best rendered as place and outplace. English-speaking readers of Michel Foucault and Jacques Lacan may be familiar with locus as a common translation for lieu. Manque and manquer être, lack and lack of being. This is without a doubt the most central concept of the structural dialectic, which Badiou attributes to both Mallarmé and Lacan. Other French terms, such as défaut, defect, fault, lack, and defiance, shortcoming, failure, miss, feint, are parts of the same conceptual constellation in theory of the subject. For this reason, I sometimes render them as lack as well, even though this comes at the price of missing out on the terminological diversity. Lacan proposed want to be as the official English translation for manquer être. Badiou, however, does not use the dashes that would make le manquer être into a more stable technical term, and, insofar as he also plays on the inverted expression THIRD-du manque, the being of lack, I consistently stick to lack of being instead of want to. Passé, pass or passing. Badiou frequently has recourse to this term both in its common sense and in its technical meaning in the Lacanian school of psychoanalysis. For Lacan, who instated the procedure in 1967 as part of his Dollar-Cole Freudien de Paris, the passé provides an institutional structure for the passage from analysand to analyst, that is, the end of analysis testified by the passant to a committee of passeurs or passers, who in turn relay the account to a jury who decides whether or not to award the pass. In theory of the subject, Badiou refers to the heated debates provoked by this procedure up to 10 years after its introduction by Lacan, who, upon listening in silence to the formal complaints raised at a meeting in 1978, went so far as to call it a complete failure. Insofar as the procedure involves the possibility of transmitting knowledge, savoir, about the analytical practice, Badiou takes an interest in la passé similar to the role of the universal transmission of mathematics in the scientific community. Among the many common meanings, the noun la passé and the verb passer can refer to passage, pass, patch, passing, for, over, by, crossing, going through, skipping, lending, and so on. Relevant expressions include passer on examen, to pass an exam, faire un passé, to make a pass, passer and force, push through, and mot de passer, password. In addition, Badiou systematically plays on the dialectic between passé and impasse, sometimes spelled impasse, with a dash, so as to highlight the pun, in a key argument that will reappear in Being and Event. Place throughout theory of the subject, Badiou exploits the tension between that which can be mapped topologically in terms of spaces, places, and splace, on one hand, and, on the other, that which is atopological, that is, force or the event. I did not find a significant difference between place and lieu that would warrant a solid distinction between place and locus or site. Badiou frequently insists on the deadening effect of that which remains sur place, in its place or on the same spot, most often as the result of an overly structural emphasis in which place and splace take precedence over force and the outplace. Faire du surplace is also a colloquial expression that refers to the quasi-mobile gesture by which a cyclist at a stoplight or at the start of a race tries to remain still with both feet strapped on the pedals. Interestingly, in the logic of sense, Deleuze describes an ethics of willing the event in terms of a sort of leaping in place, saut sur place. Point d'arrêt, halting point or stopping point, a term used in theory of the subject to refer to those signifiers that put an end to the sliding of metaphors and metonymies in Mallarmé's poetry. Badiou refers especially to the amphora, the master, and the ptyx in the famous sonnet allegorical of itself, and proposes to read these three signifiers in terms of death, the poet, and the pure signifier of the signifier as such. Invoking a quotation from Chairman Mao, we will come to know everything we did not know before, a quotation that will be reused in Logics of Worlds against the dogma of finitude. Badiou denies the existence of insuperable halting points and affirms the open-ended nature of the periodized dialectical process. Point d'arrêt in theory of the subject thus has a completely different meaning from the one it has in being and event, where the void or empty set is said to be the only halting point of multiplicity, that is, multiplicity goes all the way down, qua multiple of multiples, until the void. In ethics, finally, aside from its ontological meaning, point d'arrêt also refers to the unamiable that must not be forced in the name of truth, lest one falls into the evil of a disaster. This concept of the unamiable, with its connotation of an insuperable limit point calling out for an ethics of respect, is purely and simply abandoned in Logics of Worlds, where Badiou, once again consistent with his return to the quotation from Mao, affirms that there are always consequences, and no unknowables. In this last sense, it is worth keeping in mind, for theory of the subject as well, that point d'arrêt can be understood not only as halting point or stopping point but also as no halting or no stopping at all. Derrida, in his reading of Maurice Blancot's Arrêt de mort, death sentence, has exhaustively deconstructed the linguistic possibilities afforded by the signifier arrêt. Processus subjective, subjective process, a term directly and explicitly borrowed from Lacan's écrits to designate one of the two aspects or temporalities of the subject, namely, the durable, ongoing, and most often laborious time of recomposition that gives a subject consistency, either in the guise of a new form of justice or in the guise of the superego's terrorizing call to order. The other moment or time of the subject is called subjectivization. Real Badiou tends to use this term in a way that is reminiscent of Lacan's use without ever fully coinciding with its technical meaning or meanings in the triad of the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary. I have chosen not to use a large capital when translating the term as the real, in an effort both to leave intact the fluidity of Badiou's use of the term and to avoid associations with New Age terminology, as in English discussions of Badiou's work that render all his key concepts with large capitals, being, event, truth, and so on. Badiou also plays on the French expressions point de real, point of the real but also not real or not of the real at all, and point real, real point with point as a noun but also not at all real with point as an adverb. Retournement, reversal, occasionally return this term, used in the title of Part 4 in order to propose a materialist reversal of materialism, is reminiscent of, but also somewhat different from, the usual inversion, Umkehrung in German, or renversement, in the typical French translations, by which Marx, for example, claims to put the Hegelian dialectic back on its feet. The difference stems from the fact that retournement, aside from a turning, over, upside down, inside out, also evokes a return, retour, and a turning back or sending back, retourner. Finally, the French term also serves to translate Hölderlin's notion of a return or reversal, Umkehr in German, in his remarks on Antigone, in a figure amply commented upon in Part 3 of Badiou's theory of the subject. Subjectivation, subjectivization, a term directly and explicitly borrowed from Lacan to designate one of the two aspects or temporalities of the subject, namely the hasty, slightly hysterical, and most often short-lived time of interruption and destruction, which according to theory of the subject takes the form of either anxiety or courage. Bruce Fink, in his translation of Lacan's Écrits, and Oliver Feltham, in his translation of Being and Event, opt for the spelling subjectivization, which I have adopted as well, while Slavovsek and Alberto Toscano usually prefer the more literal subjectivation. Topicky, topology, occasionally topic, a term used in theory of the subject, first, to designate Marx and Freud's respective topologies or topographies of the subject of class and of the unconscious, and, then, to map out the various discourses of ethics, in the book's final part, titled Topiques de l'éthique, which I have translated as Topics of Ethics so as to maintain something of the world play that would be lost if I had chosen topologies of ethics or ethical topologies. Badiou also has in mind and openly discusses Lacan's topological investigations from his final seminars. There may even be a faint echo of Claude Lévi-Strauss' great work of structural anthropology, Tristes Tropiques. Torsion and torsada, torsion and twist. This is one of the pivotal and most obscure concepts of theory of the subject. In part conditioned by mathematics, whose algebraic torsion groups Badiou discusses at some length in the book, the concept of torsion at the same time functions in a much broader sense to refer to the way in which a subject works back upon the structure that determines it in the first place. In this sense, torsion is related to forçage, another concept borrowed from mathematics and discussed in theory of the subject that will become even more central in Being and Event. Torsada, like tress, interlacing, designates the twisted unity of the subject itself, that is, the divided articulation of courage, anxiety, justice, and the superego into two basic trajectories, the so-called mode A, from courage to justice, and mode year, from anxiety to the superego, and according to two temporalities, the time of interruption or destruction, anxiety and courage, and the time of recomposition, justice and the superego. Interestingly, Jacques Rancière also defines politics in terms of a constitutive torsion that treats a specific tort or wrong, in disagreement, politics and philosophy. Le, tout, whole, totality, or the all again, a term used with a combination of Hegelian and Lacanian connotations to designate both the effect of a vanishing cause, namely, the resulting whole, and that which, like any splice, by force must exclude something, namely, the outplace, in order to come into being qua totality, so that the whole is also always not whole or not all. Tress, interlacing, a term used, in the same topological vein as Brin, Enroid, and Torsada, to designate the subject's divided articulation. Other translations could have been braid, plait, weave or, weaving. Unite de contraires, unity of opposites or unity of contraries. This basic concept of the dialectic, which is as old as philosophy, is usually translated as unity of opposites in English. Whenever Badiou insists on the role of contraries or contrariness in relation to the principle of unite de contraires, I retain the more literal translation as unity of contraries. Versant, aspect, strand, side, tendency, or slope, a term most often used to designate the two sides or aspects of the dialectic according to theory of the subject, its structural side and its historical side, the side of place and the side of force, its algebraic side and its topological side, the idealist aspect and the materialist aspect. Voie, path or road, a common noun that Badiou further associates with the Marxist and more specifically Maoist discussions about the struggle between two paths or two roads, the bourgeois and the proletarian, the revisionist and the socialist. More generally speaking, the term is part of the topological orientation behind theory of the subject. Preface. To introduce myself into your story, my reader, this is really the aim of prefaces, so aptly named in that they must furnish a profile of what they precede. I have nothing to profile, if not the certainty that I have, and to which the whole labor of this book testifies, namely, that the modern philosopher is, as Auguste Comte said already so long ago, a systematic proletarian. 1. Philosophy today is deserted. Never expecting anything from the state, I hardly expect that the recent libations in honor of the rose, I'm writing this in July 19813, will make our largely disaffected national province flourish. The inevitable result of the lack of ambitious thoughts is a mediocre politics and a devalued ethics. In actual fact, it is probably the other way around. From the practical renunciation of egalitarian universalism, the inevitable inference is that the few forms of specialized knowledge to which thought is relegated, at least beyond the walls of journalistic idiocy, assure only the returns of the functionariat. Is it presumptuous to claim to ward off the inconveniences of the void on one's own? I object that any enterprise of this type has its emblems, and that moreover I am the least alone of persons. Of all those for whom I am testifying, and who know that I know it, militants, friends, students, difficult interlocutors, provisional or returning enemies, I wish to inscribe here the name of only one, Paul Sandovins. Hundreds of meetings with him, on which depended 1,000 thoughts put into practice against our surroundings, make it impossible for me to mark the limits of my indebtedness to him. Even though, as a consequence of his purely political conception of the truth, Sandovins always makes the oral take precedence over the written, the directive over analysis, in what follows the reader will find the few public traces of what the real world, so rarely noticed, has found in him of unparalleled significance, without even knowing it. 2. The form. It is that of a seminar, a genre to which Lacan has given a definitive dignity. Who will say whether the lessons that make up this work were really pronounced on the date that punctuates them? This ideal seminar, a mixture of an effective succession, some retroactions, supposed interpolations, and written compositions, certainly did take place. The present book is its second occurrence. The easiest method is no doubt to go from the opening, January 1975, to the final suspension, June 1979. While it is hardly ever admitted, I know that this is not the common practice in philosophy. Thus, it is legitimate to suppose, and to support, an acute wandering on behalf of the reader. At the end can be found a thematic index with 7 headings: art and literature, historical circumstances, God, logic and mathematics, traditional philosophy, psychoanalysis stricto sensu, and political theory. Of course, none of these headings concerns the central theme of the book, which I hope cannot be placed under any heading, since it is omnipresent. An index of proper names, which is so useful for knowing, by bouncing off the other, where I can be located, a tactic of the drawer of which I do not at all disapprove. I point out, and in so doing I already begin to put my cards on the table, that this index does not include those names whose usage is so permanent that listing them would be unwieldy. Namely, a. the 2 great classical German dialecticians, Hegel and Hölderlin. The entire beginning of the book is devoted to the first. The second is treated at the end of part 3, and in part 6. But both can be found elsewhere, too. b. the 2 great modern French dialecticians, Mallarmé and Lacan. There is an exhaustive treatment of the first in part 2, and of the second principally in parts 3 and v. The 2 great classical French dialecticians, Pascal and Rousseau, for their part do end up in the list. c. 4 of the 5 great Marxists, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao Zedong. The 5th, Stalin, is on the index. Point 4. 3. It is no doubt more instructive to write with respect to what one does not want to be at any price than under the suspicious image of what one wishes to become. I am strongly attached to my country, France, even more so today since here people are becoming multinational, an advantage of internal internationalism indirectly provoked by the imperialist pillaging of goods and peoples. In a little less than a century this country has had only 3 claims to greatness, 3 moments of real existence, 3 figures of a possible universalism: the Paris Commune in 1871, the resistance between 1941 and 1945, and the uprising of youths and workers in May-June 1968. I know they are of unequal importance. It is not clear that my hierarchy is the one in which they should be given. The present book is also written to shed some light on this matter. In the same period there has been no shortage of abject moments. They sometimes followed their explosive contraries: the triumph of Versailles after the Commune, the colonial wars after the liberation, and, minuscule, the new philosophers after the establishment of revolutionary intellectuals in the factory. The two world wars were disastrous. The people fought when they should not have, 1914-18, and they did not fight when they should have, 1939-40. The sinister signifier Paytan covers both debasements. I could say right away that I do not want to be a part of any of these abject ions. Philosophy is not worth a single effort if it does not shed light on the commitment that, even if it is restricted, seeks to prohibit the return of the five catastrophes, or of whatever resembles them, by carrying the memory and lesson of the three moments of existence. More profoundly, I know that the essence of what has happened to us, in forcefulness as in humiliation, bears the mark of a deficiency in the long term. It is for this reason that the eruption, while certainly thunderous, is also fragile, without making the moral disorientation, which is predictable from afar, any less inevitable. This deficiency is essentially subjective. It touches on the manner in which the potential forces, at the heart of the people, are kept at a distance from their proper concept. Those French intellectuals who have not stopped spitting on themselves, on ideologies, on Marxism, on the masters, on their most incontestable experience, and who have given credibility to the formless and the multiple, to spontaneity and scattered memory, to rights and enjoyments, to works and days, have a painful responsibility in all of this, that of irresponsibility. I write and I act, but it is hard to distinguish between the two, in order not to be, if possible, explicitly mixed up in these phenomena of failure and bitterness. The fact that it has taken 50 years does not matter to me, because all the rest will be a futile shipwreck in a world henceforth headed for war, if there is not at least the fixed will, collectively submitted to the high level of its stakes, to go against the current and imprint if only a gesture of direction to that which might get us out of the slump. 4. In Julian Grac's Les Reines there is a terrible passage, a fascinating portrait of the French intellectual lost and useless when he is asked, when the workers ask him, simply to be someone enlightened, a realist leader. It concerns once again this inexhaustible analyzer, the Commune. Bohemians of the pen, journalists paid by the line, graying tutors, overaged students, half-licensed graduates in search of private lessons, it is indeed in part the small world from scenes of Bohemian life turned sour, which has made such a pretty burial for Victor Noir, and which with such incapacity has governed the Commune among the casks, the glasses, the glorias, the smoke, and the gab sessions of the boardroom of a small newspaper. Marx was forgiving of the officers in command of the Commune, whose insufficiency he otherwise was well aware of. The revolution also has its Trocas and its Gamelins. The frankness of Valles is consternating and would horrify the self-proclaimed government, these wannabe revolutionaries who were spit upon by the insurgents on the barricades when they passed through Belleville during the Commune's final bloody week. There is no excuse for leading even a good fight when it is led so half-heartedly. A type of atrocious nausea arises while following the abusque and pathetic chaos of the last pages, wherein the unfortunate delegate of the Commune, his sash which he does not dare to show hidden in a newspaper under his arm, a sort of neighborhood irrepresentative, a fire-starting charlotte hopping among the exploding shells, wanders around like a lost dog from one barricade to the other, unable to do anything at all, bullied by the teeth-baring rebels, distributing in disorderly fashion vouchers for herrings, bullets, and fire, and imploring the spiteful crowd which was hard on his heels because of the fix into which he had plunged them, "Leave me alone, please. I need to think alone." In his exile as a courageous incompetent, he must have awoken sometimes at night, still hearing the after all quite serious voices of all those people who were to be massacred a few minutes later, and who cried so furiously at him from the barricade, "Where are the orders? Where is the plan?" Of all the possible nightmares, that of being exposed one day to such a figure is for me the most unbearable. It is clear to me that to ward off this risk supposes a thorough reshuffling that certainly touches upon the intellectuals but also upon the workers, for what is at stake is the advent between them of an unheard of type of vicinity, of a previously unthinkable political topology. I write here so that neither I nor my interlocutors intellectuals or not ever become the one who, all told, can only meet the great dates of history by distributing herring vouchers. As far as the major authors are concerned, the following abbreviations and additions have been used. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1969. Hereafter SW followed by volume and page number. Vladimir I. Lenin, selected works in 3 volumes, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1970. Hereafter SW, followed by volume and page number. Mao Zedong, selected works, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 1961-77. Hereafter SW, followed by volume and page number. G.W.F. Hegel, The Phenomenology of Spirit, trans. A.V. Miller, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1977. Hereafter Ph, followed by the page number. Science of Logic, trans. A.V. Miller, Amherst, New York, Humanity Books, 1969. Hereafter L, followed by the page number. Stephen Mallarmé, Collected Poems and Other Verse, trans. E.H. and A.M. Blackmore, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2006. Hereafter C.P., followed by the page number. I will indicate in an endnote whenever I prefer to use Collected Poems, trans. Henry Weinfield, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1996. Divagations, trans. Barbara Johnson, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 2007. Hereafter D, followed by the page number. Friedrich Hölderlin, Essays and Letters on Theory, ed. And trans. Thomas Faw, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1988. Hereafter Elt, followed by the page number. Poems and Fragments, trans. Michael Hamburger, London, Anvil Press Poetry, 1994. Hereafter P.F., followed by the page number. Jacques Lacan, Écrits. The first complete edition in English, trans. Bruce Fink in collaboration with Helloffs Fink and Russell Grigg, New York, W. W. Norton, 2006. Hereafter E, followed by the page numbers referring to the English and the French editions, separated by an oblique. The Seminar of Jacques Lacan, Book L. Freud's Papers on Technique, 1953-1954, ed. Jacques-Alain Miller, trans. John Forrester, New York, W. W. Norton, 1988. Hereafter SI, followed by page numbers to the English and the French editions, separated by an oblique. The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, ed. Jacques-Alain Miller, trans. Alan Sheridan, New York, W. W. Norton, 1981. Hereafter S11, followed by the page numbers of the English and French editions, separated by an oblique. The Seminar of Jacques Lacan, Book XX, Encore, 1972-1973, trans. Bruce Fink, New York, W. W. Norton, 1988. Hereafter SXX, followed by the page number. Conferences et Entretiens clans de Universités Nord-Américaines, Silicet 6-7, 1975 7-45. Hereafter conferences followed by the page number. Handbook of Mathematical Logic, Amsterdam and New York, North Holland Publishing Company, 1977. Hereafter HML, followed by the page number. Texts of the Cultural Revolution, Important Documents on the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 1970. Hereafter GPCR, followed by the page number. All other references will be quoted in the text, with bibliographical information provided in the translator's endnotes and references. As for Paul Sandevinst's writings, the reader may want to consult the following, all published by Potemkin Editions. Chu sce chu une politique marxiste. 1978. Unbilan de mai 68, 1978. Notes de travail sur le post-Leninisme, 1980. Part I. The Place of the Subjective. January 7, 1975. Everything that belongs to a whole constitutes an obstacle to this whole insofar as it is included in it. Old Hegel split in two: scission, determination, limits place and outplaced deviations on the right and left. 1. There are two dialectical matrices in Hegel. This is what turns the famous story of the shell and the kernel into such a dubious enigma. It is the kernel itself that is cracked, as in those peaches that are furthermore so irritating to eat, whose hard internal object quickly cracks between one's teeth into two pivoting halves. In the peach there is still a kernel of the kernel, the bitter almond-shaped nut of its reproduction as a tree. But out of Hegel's division, we will draw no secondary unity, not even one stamped with bitterness. We must understand what Lenin repeated a bit all over the place, the retrospective good news that Hegel is a materialist. It is worthless merely to oppose an acceptable, dialectical kernel to an abominable, idealistic shell. The dialectic, inasmuch as it is the law of being, is necessarily materialist. If Hegel touched upon it, he must have been a materialist. His other side will be that of an idealist dialectic, in a single word, which has nothing real about it, not even in the register of an inverted symbolic indication, standing on its head, as Marx said. So at the heart of the Hegelian dialectic we must disentangle two processes, two concepts of movement, and not just one proper view of becoming that would have been corrupted by a subjective system of knowing. Thus, a dialectical matrix covered by the term of alienation, the idea of a simple term which unfolds itself in its becoming other, in order to come back to itself as an achieved concept. B. A dialectical matrix whose operator is size Zion, and whose theme is that there is no unity that is not split. There is not the least bit of return into itself, nor any connection between the final and the inaugural. Not even integral communism as the return, after the exteriorization into the state, to the concept of which primitive communism would be the simple immediacy. Yet things are far from being so simple. 2. Let us begin with an empty notion, at once limited and prodigiously general, the notion of the something, which is the first form of being there in Hegel's logic. Hegel's objective, with his something, is nothing less than to give rise to the dialectic of the one and the many, of the infinite and the finite, that is, the principle of what we orthodox Marxists call quantitative accumulation, which, as everyone knows, is reputed to produce a qualitative leap. The mystery, moreover, is that all of this in Hegel's logic can be found under the heading of quality, which in the order of exposition precedes quantity. However, it is Hegel who is right, as always, because nothing can be said of the one without engaging the qualitative and force. This is why one of the objectives of what we are saying here is to establish that the famous leap from the quantitative to the qualitative, far from being the measure that makes all the thermometers explode, includes the effect of a subject. Hegel in any case is at pains to engender the multiple, the denumerable, insofar as his idealist propensity pushes him always to obtain everything on the basis of a simple term. How can the multiple proceed from the one, and from the one alone? This is a question as old as philosophy, but it has always held more punch for someone who claims to historicize the whole, instead of merely giving us the law of its fixed order. Already with the Church Fathers, those great founders of conceptual history, it was necessary to account for the fact that God, the absolute form of the one, was able to pulverize a universe of such lasting multiplicity. To prove God by the marvels of nature from the frog to the unicorn, except that the unicorn rather proves the existence of the devil, is one thing, to prove the marvels of nature by God is much more complicated, since God is necessarily the marvel of marvels. Hegel is the modern conjurer of this ecclesiastical question. Instead of saying that there is creation of the whole by the one, Hegel will show that the whole is the history of the one, so that the space of the multiple is the effect of the time required for the concept. For the coup de force of the miraculous creator, he substitutes the work, the suffering, and the circular duration of a kind of self-exposure, through which the Absolute arrives at the completely unfolded contemplation of itself. And it is this journey through the galleries of the one that is the whole of the world. Of course, the initial coup de force that is thus glossed over shows up again in every subsequent paragraph. Just as it makes the heavy machinery of the global system advance, it is the very accumulation of these arbitrary local decrees that everywhere gives form to the acute and partial framework of Hegel's materialism. 3. From the start, Hegel does not posit the something all on its own, but the difference between something and something other, etwas and anders. What is thus recognized is that no dialectic is conceivable if it does not presuppose division. It is the two that gives its concept to the one, and not the other way around. Naturally, there are all sorts of contortions on Hegel's part that serve to mask this recognition. Everything happens especially in the first edition from 1812, which is the most idealist because the old Hegel, contrary to what is sometimes said, always holds on to a reality principle as if the something else were the postposition of the something, its categorial becoming. But this is a smokescreen. In fact, Hegel is going to study the size Zion of the something in a movement that is pre-structured by a first size Zion, which is in a way hidden because it is essentially repetitive. It is what repeats the something in the position of itself as other, as something Gother. This is exactly the operation of the very beginning of the logic, where being and nothing are the same thing posited twice. Here, too, one can track down the becoming split of a category only because one gives oneself, whether secretly or publicly, this minimal primary differential, 2 times 1. I say that it is the same thing posited twice because alterity has here no qualitative support. We are, if you will, at the dawn of the qualitative, at its structural skeleton. This only differs from that by the statement of the difference, by the literal placement. One could name this infamous stasis of the contradiction the index-ical stasis. There is A, and there is a P, read, A as such and A in another place, namely, the place P distributed by the space of placement, or P. It is the same A twice named, twice placed. This will more than suffice for them to corrupt one another. For you can consider A either in its pure, closed identity, or in its index-ical difference from its second occurrence. A is itself, but it is also its power of repetition, the legibility of itself at a distance from itself, the fact that at a place, P, the other place, it is still A itself that is read, albeit other than there where it stands, even if it is nowhere, since it is seen there too. Hegel names these two determinations the something in itself and the something for the other. The something, as a pure category, is the unity of these two determinations, the movement of their duality. This is proof that in order to think anything at all, something no matter what, it must be split in two. What is the meaning of the something in itself and the something for the other? Pure identity and placed identity, the letter and the space in which it is marked, theory and practice. The givenness of minimal difference, something and something else, necessarily contracts into the fixed term of the difference, the thing, whether it be some or else. A, we said, and A is the thing, is at the same time A and AP, whereby AP is the generic term for any placement of A. Indeed, this can be apt, APZ, AP. With all the pi, P2, Pn, belonging, for example, to P. This is what we will see later on. There are an infinity of places. AP is A in the general singular of placement. Now, it is always in this way that A presents itself, it is always placed, and refuses itself, because, as placed, it is never only itself, A, but also its place, AP. Furthermore, This is true of anything whatsoever, of something in general, of such and such a thing. We must thus posit a constitutive size Zion, A equals. The index, P, refers back to the space of placement P, the site of any possible reduplication of A. Note that this does not have to be spatial or geometrical, a reduplication can be temporal, or even fictive. What Hegel does not state clearly is that, fundamentally, the true initial contrary of the something, A, is not something else, not even the same A placed, AP. No, the true but camouflaged contrary of A is the space of placement P, it is that which delegates the index. The givenness of A as being itself split into its pure being, A. Its being placed, AP. Heidegger would say, into its ontological being and its ontic being, is the effect on A of the contradiction between its pure identity and the structured space to which it belongs, between its being and the whole. The dialectic divides A based upon the contradiction between A and P, between the existent and its place. It is this contradiction, whose latent theme is Mullarmeen, nothing will have taken place except the place, which, introjected into A, founds its effective being as size Zion. All of this is too much of an anticipation, because the contradiction between A and P opposes a force to a system of places, and we have not reached that point yet. Let me throw just a little flash of light, one that moreover is perfectly excessive. The true contrary of the proletariat is not the bourgeoisie. It is the bourgeois world, imperialist society, of which the proletariat, let this be noted, is a notorious element, as the principal productive force and as the antagonistic political pole. The famous contradiction of bourgeoisie/proletariat is a limited, structural scheme that loses track of the torsion of the whole of which the proletariat qua subject traces the force. To say proletariat and bourgeoisie is to remain within the bounds of the Hegelian artifice, something and something else. Why? Because the project of the proletariat, its internal being, is not to contradict the bourgeoisie, or to cut its feet from under it. This project is communism, and nothing else. That is, the abolition of any place in which something like a proletariat can be installed. The political project of the proletariat is the disappearance of the space of the placement of classes. It is the loss, for the historical something, of every index of class. You will say, and what about socialism? Socialism where, in fact, bourgeoisie and proletariat are more than ever at loggerheads, including in the guise of unprecedented revolutions, the cultural revolutions. Socialism does not exist. It is a name for an obscure arsenal of new conditions in which the capitalism/communism contradiction becomes somewhat clarified. Socialism designates a shifting mutation of the space of the placement of classes. Socialism is P in the place of P. If there is a major point in Marxism, which this century confirms almost to the level of disgust, it is that we should certainly not inflate the question of socialism, of the construction of socialism. The serious affair, the precise affair, is communism. This is why, all along, politics stands in a position of domination over the state, and cannot be reduced to it. And you will never reduce all of this to the binary poverty of the contradiction, term against term, of proletariat/bourgeoisie. Marxism begins beyond this contradiction. 4. With Hegel we thus posit the size Zion A equals, AAP, the effect of the completely veiled conflictual relation between A and the distributor of places to which it is connected. Everything that exists is thus at the same time itself and itself according to its place. Now Hegel says that what determines the split term, what gives it the singularity of its existence, is not of course A, the generic term closed in on itself, indifferent to any dialectic. It is rather AP, A according to the effect of the whole into which it is inscribed. Consider, for example, that if the working class is internally split, including during those heady times marked by mass movements, between the onset of its true political identity, on one hand, and, on the other, its latent corruption by bourgeois or imperialist ideas and practices, then it is surely owing to the effect of that which still disposes it in a whole, whether national or global, governed by capital and empires. This is what holds together two otherwise so contrary paths in the practical unity of an uprising, and which makes of the pure emergence of itself a process of purification in the divisible contact with its opposite. This is true even under socialism. In 1967, in China, armed factions resist in all the large factories. Mao declares, nothing essential divides the working class. Does this amount to the factual observation of a fixed place? No. This is a directive for combat, meaning that the proletariat must take the lead of the revolution, and that such is the historical guiding thread it must hold onto for its unity, that is, for its existence, as political class. All that is relates to itself at a distance from itself owing to the place where it is. If A equals AAP, this is determined by the index-equal effect of P on A. We will thus write AP, AAP, as the first notation of the determination of the size Zion, the first algorithm of the unity of opposites. In other words, what Hegel calls Bestimmung. Bestimmung is, in turn, divided by what it unifies. It is a major strength of the dialectic to grasp how the one of the unity of contraries supports contrariness in its very being. Let us begin with our example. The practical, historical, working class is always the contradictory unity of itself as proletariat and of its specific bourgeois inversion. Today, modern revisionism, the PCF, the trade unions, everything that organizes the rallying of the working class to imperialist society, or even to the idea of leading this class for the direct benefit of the working aristocracy, partially authorized by bureaucratic state capitalism. This unity of opposites is determined, in the sense of the Hegelian Bestimmung, by the general bourgeois space, which bears the possible unity of the politically active, Marxist, proletariat and of the working class as place of the new state bureaucratic bourgeoisie, revisionism. Thus, A equals the working class, P equals contemporary imperialist society. This gives us AP equals modern revisionism, and the algorithm, A, AP, AAP, in which is indicated that what determines the dialectical actuality of the proletariat today is its internal purification from modern revisionism. But what does determination mean? Two things. On the one hand, that the combative Marxist core of the working class is determined by the new revisionist bourgeoisie. This is dialectical determination in the strong sense, which can be written AP, A. On the other hand, that revisionism, in the final analysis, and more so, is never anything but the specific and homogeneous form, adapted to the working class, of the general bourgeois and imperialist space, or P. In the struggle to purify itself of this, the proletariat unmasks, this is the authorized term, the part of itself that is engaged in revisionism, and posits it as an integral part of the external antagonistic term, which, as we saw, is not the bourgeoisie but imperialist society of which the PCF, the unions, and so on, are the modern, effective, and active standard bearers. As such, determination only repeats the space of placement, the general ALTERID P of which P is the index for A. We will write, AP equals P. This is a sort of dead branch of the dialectical process, the reminder that the determination of the size Zion A, AAP, originates from the fact that A only exists in the side P. This is the inert, divisible part of the total determination, with the other part, marked AP, A, truly being the intimate core of the determination for A. In general, we can say that the determination of any split existent is distributive. Does Hegel really speak of these dead branches of the process? Absolutely. He calls them relapses, Rückfall. They are the shadow cast by the place in its pure, evocative dimension. Determination, on the other hand, is the new. We thus obtain, at this stage, the following great dialectical concepts, endowed with an absolutely general ontological import. A. Difference of itself from itself, A and AP, commanded by the contradiction between force A and the space of placement P, of which AP is the index-ical instance for A. An important point to note is that it is the contradiction that commands difference, and not the other way around. B. Size Zion as the only form of existence of the something in general, A equals, AAP. C. Determination as unity of the size Zion, thinkable only from the indexed term, and not from the pure term AP, AAP. D. The size Zion of the determination according to what it determines. Determination of the new, AP, A. Relapse, AP, AP, equals P. The essence of the relapse is the space of placement, the place. A remark on terminology: if one opposes force to place, as I shall continually do, it will always be more homogeneous to say space of placement to designate the action of the structure. It would be even better to forge the terms place. If, on the contrary, one says place, which is more molar mean, we will need to say, in the Lacanian manner, place holding or lieutenancy for place. But force is then heterogeneous to designate the a-structural topological side. It would be more appropriate to say, the outplace. The dialectic, in the sawdust-filled arena of the categorical combat, is the outplace against the splace. 5. The relapse is the inert negative of strict determination only if AP, A, includes a specific resistance of the term A to allowing itself to be exhaustively determined by its index-ical instance AP. If not, AP, A, would be swallowed up in AP. In other words, there would only be relapses. This is the principle of structuralism in all its forms. But neither I nor Hegel are structuralists. I think, for example, that, in its antagonistic determination that is specific to the new revisionist bourgeoisie, the proletariat emerges as a positive newness. This happens, timidly, during May 68 in France, and, with great uproar, in January 1967 in China for instance, in the guise of a thoroughly transformed Marxism, Maoism. The interiority proper to a thus comes to determine the determination. After all, in the Cultural Revolution, it is the people in revolt who designate the new bureaucratic bourgeoisie as the global determination of the revolutionary antagonism itself. Unless what is new in the dialectical process is annulled in the pure relapse into P, the place or space of placements, it is thus necessary to posit a determination of the determination, namely, A, AP, A. This is a process of torsion, by which force reapplies itself to that from which it conflictually emerges. The determination of the determination splits itself in a distributive manner just as much as the determination does. Indeed, it can be a simple reaffirmation of the pure identity of A, that is, a pure emergence of itself, against, but outside of, determination, and this in a strict parallelism to the relapse into P. Thus, a revolt without a future that would pit the combative fraction of the working class against the new bourgeoisie of the PCF and the Union solely in the name of lost purity, hence against the treason of the PCF without perceiving the internal newness of the new bourgeois phenomenon. This is largely what happened in May 68, leading many to dream either of a renewed PCF or of a working class repurified following the school example of its great ancestors of the 19th century. The intimate force of A is thus called upon again in the illusory repetition of its closure onto itself and in the inability actively to support the determination. There is the deviation to the right, which leads back to the objective brutality of the place P in order to deny the possibility of the new inherent in the old. But there is also the ineluctable deviation to the left, which vindicates the original and intact purity of force while denying, so to speak, the old inherent in the new, that is, determination. The schemas for these two deviations are AP equals P, and A equals A. But if what is at stake is not this reconvocation of essential origins, it is the effective process of the limitation of determination, the work of force on place, the differential of it turning back upon its own indexation in order to reduce its necessary import. This is AP, the direct, limiting application of the efficacy of A onto the determination that it is. Everything that is of a place comes back to that part of itself that is determined by it in order to displace the place, to determine the determination, and to cross the limit. Hegel gives the name of limit, Grenz, to this counter-process, which must be understood in the sense of the limitation of bourgeois right, nothing less, for example, than the reduction of the gaps between intellectual and manual labor, city and countryside, agriculture and industry. Limit and limitation are the essence of the labor of the positive. Everything that belongs to a whole is an obstacle to this whole insofar as it is included in it. Point 4. This is why totalitarianism does not exist. It is a pure, structural figuration without any historical reality. It is the idea that in this world only the necessary rightist relapse and the impotent suicidal leftism exist. It is AP, or A, intermittently, that is, P and A in their inoperative exteriority. The state and the plebs. But the true terms of all historical life are rather AP, determination, and AP, the limit, terms by which the whole affirms itself without closure, and the element includes itself therein without abolishing itself. Action, manner of the subject. January 14, 1975. Structural synthesis of a dialectical sequence. The Father and the Son, consubstantial Gnostics and Arians, councils and congresses, circularity and periodization. Everything must be taken up again from scratch. 1. You can see below the schema of any dialectical fragment whatsoever, such as we deduced it last time from the chapter on the something in Hegel's logic. We must clearly understand that the contradiction A/P is only given as a structural horizon. It always opposes a term to its place. Any contradiction is fundamentally asymmetrical, in that one of the terms sustains a relation of inclusion to the other. The including term, which is to say the place, the space of placement, is named, particularly by Mao, the dominant term, or the principal aspect of the contradiction. The one that is included, for its part, is the subject of the contradiction. It is subjected to the other, and it is the one that receives the mark, the stamp, the index. It is A that is indexed in AP according to P. The inverse makes no sense. Does Hegel say this? No. Hegel conceals the principle of dissymmetry. Or, rather, he links it back to the idea of an integral whole that would retrospectively index each sequence. We shall come back to this. Rigorously speaking, contradiction does not exist. How could it exist, since to exist, to exist, is precisely to be something, that is, to support the scission effect of which contradiction is the cause. Contradiction is a pure, structural principle. It insists in the index P of A, it marks the repetition of A, but nowhere do you have a real, existing conflict between A and P as constituted and isolatable terms. P, the space for all isolation and all repetition, cannot be isolated any more than it can be repeated. A, the outplace, is repeatable only as split by inclusion in the splace. Contradiction has no other mode of existence but size Zion. In concrete, militant philosophy, it is thus indispensable to announce that there is only one law of the dialectic, one divides into two. Such is the principle of observable facts and of action. What does the opposition of imperialist society and the revolutionary people amount to in the order of facts? It is the political division of the people, because the two modes of politics, bourgeois and proletarian, possess reality only insofar as each one of them organizes the people on its own terms. A politics without people, not based in a structured mass, does not exist. Thus, the principal contradiction in a country like France, between the proletariat and imperialist society, between proletarian politics and bourgeois politics, a contradiction, it must, he said, still completely embryonic in its form, has no effective content other than the historical movement of the division of the people. This is why the strong and fully deployed existence of the political proletariat can never do without the revolutionary civil war. This is why it is always essential to pay attention not only to the state bourgeoisie, but also to the civil bourgeoisie and its tight popular ramifications. We must repeat with force that the existence in action of the contradiction between splace and outplace, whatever they are, is the size Zion of the outplace. Size Zion is that by which the term is included in the place as out of place. There is no other content to the idea of contradiction. 2. Regarding my examples, some could voice the suspicion that all these dialectical algorithms and theorems stand in a relation of absolute dependence to the contents which they organize: the proletariat, imperialist society, revisionism, and so on, and that this is a syntax of little interest from the moment that the semantics of it is forced. To this I will object. Primo, that this is a matter of indifference to me. Because as a Marxist, I in fact posit that the contents drain the forms, and not the other way around. What is certain is that the dialectical formulations are rooted in an explicit political practice. Secondo, that this is not true. The model on which Hegel implicitly works is Christianity. And I will establish right away the appropriateness of this theological model. Take P as the splace of the finite, and A, God as infinite, hence, as radical out of place. As such, this contradictory duality has no dialectical meaning, and thus no meaning at all. What gives it meaning is its historicization in size Zion, which makes the infinite exist in the finite. Therein lies the necessary stroke of genius of Christianity. For this to happen, God, A, is indexed, AP, as specific outplace of the splace of the finite. This is the principle of the incarnation. God becomes man. God divides into himself, the Father, and himself placed in the finite, the Son. A is the Father, and AP the Son, that historic Son by whom God exists. God thus occurs as size Zion of the outplace. A equals God equals Father/Son, a size Zion that the Council of Nicaea, the first of the great modern politico-ideological conferences in history, will designate as sole existence as unity of opposites in the well-known dialectical axiom, the Son is consubstantial with the Father. From this starting point, our dialectical fragment unfolds in its entirety. AP, A, designates the determination of the infinite identity of God by its marking in the splace of the finite. The radically of this determination is the passion, God qua Son dies. The infinite climbs up the Calvary. AP, designates the counter-determination, the limit of death, by the infinity of the Father. The Son is resurrected and rejoins, ascension, the Father's bosom, which represents a figurative outplace. The consubstantial duality Son/Father, that is, the incarnation, the death of the infinite, the passion, and its non-death, the resurrection, are the immediate theological contents of size Zion, determination, and limit. At the end of this redemptive adventure, you find in heaven a God who reconciles in himself, in his historical self-unfolding, the finite and the infinite. And on earth, what subsists is only the simple empty trace of the completed process, namely, the tomb of Christ, about which Hegel mysteriously symbolizing the effacement of the trace, the abolition of the abolished, will say that consciousness has learned from experience that the grave of its actual unchangeable being has no actuality, ph 132. Except for this funereal, aleatory waste, to which Mallarmé will consecrate so many of his poems, the affair here comes full circle. The ascensional limit redistributes the splace and the outplace in the fusion of glory. Seated to his own right side, God, the Son, is no more than the immutable intercessor for the tribunal of God, the Father. The revolution is dissolved into the state. The splace, for its part, declares this lure of being illuminated from within by force, as for those who fetishize the socialist state. Such a stopping point and such a circle are only the advantages of the imaginary and of theology. To enjoy them to the fullest, the heretics must be burned. Which is, it must be admitted, quite real. 3. Indeed, our relapses to the right and left have obviously marked the whole ideological history of Christianity. AP equals P is the reconvocation of the purely finite identity of the Son, the rejection of any torsion in the splace of the world. These are the heresies that underline unilaterally the humanity of Christ, his exteriority to divine transcendence. In short, the heresies that give in to the objective heteronomy of the finite and the infinite, and break with the axiom of Nicaea that God is the split identity of Father and Son. For Arianism, in fact, the Son is only the first in the hierarchy of beings that the Father engenders. Naturally, this rationalist deviation to the right annuls the essence of the Christian dialectical proposition. Symmetrically, those who posit the reconvocation a equals a unilaterally unfold the divine infinity, and reduce the determination that is, the death of God as the finitude of the infinite, the passion of Christ, to being nothing but a semblance, an appearance. The first in history of a long list of Gnostic heresies, Docetism, posits that the Son is absolutely divine, which prohibits him from having a real body, from truly dying on the cross, from having a sexed and precarious being. It is only in appearance, for the fable's revelatory virtue, that God took on the figure of the finite. Gnostic radically maintains an ironclad divergence between the original purity of the Divine Father and the blemishes of sex, the world, and death. If God comes to haunt the world in order to indicate the true way, he cannot establish himself therein in his essence. Obsessed by the pure and the original and violently inclined toward Manichaeism, this ultra-leftist heresy blocks the dialectical fecundity of the message just as much as the rational and peaceful hierarchical ordering proposed by the Arians. In this respect, Hegel helps us establish the rule of the orthodoxies against the objective recurrence of the splice, Arianism, right-wing opportunism, as well as against the fanaticism of the outplace, Gnosticism, left-wing opportunism. Against Luscheokai and economic objectivity, against Linbiao and ideological fanaticism. Gnostics and Arians have not finished obstructing and nourishing the path of the new. Every party congress, like every council, speaks out against them. 4. Let us take a close look at the dialectical fragment in its religious instance. The following schema is in fact circular, since at the end of it all we obtain only the pure size Zion of the Father and the Son as integral concept of the redemptive absolute. AP ultimately does not exceed A equals AAP, it only leads back to it. This is one of the great problems of our dialectical fragment. How does it continue? Where are we going? After all, the limit is not, and cannot be, only the result concept of size Zion. The proletariat, subjectively constituted, is not the accomplishment of the internal concept of the bourgeoisie. Maoism cannot be reduced to the concept of revisionism. We do not sit on the right side of the Father. Hegel, on this point, must be divided once again. He must be divided in terms of the procedures he proposes for looping back the whole process. To be brief, we will oppose materialist periodization to idealist circularity. In order to put this opposition to work, let us place ourselves in the echo of three Hegelian statements. A. The objective element, into which conscience exposes itself qua acting, is nothing other than the self's pure knowledge of itself, ph 481-2, transmodified. B. The absolute idea has shown itself to be the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea, L 824. C. Action is the first inherent size Zion of the simple unity of the concept and the return out of the size Zion, ph 482, transmodified. Where do these three statements converge? They gesture toward the idea that action is what shows itself when one is in the vicinity of completion. The Hegelian absolute, which is the name of the procedure of looping back the dialectical process, turns out to be the fusion of the process as concept and the process as effectuation. When in any active reality the reflection upon its own history comes to the surface, it is because this reality has run its course. There is nothing left but to absolve it, the absolute gives it its blessing. This is the reason why Minerva's bird, the owl of patient knowledge, only takes flight at dusk, with its silent wing saluting the contrary light of the truth. If it does take flight, however, it is so as to go eat some mice. But where then is the mouse in the absolving benediction of the Absolute? This is where Hegel vacillates, namely, in the vicinity of this rock that we Marxists call the primacy of practice, and Lacan the real. A rock, let us specify this right away, which is neither clear nor obviously marked, and which is entirely similar to the one that Mallarmé talks about in A Dice Throw, some rock / a false manner / suddenly / evaporated in mist / which laid / a limit on the infinite, cp 175, transmodified. Which gesture is evaporated in the mists, manner of the subject, if not the rare action about which nobody knows anything other than the real that it changes, the effect which unrepresents it, the infinite of the dream at last delimited. At issue is the irreducibility of action. Hegel is standing on both edges of the knife, two dialectical matrices, as always. The general idea is that a dialectical sequence approaches its closure when the practical process carries its theory in its own wake, when it possesses in itself the active clarity of its temporal trace. But this can be taken in two senses. Either in the sense of the theological circularity which, presupposing the absolute in the seeds of the beginning, leads back to this very beginning once all the stages of its effectuation, its alienation, its going outside itself, and so on, are unfolded. Thus, the dead Son reintegrated into the divisible immanence of the Father completes the world concept of the Christian God, which is the holiness of the Spirit. Or in the sense of the pure passage from one sequence to the other, in an irreconcilable, unsuturable lag, where the truth of the first stage gives itself to begin with only as the condition of the second as fact, without leading back to anything other than the unfolding of this fact. In the periodizing, or spiraled, view, we are allowed to say that the second sequence sets in when the conditions for the theoretical assessment of the first are accumulated. However, we must add that the very existence of this assessment is purely practical. All that is needed is for one of the terms of the new contradiction, the one whose outplace the splace was unable to keep hold of, to become the bearer of the intelligibility of the preceding sequence. It is here, we shall see later on, that it comes about as subject. But, of course, the emphasis then falls entirely on discontinuity, even on failure. Thus, Lenin's Bolshevik Party is certainly the active bearer of an assessment of the failures of the Paris Commune. This is what Lenin seals by dancing in the snow when power is held in Moscow in 1917 for one day longer than had been the case in Paris in 1871. It is the rupture of October that periodizes the Paris Commune, turning a page in the history of the world. And what took place was the party as subject. It is the least of things to say, with Hegel, that it exposes itself qua acting or that it is the first scission from the Mensheviks, no doubt. To say that it is the unity of the practical and the theoretical idea is what will be repeated ad nauseam in the time of Stalin. The party is the fusion of Marxist theory and the real workers' movement. But that still does not work out quite yet. It does not work out very well. Because in all this, we have produced only one term of the new sequence, the one that detains the balance sheet of the preceding sequence. And, thus isolated, it is the Hegelian absolute, now no longer the outplace of a splace, but quite properly the space of places. Indeed, circularity is nothing other than the fact of this annulment. The outplace finds a space in the place. How to think of the gap between the periodization and the circle without producing a pure center? Throughout the world the Third International has sung the paean of the just and glorious parties, simply because they were the party. At the stage where we are at, that of the cultural revolutions, we see better what a rat's nest the party of the Third International can also be, to the point where it becomes exemplarily unjust and without glory, in the form of the new bureaucratic state bourgeoisie. The underlying philosophy for accepting such trajectories amounts to positing the splace as the general foundation of the dialectic, of which the outplace is the motor, but only fictively speaking. The place from which the outplace was excluded, the index from which it was purified, comes back to it at the end of the journey. Then the mystery of lack is retrospectively unveiled. Within the splace there was the unaffected, supernumerary index, which the outplace turns to its advantage at the end. There was the right hand of the Father, as invisible place from which the outplace took its appearance of the excluded, whereas in its essence it is much rather the founder of all inclusion. Now, nothing in the real corresponds to this machinery. Nobody has ever encountered such circles, without their failing and their inflating at the same time being the ironic stigmata of their scant reality. May this serve as an invitation, once this structural trajectory is completed and now that Hegel has been given the proper salute, for us to take things up again from zero. For we must think periodization through to the end. We must keep steadily out of place. This is not feasible without the redoubling of the place by that which is no longer of its order and which is no longer spatially figurable. That is to say, force after place. The real is the impasse of formalization. Formalization is the place of the forced pass of the real. February 4, 1975. 1. Multiple. 2. What is a contradiction, base and motor? 1. Dialectics states that there is the two, and intends to infer the one from it as a moving division. Metaphysics posits the one, and forever gets tangled up in deriving from it the two. There are others, like Deleuze, who posit the multiple, which is never more than a semblance, since positing the multiple amounts to presupposing the one as substance and excluding the two from it. The ontology of the multiple is a veiled metaphysics. Its mainspring comes from Spinoza. First, affirmative substance, then the multiple that unfolds itself in the latter without ever becoming equal to it, and whose unifying nature one can pretend to have bracketed. This is only a feint. In the case of Spinoza, who is truly great, the spectre of the two passes through the attributes, thought and extension. But in accordance with the beginning, this apparition must be rescinded. An absolutely infinite being is necessarily defined as an entity which consists of infinite attributes. The fact that human beings have access to the true only by the adequate connection of the idea and the thing, ultimately of the soul and the body, and can think substance only in the double attributive infinity of extension and thought, attests exclusively to their limitation. This too is an impairment of the multiple. The presupposed one only has the effect of the integral, infinite multiplicity, the infinity of infinites. It is at this price that the Cartesian problematic of the subject can be made to disappear, something for which Althusser so strongly credited Spinoza. For me, this process without a subject of the multiple is the pinnacle of the one. We have deduced the there is the two from Hegel, all negation set aside, according to the term and its index of placement, according to the outplace and the splace. And we hit upon a circle. If the two depends only on the division between the thing and the placed thing, we certainly engender the precious process of size Zion, determination and limit, but only to wind up occupying the impasse of the return to self, to discover that either we are stopped up, or we have to assume the inaugural presence of the result, the secret lack towards which everything moves. We are in a theodicy. How is it that the real passes beyond? How is it that it periodizes, rather than running in circles? To encircle is said of barrels, and before it was said of suitcases. The voyage of the real is sometimes without baggage, and, according to St. Luke, the old cask does not exclude the new wine that must be poured into it. If, as Lacan says, the real is the impasse of formalization, as we saw when we ran up against the limit as return, we must venture from this point that formalization is the impasse of the real. The algorithm scission determination limit, with its deviations to the right and to the left, is the truth of the structural dialectical sequence, but only up to the point where this impeccable formalism is summed up in the do not trespass that orders a return. We need a theory of the pass of the real, in the breach opened up by formalization. Here, the real is no longer only what can be lacking from its place, but what passes through by force. And there is no other way of grasping this excess than to return to the two. 2. What is a contradiction? We shall break the concept down into 3 parts, a work in which Mao will be our guide. 1. A contradiction is first of all some two, that is, a difference. Difference will be strong or weak, depending on whether its terms are violently heterogeneous, or merely distinct. The weakest difference is precisely that of places, the one that P distributes between APT and APT. Or, better yet, it lies in the gap of writing, between A and A, that is, the same name twice and, thus, other than itself. The strongest difference does not exist. This is a case, familiar from Leibniz, in which there exists a minimum, but no maximum. Relative to the conflictual field, the major difference is that in which one of the terms affirms itself only by destroying the other, not only in its manifestation, in the way a true discourse destroys a false discourse, but in its support, in the way the proletariat destroys the bourgeoisie, all the while destroying itself, by the way, which is a point worth noting to which we will have occasion to return. This is what Mao calls an antagonistic contradiction. A contradiction does not concern a numerical, indifferent two, but the two connected in division, the two linked in a process. Difference is implicated qua correlation. This is the principle of the unity of opposites, which does not register any fusion of the two into a third, but posits the one of the movement of the two, the one of their effective divergence. The minimal correlation lies in observing the size Zion, the pure and simple position of the two as a processual unity. That is, this is one contradiction, a unity of opposites, this too is the division in the act of the one. Much stronger is the correlation contained in the theme of the struggle of opposites, which designates a process of destruction that engages the identity of each term in the dislocation from the one from which it splits off. Struggle means correlation as the ruin of the one. The simple class contradiction is a permanent structural fact, which can be mapped economically. Weak correlation, the class struggle is a process under particular conditions, entirely political in essence, which is not deducible from the simple weak correlation. To confuse the class contradiction with the class struggle, to practice the correlative indistinction of the contradiction, is the philosophical tendency of economism, of workerism, of somniferous Marxism for the lecture hall. A contradiction is not the equilibrium of the two, but on the contrary the law of its inequality. The principle of dissymmetry is essential. Mao concentrates this in the doctrine of the principal aspect of the contradiction. Asymmetry itself can be merely an invariance of position, one term is dominant, another subjugated. One term fixes the game of assigned places, the other must subject itself to it. However, the fully developed version of the theory of the principal aspect is the one that considers the transformations. The essence in becoming of the asymmetry is the inversion, not the invariance, of position. It is the advent, centered on the outplace, of a splace overthrown. It is the logic of reversal, not that of inclusion. Thus, in its three components difference, correlation, and position, the concept of contradiction is made divisible. We can legitimately inscribe in it a dialectical bipolarity, according to whether the contradiction is weak, structural, or strong, historical. This is recapitulated in the following table. Every real dialectical process entangles a structural contradiction and a historical contradiction, affecting the same terms. The second is anchored in the first. This anchorage, purely metaphorical, at the point where we are now, is the nodal point of the question of the subject. 3. Take for instance the political subject. It will require several more months in order for us to find clarity in this. Let us build a portico in the style of the 19th century. What characterizes a capitalist society as such? The question can be handled in terms of two universal contradictions, with universal here meaning nothing other than the historical course, today still prehistorical, of humanity under which some ordinary social body can be subsumed. The contradiction, called fundamental, between productive forces and social relations of production. The contradiction, called principle, between the antagonistic social classes. The specification of the fundamental contradiction gives us a definition constructed in the following manner: capitalist is any social formation in which the private appropriation of the means of production tends to constitute a barrier to the necessary and growing socialization of the productive forces. Under capitalism, the competitive dispersion of property, the multiplicity of subjects' profits, enters into a restrictive collision with the process of the organic concentration of the means of production. There you have, the classics say in one voice, what constitutes the base of the social history of humanity. All the rest is superstructure. The specification of the principal contradiction provides us with an entirely different definition of capitalism. Capitalist is any society in which the central class conflict, the one that organizes political life, opposes the bourgeoisie to the proletariat. Such is, the classics state unanimously, the motor of the social history of humanity. The rest is ideology. Base and motor. Two contradictions, two definitions, a single object capitalism and a single doctrine Marxism. This would be an aporia, except that the working class forms a knot. The class plays an active part both in the first definition, where it is the principal productive force, and in the second, where, in the guise of its political unity and under the name thus conquered of the proletariat, it confronts the bourgeoisie. Thus, the definition of capitalism ultimately leads to the divided definition of the working class. This confirms that any society whatsoever is indeed defined by the split identity that pertains to its real subject, which makes a knot therein. We are only apparently confronted with the choice of saying that the working class is designated either as a place in the relations of production or as the concentration of all antagonism to the bourgeoisie. Taken in isolation, the first designation leads directly to the result that the class, which would exist only in the factory, confines its subjectivization to the gloomy protestations of trade unionism, or its variants. The second, antagonism, detached from all anchoring in the process of production, makes one believe that cutting open the belly of an empirical bourgeois with the tip of the terrorist pick weakens the dictatorship of capital. In truth, terrorism and trade unionism are the heads and tails of the dialectic abolished by no dice throw whatsoever. They are separate in identical ways. Class, apprehended according to the dialectical division of its dialecticity, means partisan political action anchored in the productive historicity of the masses. I repeat, it is fitting to think of class as antagonistic party and as productive mass in revolt. The whole point is to know how all this works together, because it is this working together that is class. This entails nothing less than to make the rectifiable singularity of politics rise up in the real movement of history. Productive place and antagonistic politics, worker and proletarian, history and politics, here one will recognize the structural and historical sides of our table, in their subjective complicity. This becomes clear if one refers back to the two inaugural contradictions. The fundamental contradiction relations of production/productive forces only reveals to us the arrangements of places, quantities, and invariants. In itself, this contradiction, which is tendential, does not reverse anything. It is the structural side of things. For its part, the principal contradiction bourgeoisie/proletariat has all the attributes of history. Strong difference, the subjective project of the proletariat, that is, communism, cannot be represented by the bourgeoisie. Class struggle, and not a simple binary distribution of the social. Reversible asymmetry, within the problematic of the revolution. The fully deployed thought of capitalist society organizes the subjective unity of the structural and the historical in the action of the proletariat, tying together the contradiction of contradictions from productive force to class party in which the dialectic is fulfilled. Any subject whatsoever, and first of all we ourselves, when it occurs to us to come into being as subjects which, fortunately, is quite rare, require the stumbling encounter of the base and the motor. As for knowing which one of the two is the principal or the fundamental, the motor or the base, we can orient our thinking by meditating on this sentence from Lenin: politics is the concentration of the economy. 9. Even, I would say, when it is a matter of libidinal economy, the economy of the drives. Every subject is political. This is why there are few subjects and rarely any politics. March 4, 1975. The enigma of correlation force, from active/reactive to qualitative expansion, the whole, force, and the interior/exterior entanglement. 1. We focus our efforts on the correlation, which is the enigma of contradiction. You can sense that correlation, insofar as it unites the opposites, introduces a contradiction within the contradiction. Lenin says that the whole notion of the dialectic is summed up in the principle of the unity of opposites. This is true enough. Only, by limiting oneself to this formula, one places the whole dialectic precisely in a frame that denies it. After all, when taken too firmly in their unity, the contraries reveal only a secondary contrariness between them, a contraried contrariness. Note that if we remain on this structural side of the enigma, the latter dissolves, which is quite agreeable. Correlation designates, then, nothing other than the two as such. You have the one, insofar as you have only this two. That is, based on the simple inspection of the space and of what it keeps outside of itself, out of place, you posit the unity of the process as exclusion. There is this, of which that is not. The obvious objection is that on this account, the one of the contradiction is quite uniformly reabsorbed into the one of the space. This is exactly like saying that the unity of the contradiction bourgeoisie/proletariat poses no problem, since it is the historical being of bourgeois society, which is in fact governed by this contradiction. As outplace, the proletariat comes to be of a piece with the place. The one of its unity with the other is the other as whole. Put differently, the unity of the signifying chain where the Lacanian subject shows up, insofar as it enacts the unity of repetition and the drive, must be read as the compulsion to repeat. The structural is weak before the one of space, ya di Alain, Lacan said. There's such a thing as 1-0. This is a dialectical materiality without leverage. In Marxist politics, especially in our context, there are those who hold on strongly to this weakness. They adore studying the laws of bourgeois society and inferring from them what the proletariat is, and what it must do. What eludes them is the fact that proletarian society, if one can risk such an unimaginable expression, or socialism, which they claim to wish for with all their might, is just as much governed by the contradiction bourgeoisie/proletariat as bourgeois society is, a fact of which the cultural revolutions provide the tumultuous proof. This proves that the unity of opposites is not what one believes it to be. Look also at those Yankee psychoanalysts of the Belle Époque who, in an entirely militaristic spirit, finding the ego of their patients too weak, proposed to strengthen its defense mechanisms. Where the devil did they lodge the unity of the attacker, this deplorably asocial idea, and the defender the ego of affable normalities, if not in the normative path of this normality, that way of life that is not for nothing called American? As for the Russians, they came up with this surprising turn of the one, being the state of the whole people. Their machinery of old men knows of no other dissidence than that of the mentally insane. Whence the hospital as the sole place of the outplace. But enough of these horrors. To think correlation all the way through, we must bring out the whole enigma of the unity of opposites. It is only insofar as the opposites are heterogeneous or unalignable, that is, to the precise extent that there is no convivial place of the space that solicits the outplace, that there exists a dialectical unity, one which does not make any whole out of what it ties together. To distinguish the one from the whole, such is the simple and supreme proposal. Bear in mind that in this gap lies the whole question of the subject. This is why at this point we are faced with a severe expository problem. The correlation of the heterogeneous cannot be schematized. It can barely even be expressed. Every schema distributes a series of places and leads us back to structures. Every discourse fixes the space of the very thing that it passes over in silence. The effects of the whole and of places, wherein the one of the contradiction, posited only according to one of its sides, becomes altered, undermine representation. No injection of colors can make the schema of the dialectical sequence into a complete presentation of correlation, of AP, through which the term, the outplace, is affected, or infected, by its specific contrary, the splace. Strong correlation, which the word struggle remits to its practicality, depends on an indirect investigation and on a concept without any representable assignation. It is with the name force that we shall cover what overdetermines the exclusion from any place in which the outplace lies revealed. 2. What is it that can put two heterogeneous qualities into correlation? Only their reciprocal application as forces indifferent to anything other than their own expansion. Correlation means force against force. It is the relation of forces. Let us set aside right away the relapse or deviation of this still obscure idea. If one launches into the theme that an active force restrains and obstructs a passive, thus, reactive, force, one falls back into the statism of asymmetry. The abstraction of the pair active/passive once again dissolves the qualitative heterogeneity. The second, reactive, force is only determined, negatively, by the first. It is still the space that fixes the place of the outplace. A striking example of this relapse is the purely anti-repressive conception of the politics of the people. People are mobilized because they suffer too much mistreatment. Brutalized by what turns out to be, fundamentally, the only active force of the political field, the state, the boss, the cop. These wicked entities, suddenly, exaggerate their evil designs. The great battle cry "down with repression" can be heard. The petit bourgeois is boiling with indignation. Note that he is right, and there is a good chance that in fact these exaggerations which the people permanently suffer in their depths may bring the petit bourgeois out of his chronic dejection, or his complacency. Yet the philosophy behind all this comes up short, because it denies at bottom any active autonomy, any real independence, any affirmative political virtuality, to what rises up in the guise of the enraged rebel of good faith. Down with repression leads no further than to a placed reactive. The force of the people is here the flat shadow cast by the horrors of the state, and the conflictual correlation remains caught in the unifying weakness of the structural. How, in the echo of the great anti-repressive vituperation, will I be able to establish my capacity to repress the repression? Therein lies the key to understand everything that otherwise turns sour according to the theme of disenchantment. We must come to understand that what raises me up reactively against the active of the other must also be the active of a force in which the other is no longer represented. Even if it is required by the adverse power in its repressive excess, the force that rises up in revolt against this repression is itself in interior excess over this requisitioning. This is what Hegel understands with a definitive sharpness. 3. It will be appropriate here to read in its entirety one of the strongest passages from the Great Logic, the chapter titled The Essential Relation, which suffices to say that it concerns the enigma of correlation. For starters, here is a passage where Hegel expressly develops the idea that the essence of the reactive must be the active interiority, unless we fall back on this side of the essential relation, that is, unless we fall short of the strong correlation. This process then, in which an impulse is exerted upon one force by another force, the first force passive receiving the impulse but then again passing over from this passivity into activity, this is the return of force into itself. It expresses itself. The expression is reaction in the sense that it posits the externality as its own moment and thus sublates its having been solicited by another force. L. 523. Everything is here. It is when force posits externality as its own moment that it gains access to a qualitative correlation centered on itself, whose heterogeneity is irreducible to the face-to-face confrontation of forces. It is when the people erect their vision of the adversary as an internal figure of their own politics that they sublate the anti-repressive dependence, excluding themselves from any inclusion and proceeding to an affirmative size Zion. To think correlation is to think force as acting and, thus, as grafted onto the other force, but according to its irreducible quality, for which henceforth the space is no more than the mediation to be destroyed. This whole chapter from Hegel, even if it is sometimes idealistically hesitant, can serve as a recapitulation of our endeavor. Let us look at how it is constructed. The three parts are successively: 1. The problematic of the whole and the parts. 2. Force. 3. The exterior and the interior. This is our plan as well, for the part-whole relation is nothing other than a theory of the space, in which it turns out that, in structural terms, Every contradictory correlation is only an exclusion, an outplace, whose principle of unity is inclusion, the part as that which is of the whole. Force, as we have seen, comes to overdetermine the unifying impasse to which the structure of inclusion in the whole leads back, by the irreducible position of qualitative interiority in the confrontation of forces. In a striking anticipation of Lacan, Hegel seizes this impasse in the form of the pulsation, the vacillation, and the alternating eclipse. Now insofar as this existent is a part, it is not a whole, not a composite, hence a simple. But the relation to a whole is external to it and therefore does not concern it. The self-subsistent is, therefore, not even in itself part, for it is part only through that relation. But now since it is not part, it is a whole, for there is only this relation of whole and parts present, and the self-subsistent is one of the two. But as a whole, it is again composite, it again consists of parts, and so on to infinity. This infinitude consists solely in the perennial alternation of the two determinations of the relation, in each of which the other immediately arises, so that the positedness of each is the vanishing of itself. L. 518. If one rules out force, this being posited whose essence is to disappear in a perennial alternation, this vanishing term in which the dialectic of the whole is sutured, is the destiny of the outplace, here posited from the start as part, which only finds a place by excluding itself from it as autonomous, and it is equally the destiny of this place, here, the whole, which only accepts the outplace by cancelling itself out entirely, since it is what governs the locations. Thus it is confirmed that the only form of process tolerated by the structural dialectic is the infinite vacillation of what is only for the sake of non-being and of what is not for the sake of being. Such is the correlation conceived of as pure size Zion, since to say that the two are one makes them no longer two, and if there are two of them, it is as 2 times 1, and thus the one is 2, and so on. This is, by the way, a very important process. A consequential thinking of the vanishing term is the realistic apogee of the structural dialectic. Yet, Hegel would not be able to stop there, much less so in that he seeks this is the error of his truth a circular completion. Hence, by suddenly adding on force, he pretends to engender it from the oscillation, whereas force is only the latter's essential, originary, and undeducible overdetermination. Force is what keeps the parts in the movement of the whole. It is the non-numerical quality of the whole, its consistency that cannot be dissipated in the variety of the parts. Of the whole, it engenders no longer the functioning according to the regime of the space, the distribution of the place of the parts, but the mobile consistency, the unification in the act. The theory of force is tantamount to a theory of the historical side of the dialectical correlation, the side of its activity as one, anchored in, and not, as Hegel pretends to believe, deduced from, the correlation in eclipse of the system of places. 4. This historicity of correlation is deepened in an investigation of the Hegelian trinity, which posits first the conditionedness of force, that is, its pure essence of correlation. Force is only thinkable as activity relative to another force, and this in its very being, the conditionedness through another force is thus in itself the act of force itself. L. 521. The notion that the correlation is an act or a making is the unrepresentable knot of the question size Zion as the locus of forces posits the radical anteriority of practical existence over the intelligibility of the correlation. Secondly, Hegel clarifies, as we saw, the interpretation of correlation in terms of activity and passivity under the name of solicitation of force. He shows its interior active basis, with passivity being only an appearance, a derived empirical correlation. In the finest part of his analysis, Hegel posits that if force is essentially active in its correlation to the other, then the result is that what conditions it, which at first appears as the other force, the exterior, is in reality interior to it. The movement by which force unfolds itself towards the exterior, against the other force, is much rather governed by the expansive wrenching away from itself. It is by realizing its interior unity, by purifying itself of its determination, of its division, by the bourgeoisie, that the working class projects itself expansively in the destructive battle against the imperialists' place. Solicited by bourgeois oppression, it only acts as force, and only enters into a combative correlation with the adversary, by determining itself, against the internal form of its former impotence. And, likewise, an individual only arrives at his or her singular force within the given circumstances by entering into conflict with the network of inert habits to which these circumstances previously confined him or her. The unrepresentable internal mainspring of the correlation is the pure capacity for expansive unity of a heterogeneous quality. Or, as Hegel says, the activity is essentially activity reactive against itself, L. 523. This dimension of wrenching itself away from itself, as interior exteriorization, if you will, is what Hegel calls, this is his third articulation, the infinity of force. To speak of force in its infinity is to speak of action as correlation, it is to name the primacy of practice. The infinity of force is nothing other than the axiom of Goethe's Faust, in the beginning was the deed. This infinity of exteriorization leads to the final dialectic of the chapter, where the exterior and the interior become entangled. Outer and inner are determinateness posited in such wise that each of these two determinations not only presupposes the other and passes over into it as into its truth, but, in so far as it is this truth of the other, remains posited as determinateness and points to the totality of both. L. 525. At this point, a Lacanian eye will discern the crucial arrival of the topology of the subject, figured in non-orientable surfaces, such as the medias strip. For us, this is tantamount to recognizing that in the logic of forces splace and the outplace are correlated in such a way that it is no longer possible to posit the second as the simple exterior excluded of the first. In the logic of forces, the unity of opposites is not an orientable correlation, and therein consists its historical essence, even though a subjacent, structural, orientation is precisely that with respect to which the non-orientable can be delimited. Likewise, the proletariat as political class as force is linked to the bourgeoisie in a wholly historical unity of struggle, which cannot be distributed into the domains of the social whole and which structures the same being the people without prohibiting, but actually requiring, that we orient the class position in its placed groundedness, that is, in the social relations of production. The fact that this topological unity of opposites, which under the rule of force brings about the correlation of interior and exterior, is for Hegel nothing less than the unity of essence and existence, L. 529, or what he calls actuality, which constitutes the pivotal transition in all of the great logic, is a telling sign of its importance. For the materialist dialectic, when one is led astray in the labyrinth of force, inside and outside, shadows and fog, there where space provides for neither place nor lack of place, it is the subject, this minotaur bereft of any Theseus, that one comes across. It is then that every subject surpasses its place by force, inasmuch as its essential virtue lies in being disoriented. Point 13. Subjective and objective. April 15, 1975. Division of force. Spinoza and Malebranche. Stalin. The transmission of the new in the sciences and the non-sciences. Non-love among politicians and psychoanalysts. May 1968. The bourgeoisie makes politics. Periodization. The Hegelian opera. 1. Force is its own affirmative expansion, but placed within the overarching structural aspect of the other force, whether it rules over the unity of the splace, force in the position of the state, or of the symbolic, or reveals the outplace, force in the position of the revolution, or of the real. This is our to and fro method. No sooner have we tracked down the historicity of the contradiction, the unalienable quality of its terms, their mutual strangeness to each other, than we must quickly ground all this in the ordered soil of the structures, unless we let ourselves evaporate into the metaphysics of desire, that is, the substantial and nomadic assumption of the outplace from which place itself comes to be inferred. This assumption marks the boundary of the dialecticity of the dialectic to the left, lefty deviation, rather than leftist. Nothing new on this end ever since Spinoza. The rightists, for their part, have never left this place, whose description fills them with joy. The most generous watchmaker in the family is without contest Malebranche. Spinoza and Malebranche, at bottom, are the great purifiers of force. The Jew posits its unity, which is not the whole, and one is supposed to make do with that. The Catholic pronounces its exhaustive mechanism, with its weight and counterweight, so that God may hear arising from his creation that outplace for which he made place the morning bells of his glory. And so you have the significant austerity of the one versus the mirroring delights of the whole. Being Catholic and Jewish, force is impure. This is what put an end to metaphysics. Not for nothing was there the procession in honor of pure reason led by a few guillotines and lots of popular committees. At the dawn of the second conceptual modernity, the first one was consolidated with caravels, Greek texts, telescopes, and infinitesimal calculus. Force is impure because it is always placed. The new of historicality is infected by the continuity of the structures. Something of the quality of force becomes homogenized with this place, at least so as to figure therein its own abstraction and support the law. There is the infinity of force and there is its finitude. This is not even, as in the case of Hegel, the experiential and circular inference from the one to the other. Our take on this will be as follows: in any contradiction, force manifests its impurity by the aleatory process of its purification. The mode in which the subjected character of force unfolds itself, in its size Zion from its affirmative infinity, is itself a movement, in which force concentrates, or not, its qualitative identity, thus expansively tearing itself away from that which nonetheless persists in fixing its sight. There is no other definition of the political class party except to say that, in what can be a situation of extreme weakness and dilution, it must concentrate the historical project that is the force of class in person, namely, that which emerges out of place and smashes the imperialist's place. This gives us some philosophical background adjusted to Stalin's declaration, the use of which is otherwise well known, that the party is strengthened by purging itself of opportunist elements. 14. To say strengthened is an understatement. Invested in no operation other than that of splitting the force of the working class from its subjected figure, concentrating the correct ideas, Mao, keeping itself maximally out of place, and destroying in itself all that is not the destruction of this place, the party is purification. This does not mean that it is pure, nor that it tends towards purity any more than cutting off heads defines the essence of its action. On this bloody path, Stalin arrived at nothing but disaster. But the party operates at the juncture of itself and its impurifying dissipation, being as it is that which gives direction, at the heart of the class, to the unstoppable battle between the two paths, without any claim to existence other than the manifest proof of a denser quality, a more compact heterogeneity, a newer destructive and recomposing power. At this juncture, the internal expansion of force sketches out the history of a contradiction, whereas the impurity brings it into alignment by prescribing its place, so that the first speaks to the whore of the whorelu, outplace, and the es of the s-place, splace, and the second, to the lu and the place. Mao gave this juncture a name whose simplicity is bewildering, struggle of the old and the new, a struggle which, he assures us, especially when he is readying himself to endorse the Second Chinese Revolution, called cultural, will pursue its course, including violently so, up to and including the time of the fallacious communist pacification, beyond classes and the state. 2. Struggle of the old and the new. The purification of force amounts to the concentration of its newness. Those right ideas of the masses, which the Marxist party must concentrate, are necessarily new ideas. It is quite a step into the dialectic to understand, in a non-trivial sense, that every rightness and every justice are, in principle, novelties, and that everything that repeats itself is invariably unjust and inexact. And yet, it is pointless to try to live without repetition. The best image for this turning point can be obtained by comparing taught mathematics to invented mathematics. While the first apparently is merely the ordered display of the second, from the point of view of the dialectic we must consider taught mathematics to be inexact, giving us no idea at all of what mathematics is as a subjective and historical process. What is taught is not mathematics but only its locus. Pedagogy delimits its place, it is up to you to be out of place with respect to it, that is, to produce were it only one decisive theorem, one that provokes a thorough reshuffling, which is the only title that can be claimed for the mathematician, who is not to be confused, as Lacan would say, with the university professor of mathematics. In short, what is not transmitted is precisely the process of qualitative concentration of this bizarre force by which all spaced mathematics becomes shot through with holes. It is, moreover, perfectly obvious that every great scientific discovery amounts to a purification. What ruled was the impure, chaos, trickery, incomes an order that cannot be brought in line with former customs. Every science forms a party, just look at their congresses. Point 1a. Will you say that nothing is transmitted on this side of things? No, you only have to read those great correspondences of the 17th century between Descartes, Fermat, Pascal, and others, for which the valiant Father Mersenne all by himself served as the postal administrator, in order to see that some newness is caught in the act and transmitted therein. Nevertheless, very often this happens by the defiant slant of what is kept silent, in the margin of the text, by the purely particular appearance of a hidden general principle. God knows that these masters of thought carry mistrust and silence to an extreme. Here the lightning bolt of disruptive communication kindles the dry branch of evasion. All by themselves, these letters demonstrate that if the splice propagates itself by zeal, confidence, and love, as modern pedagogues are wont to say, as much as by coercion, contempt, and coldness, as is common practice among the whipping priest pedagogues of Old England, the concentration of force requires rather, for its singular transmission, the reliance on illusion, tension, and an oblique form of polite mistrust, whose art reaches its peak among the classics. Indeed, it is an understatement to say that Descartes and Fermat or Pascal and the shadow of Descartes did not like each other. It is through their essential non-love that the force of truth circulated. People do not like each other very much either in the great political parties, which is something that a few naive people take to be the despicable effect of power struggles, when it is actually the ontological axiom of purifying unity that is thus gaining ground. People do not like each other at all in psychoanalytic societies, especially when one puts them to the question of how is psychoanalysis transmitted. There is a profound logic to this non-love. It is what conveys the process of force and is punctuated, as is only to be expected, by exclusions, scissions, and excommunications. In the case of the psychoanalysts, it is at every instant that one is strengthened or weakened by purifying oneself of the opportunistic or revolutionary elements in one's midst. In Lacan's École Freudienne de Paris, this nodal point of how does one here receive the title of psychoanalyst, which is what this school with a perfectly chosen name calls the pass, currently produces ferocious battles whose outcome, beyond the unfortunately inevitable death of its gigantic despot, one must expect to be the decline of this school into the mediocre anarchy of its impasse. The individual does not escape this fate. If it pleases you to come into being qua subject, you will be forced, as you well know, expressly and against all existing customs to found the party of yourself, harsh, concentrating force and the power of abnegation to an extreme point, and following its condition of existence, which is not to love oneself too much. This is something that the classical moralists said once and for all, and first among them Pascal, one of our four truly great national dialecticians, the others being Rousseau, Mallarmé, and Lacan. The self is detestable, le moi est haïssable. There is no need to go back over this. At least, that is, if one wishes to coordinate within oneself the mass dimension, anger, indignation, frenzy, surprise, encounter, revolt, joy, the dimension of the state, ways and customs, repetitions, sociability, familiarities, meals and sleepovers, cats and dogs, and the dimension of the party, concentration of force, heroism, innovating continuity, purposeful work, scission from oneself, unity of a new type, courage. This is demanded of nobody, and it is moreover impossible to decide. It happens, let us say, that it makes a subject. 3. A definition: we will call subjective those processes relative to the qualitative concentration of force. Let me emphasize that these are practices, real phenomena. The party is something subjective, taken in its historical emergence, the network of its actions, the novelty it concentrates. The institution is nothing but a husk. Correlatively, we will call objective the process whereby force is placed and is thus impure. Inasmuch as it concentrates and purifies itself qua affirmative size Zion, every force is therefore a subjective force, and inasmuch as it is assigned to its place, structured, splaced, it is an objective force. More exactly, we will say, the being of force is to divide itself according to the objective and the subjective. If you take a bird's eye view of May 68, you will see in it a new and qualitatively irreducible breadth or aspiration. You will see in it this exceptional and radically new point of concentration, which is the establishment of thousands of young intellectuals in the factories, together with the minimal apparatus for this concentration, the Maoist organizations. You will also see in it the enormous weakness of this concentration and this apparatus, the insurmountable dilution of the revolt into peaceful, protesting, infrapolitical figures. You will see in it the defensive manoeuvre, for the sake of the fixity of this place, comfortably agreed upon between representatives of the government and representatives of the unions, between Badiou and Segway. May 68 is really only a beginning, and continuing the combat is a directive for the long run. You can thus observe, at one and the same time, the objective strength of force and its subjective weakness. Everyone in the strike and in the street for a precious, and in its own way, immortal commencement. But 7 years later we are very few to hold up the subjective future and concentrated restricted action of all this, in the midst of the sepulchral atmosphere of the Programme Commune and the prayers of Mitterrand the Undertaker. This amounts to saying that the subjective aspect of our adversary's force is itself still in a fairly good state. This is something the revolutionaries never managed to understand. Most of them think they are the only subject and represent the antagonistic class to themselves as an objective mechanism of oppression led by a handful of profiteers. The bourgeoisie is in no way reducible to the control of the state or to economic profit. On this point, too, the Cultural Revolution enlightens us, insofar as it designates the bourgeoisie in conditions wherein the industry has been entirely nationalized and the party of the proletariat dominates the state. The bourgeoisie makes politics, it leads the class struggle, and not only from the angle of exploitation, nor from that of coercion, whether it is legal or terrorist. The bourgeoisie makes a subject. 19 Where then does it do this? Exactly as with the proletariat, in the midst of the people, working class included, and I would even say, since we are dealing with the new state bureaucratic bourgeoisie, the working class especially included. The bourgeois imperialists are a handful, of course, but the subjective effect of their force lies in the divided people. There is not just the law of capital, or the cops. To miss this point is to stop seeing the unity of this place, its consistency. It is to fall back into objectivism, whose inverted ransom, by the way, is to make the state into the only subject whence the anti-repressive logorrhea. We must conceive of imperialist society not only as substance but also as subject. Thus far, however, we have only dealt with the subjective, which is not the subject, but rather its element or its genre. The objective and the subjective divide the dialectic. If you take the two antagonistic forces, without forgetting their underlying articulation into place and outplace, you can delimit within them an objective dialectic and a subjective dialectic, which together constitute the dialectic of force. See the schema below, applied to the canonical example of the contradiction bourgeoisie/proletariat. The common objectivity subtends the life of the masses oppressed and rebellious in accordance with the axiom, wherever there is oppression, there is rebellion. 20 This is the objective dialectic, the way of the world, history made by the masses, as we all know. The subjective is politics, made by the classes in the masses. Let it be said in passing, To understand the distinction between history and politics, masses and classes, is exactly the same thing as understanding the distinction between the whole and the one. This is no trifling matter. It is clear that the point of application of the bourgeois subjective force within this place is intended to prevent the constitution out of place of the proletarian subjective force. The fundamental target of subjective activity is thereby to block the process of concentration, of purification, of the antagonistic force. It is a matter of maintaining the latter maximally diluted at all cost, even if this dilution is made up of innumerable revolts. Here we must single out for condemnation the makeshift philosophy of the advocates of the convergence of struggles. This geometric conception remains entirely within the objective assignation of force. You may coordinate them as much as you like, but a sum of revolts does not make a subject. The geometric character of convergence must be replaced with the qualitative character of concentration. A minimal and purified political heterogeneity is 100 times more combative than a parliamentary armada of represented struggles. Convergence is the typical objectivist deviation, in which, once the work of subjective purification is spirited away, antagonism finds itself ill-advisedly dissolved. Frankly, it must be said that convergence does the work of the adversary's subjective force. At bottom, it is always in the interests of the powerful that history is mistaken for politics, that is, the objective is taken for the subjective. This is the natural element for the maintenance of their own subjective activity, which is applied so that no unaligned quality may come to concentrate itself to confront them. There is no shortage of people under their thumb among the Marxists, all those who embroider their dispiriting niceties around a Marxism reduced to the morose virtue of a science of history. Science of history? Marxism is the discourse with which the proletariat sustains itself as subject. We must never let go of this idea. 4. Let us return to this trait whereby the materialist dialectic sets itself apart from the Hegelian dialectic, it periodizes, while the other one makes circles. We now have two tools in our possession to ground periodization, which is, after all, what defines the making of history. Finding the right period could even be said to be history's exclusive task. A. The terms of the contradiction are doubly determined, as to their place, splace/outplace, and as to their force. B. Force is doubly determined, objective and subjective. You will say to me, what does this have to do with periodization? Well, it does to the extent that we can formulate the twofold dialectical criterion of periodization. That splace be caught up in the destructive flagrancy of the outplace. That the subjective aspect of force attains a threshold in its qualitative concentration. This is the double precondition for the advent of a subject process. Taking things from a distance, let us return to the Paris Commune, about which historians have always quarreled to know whether it is the last of the archaic workers' insurrections of the 19th century or the first of the modern revolutions, which is prime evidence of the deficiency of their criteria. As may be expected, given the existence of a double criterion, there are two assessments of the Commune in the Marxist tradition, aside from the possibility that a third is in preparation, via the Cultural Revolution. Consequently, there will be four. Marx's assessment, the Civil War in France, is in actual fact purely objective. It designates the Parisian action as the clarification of the immediate political objectives of the class with regard to the state. It is necessary to break the military and police machinery with their administrative appendix, without seeking to occupy them. It is necessary to put in place organs of power of a new type, and not merely to direct, by substitution, the old ones. In the Commune, Marx registers the heterogeneous quality of force as such, together with the limitation of a political dialectic articulated according to the sole logic of the dominant place, the place of power. Marx divides the expression taking power according to place: one must dominate the adversary, and force: one must above all deploy the occupation of the dominant place in a different way and in accordance with a new quality. Thus we pass from the structural side of the dialectic to its historical side. The proletariat is not only the outplace of a place, it is the other force of a force. Nevertheless, we still remain within the objectivity of force, or rather within the undivided unity of the objective and the subjective. Concerning the process of the concentration of force, whose weakness he evidently perceives, it is the weakness of the communard leadership, which is parliamentary and reactive. Marx does not propose any particular analysis susceptible of helping us move beyond such weakness. Marx goes no further than the first criterion of periodization, place and force. It is Lenin's partisan activity, up to the victory of October, and even more so up to the crushing of the counter-revolution and its foreign support in the Civil War, that brings about the second assessment. In this activity, starting with what is to be done, the subjective question plays a central part. Concentrating force is the very essence of Leninist work, which bases itself on the weaknesses and failures of the Commune, while Marx instead armed himself with the Commune's victories in order to modify, on a crucial point, the manifesto. Lenin draws a fourfold lesson from the crushing of the Commune. 1. It is necessary to practice Marxist politics, and not some local romantic revolt, whether workerist or populist. The profound meaning of what is to be done is entirely contained in this difficult and original call: let us be absolutely and irrevocably political activists, meaning professionals. That goes without saying. Who has ever seen amateur political leaders? 2. It is necessary to have an overall view of things, in the national framework at least, and not be fragmented into the federalism of struggles. 3. It is necessary to forge an alliance with the rural masses. 4. It is necessary to break the counter-revolution through an uninterrupted, militarily offensive, centralized process. And what of the party, the famous Leninist party, in the midst of all this? The party as the core of steel, an army moving with the rhythmic step of seasoned professionals? For Lenin, the party is nothing but the operator of concentration of these four requirements, the mandatory focal point for a politics. The party is the active purification of politics, the system of practical possibility for the assessment of the commune. It is inferred from politics, from the subjective aspect of force. By no means does it come first. It is an aberration to read what is to be done as a theory of the party when it is a handbook of Marxist politics. With regard to the party as apparatus, what can be inferred is mixed and secondary. What is to be done is a theory of the subjective aspect of force, in the guise of a general call to political confidence. It is not due to its institutional concerns but because of the demands of its Marxist political ambition that what is to be done entails a silent assessment of the Paris Commune. Besides, it is curious to see that the explicit examination of the Commune carried out by Lenin in the State and Revolution follows an entirely different thread, which originates in Marx and is relative to the problem of the state, appearances notwithstanding. In that text we are dealing, through the return to objectivity, with a far less novel undertaking. Every periodization must encompass its double dialectical time, and thus, to stay with our example, contain October 1917 as the second and provisionally final scansion of the assessment. Whence the embarrassment of historians. According to the force/place relation, the commune is new, Marx. According to the subjective/objective relation, it is October that is new, and the commune is that edge of the old whose practical perception, by purifying force, partakes in the engendering of its novelty. It is highly probable that the Chinese Cultural Revolution has the same profile, and that the question of the second time of its periodizing function is now open. The subjective question, how did the Cultural Revolution, mass uprising against the new bureaucratic state bourgeoisie, run into the problem of the reshaping of the party, remains in suspense, as the key question for any Marxist politics today. If Hegel makes a circle, it is because he always seeks a single time. As a matter of principle, he ignores the differed retroactions, even though he insidiously tolerates them in the details. 5. In Hegel's logic, there is a chapter on objectivity. However, it is most instructive that this chapter should be located in the section titled Subjective Logic, where it follows the chapter on subjectivity and prepares for the one on the idea. Objectivity, for Hegel, is the mediation between pure subjective formal interiority and knowledge. Here we see a flagrant idealist inversion, but that is not the essential point. The bottom line of the whole affair is that, in making objectivity arise from pure logical form, Hegel gives himself in advance the unity of the two criteria of periodization. Integrally referable to the formal subjective, which it dissolves and contains, objectivity all at once opens itself up to absolute knowledge. It is only the progressive filling of the exterior by the interior, the coming to light of the content of the form, according to the extenuation of form itself. The underlying conception remains that the subjective is the pure law of the space by which the void exceeds itself into the outplace so as finally to become equal to the reflected totality. From that moment onward, place passes over into force according to the same movement by which the subjective passes into the objective, and the unique reflection of this movement is none other than the dialectic itself. Whence a principle of periodization which, all in one piece, closes in on itself. It is the subject as circle who has the last word. Thus the idealist dialectic fails to recognize the discrepant double-size Zion that grounds any historical periodization. Of course, Hegel is as always capable of locally forgetting his global forgetting. That the dialectical scan Zion implies the four terms of the double-size Zion, place, force, subjective, objective, and not the three of alienation, position, negation, negation of the negation, is something he establishes in a famous passage from the chapter on the absolute idea. If one insists on counting, this second immediate is, in the course of the method as a whole, the third term to the first immediate and the mediated. It is also, however, the third term to the first or formal negative and to absolute negativity or the second negative. Now as the first negative is already the second term, the term reckoned as third can also be reckoned as fourth, and instead of a triplicity, the abstract form may be taken as quadruplicity. In this way, the negative or the difference is counted as a duality. L 836. To count the negative, or difference, which is the very principle of contradiction, not as simple universal, but as two, and thus to establish the period as quadruple, such is the materialist intuition at this supreme point of Hegel's logic. What is covered under the distinction between formal negative and absolute negativity is nothing less than the distinction of the subjective and the objective, as is to be expected, in inverted positions. This intuition is immediately rescinded by the obsessive theme of the circular return to the beginning. It is in this manner that each step of the advance in the process of further determination, while getting further away from the indeterminate beginning, is also getting back nearer to it, and that therefore, what at first sight may appear to be different, the retrogressive grounding of the beginning, and the progressive further determining of it, coincide and are the same. L 841. For the materialist, there is no beginning unless it is marked by a novelty that is undeducible from the periodizing closure. Progression and retroaction cannot be fused together. The position of the relation force/place does not permit one to deduce the size Zion of force according to the objective and the subjective. One must wait for the second time. But, precisely, Hegel is in no condition to wait for October 1917 in order to fix the eternal historical essence of the commune. He must from the start take up his position at the end of time, whereby the circle is traced, in order to know who is who in the unity of the progressive and the retroactive. One remains dismayed by the fine arrogance to which Hegel thenceforth bears witness. The transition from the subjective to the objective is one of the most tortuous exercises of the entire logic. Since the subjective is purely formal, what else can it be before the objective? One can find Aristotle's logic in it. It is thus a matter of deducing the theory of the physical world from the figures of the syllogism. The immediate reality of the existing thing, grasped in its scientific concept, must arise from the supreme formal figure, which is here the unfortunate disjunctive syllogism. The schema, A is B or C or D, but A is neither C nor D, therefore A is B promoted to the status of nothing less than the supporting base of Hegelian circularity. The thickness of the fumes recalls those operatic stagings whereby the technicians blow smoke through the floorboard in order to allow for the fusion, in the midst of cloudy poetry, of the delicate passage from a military reception with chorus and elephants to a love duo in nightgowns perched on the balconies of Venice. For example, the syllogism is mediation, the complete concept in its positedness. Its movement is the sublating of this mediation, in which nothing is in and for itself, but each term is only by means of an another. The result is therefore an immediacy which has issued from the sublating of the mediation, a being which is no less identical with the mediation, and which is the concept that has restored itself out of, and in, its otherness. This being is therefore a factine such that is in and for itself objectivity. L. 704. Subsequently, Hegel proposes his classification of the sciences, since objectivity, the suppression of the syllogism, quietly climbs the conceptual slope which goes from mechanics through chemistry to life as such. Compared to this classification, Auguste Comte's is a miracle of materialist precision, especially if we consider that Hegel claims to deduce his without remainder from formal logic. However, we will take comfort in this misfortune of the Hegelian circle, if we know how to draw our lesson from it with respect to the criteria for periodization, and if we are able to think what is required in terms of divergence, between the opposition place/force and the opposition objective/subjective, for the clear arrangement of the paths of the subject. And then, Hegel is certainly correct to write the following about the syllogism: if it is not thought a small matter to have discovered some 60 species of parrots, 137 species of veronica, etc., much less ought it to be thought a small matter to discover the forms of reason. L. 682. In French Marxism, there is a plethora of people who, for lack of engagement with the syllogisms of action, insist on counting parrots. The result is that what they call ideological struggle comes down to trying to take the place of those who count veronicas. Part 2. The subject under the signifiers of the exception. Of force as disappearance, whose effect is the whole from which it has disappeared. December 15, 1975. Definition of the structural dialectic. The Greek atomists' logic of the Kleinman chants the vanishing term. What are the masses and what do they do? The causality of lack. 1. We confirmed that there exists no neutral dialectic that could be inserted into the eternal struggle between idealism and materialism. It is the dialectic itself that must be divided, according to the edge of its dialecticity, into its structural side and its historical side, logic of places and logic of forces. In the pedagogy of this project, which disassembles and reassembles in its entirety the old fool's bridge of the relation Marx/Hegel, we propose that the formulation idealist dialectic, which one usually reels off to badmouth Hegel, be replaced by structural dialectic. It is first of all a matter of assigning Hegel's idealism, or Mallarmé's and Lacan's, not as much to the exterior perversion of a pure inner core so much as to the choice of the principal term in the correlation of opposites whose unity constitutes the dialectic's whole being. Whence the following provisional definition of the structural dialectic. A. The structural dialectic is certainly a form of dialectical thought. This is its materialist side, in the sense that, broadly speaking, it stems from two crucial ontological principles: the primacy of process over equilibrium, of the movement of transformation over the affirmation of identity. The primacy of the two over the one, contradiction. B. The structural dialectic has a tendency, this is its idealist side, first, to make the structural aspect of the dialectic prevail over its historical aspect, that is, place over force, and, second, within this very same primacy of the structural foundation, to make the theory of the place, on the basis of its regulated universe, predominate over the emergence of the outplace. As a result, we must register the perversion that from this moment on is introduced into the relation between the subjective and the objective, together with the tendency to undo every principle of periodization in favor of a circular closure. The structural dialectic, by its choice of the prevailing terms, in the long run works only on one side of the concept of contradiction and, in my opinion, it is not the correct one. I said before that there are three articulations to this concept of contradiction: difference, correlation, and position. The structural dialectic privileges the weak difference over the strong difference. It tends to reduce any difference to a pure distance of position. This is its spatializing ambition, which works to the detriment of qualitative heterogeneity, for the latter, being as it is unschematizable, can be registered only in its temporal effect. The structural dialectic prefers the correlation of pure exclusion, of split positionality, and of interchangeability, to that correlation which, under the name struggle of opposites, attempts to grasp the destruction that issues from a certain quality of force. The structural dialectic immobilizes the position of the terms into a symmetry, or into an invariant asymmetry, rather than seizing the becoming principle of the secondary, the rupture of any splice by the explosion of its rule and the loss of principle of the initial position. However, the structural dialectic does encounter the real as obstacle, which is the effective thought of the historical. It includes the latter, albeit in order to subordinate it and only when it is no longer a dialectic of the whole but a comminatory, a structuralism. Structuralism is the internal rightist temptation of such a dialectic, with the obscure and poetic effort of the likes of Mallarmé or Lacan consisting entirely in not giving in to this temptation, just as one does not give up on one's desire. What characterizes the structural dialectic resides rather in the complex dissolving action by which, in the closest proximity to a contrarian real that rules it out, it is the authority of the structure that constantly ends up being re-established. What is essential lies in the lacunary incompleteness of the project and the pathos of silence in which the never-written Mallarmé book meets the never-tied Lacanian knot. All in all, therein lies the never-abandoned respect for the real that, even at the highest point of its disavowal, comes through in these great idealists. Here we find such a tension, whose hermetic cadence of writing, so often mocked by the envious reader, is the figure of a harsh sincerity, that it will never be a waste of our time to follow these heroes of non-being into the arcane secrets of their acidic dialectical alchemy. Of the real, by dint of its torsion, they give us all the juice. 2. From the start and then all the way to the end, they must all solve what we might very well call the three canonical problems of the structural dialectic, problems which, in many respects, make up the whole tradition of idealist modernity. 1. How to bring back a strong, qualitative, difference to its bare bones, the weak difference, or the difference of position, which undergirds it. This is the problem of the schematization of the unschematizable, of the flattening out, or of the chain effect. 2. How to make disappear whatever was needed, in matters of force, in order to proceed with this reduction. This is the problem of the vanishing term. 3. How can the non-being of the vanished force cause the movement of places and, better yet, their totality? This is the problem of the action of the structure, or the problem of the causality of lack. Chain effect, vanishing term, causality of lack, let us add the splitting, which we will deduce later, and there you have a whole organized according to the sole clarity of a multiple of ones. The Greek atomists were the first in all this. 3. What difference can be stronger than the one between atoms and the void? The Greek materialists, to begin with, posit an absolute heterogeneity, on one hand, the discrete multiplicity of matter, on the other, the infinite continuity of the nothing. Hegel admires the impetus that makes this simple determinateness of the one and the void the principle of all things, deriving the infinite variety of the world from this simple antithesis and boldly presuming to know the former from the latter, L. 166. This impulse behind the structural abstraction, though, immediately comes up against its own force as the obstacle presented to it by the real. If the atoms stand in a radical qualitative exteriority to the void, if no atom is nameable otherwise than by this exteriority of principle to be an atom, and not part of the void, then it is clear that nothing's happens. The atoms remain suspended, as the dust of identity, in that which serves as their ground, vain stars in the night sky devoid of any constellation. Here the difference is so strong that no whole can make its way in any process whatsoever. Now, the atomistic hypothesis has no aim other than to compose the real of the whole. So here it is running out of gas. One will therefore argue this is the second moment of the affair, that the void engenders the movement of the atoms. With this gesture, which breaks with the pure principle of qualitative and reciprocal exclusion, a correlation, or even a position, begins to be sketched out. The void is causal, its places, if not the atoms themselves, then at least their trajectories. Hegel makes a big thing out this small move, rapidly drawing the blanket toward his own concept of the negative. With the first thinkers, the atomistic principle did not remain in this externality, but besides its abstraction had also a speculative determination in the fact that the void was recognized as the source of movement, which is an entirely different relation of the atom and the void from the mere juxtaposition and mutual indifference of these two determinations. The view that the void constitutes the ground of movement contains the profounder thought that in the negative as such there lies the ground of becoming, of the unrest of self-movement, in which sense, however, the negative is to be taken as the veritable negativity of the infinite. L 166. Certainly, the appearance on stage of correlation is always the sign of dialectical and even, if you want, of speculative profundity. Hegel keenly observes that the most important operation of atomism lies in this relaxing of the strong difference of atom/void, and not in their position as mutual obstacle. If there are two, the principles leave entirely open the question of the one divided by them. This is where one awaits the dialectician. Is movement this one of the correlation? Surely, for if the void is the cause of movement, then this applies equally to all the atoms. Otherwise, these atoms would have different relations to the void regarded as cause. But this is impossible, in light of the fact that, qua atoms, they constitute the opening principle, simply defined by not being the void, period. Therefore, all are in any case identical with regard to the void. It is thus necessary to posit that the atoms all move together eternally and according to parallel trajectories, at variable speeds. This rain of falling stars constitutes a disaster, which does not add up to a whole either. It must even be admitted that this movement is perfectly null, for lack of a reference point with which to mark it, the simultaneous and isotropic vection of an infinity of atoms, without the shadow of a doubt, being equivalent to their absolute immobility. Once again, nothing happens. Even by subjecting the atoms to the efficacy of the void as motor, it remains the case that the differential heterogeneity of the principles is kept in a sterile rigidity. Strong difference, actually, absolute difference, serves at once as a halting point. But there is something and not nothing. This is what the atomists turn into the obstacle of the real over and against the rigid duality of their principles. In order to pass from the duality of principles, atom/void, to the one of the world as system of wholes, things, one must obviously filter the strong difference into a weak difference. One must combine the atoms amongst themselves, instead of eternally launching them, like Mallarmé's unthrowable dice, into the void of their identical non-being. Here we are approaching a crucial operation of the dialectic, namely, the linking together of a chain. This means passing from a strong difference, wherein the quality of the real qua force makes itself felt, to a homogeneous combinatory space, wherein a process becomes composed with terms of the same kind. In ancient atomism, this is what is called the clinamen. 4. An atom is deviated, the world can come into being. The sudden obliqueness of a trajectory interrupts the identical movement of the atoms and produces a collision of particles from which is finally born a combined multiplicity, a thing, sufficient to make up a world. Here, a whole proceeds, as it should, from the fracture of an identity, namely, the parallelizing and paralysing identity of the movements of the atoms. A whole is always the death of a one. What is this clinamen? In the space of isotropic trajectories, we can immediately recognize in it the outplace of an unlocatable, deregulated movement. Actually, in order to deviate from its course, the atom must relate to the void in a singular manner, by accepting itself from the law which all at once arranges for the identical reign of particles under the unanimous effect of the void. The deviating atom marks the void, since it is affected by it in a different way and not just in its generality as atom. Let us closely follow the thread of the operation. If an atom relates to the void in a manner that is not the general rule for all atoms, it may function as atomistic designation of the void itself. It is here that strong difference begins its involution into weak difference, since the opposition between the deviating atom, or rather of the clinamen as the act of this atom, and the atom as pure principle reinscribes from one atom to another, and thus within the same kind of principle, the absolute heterogeneity of the void and the atom. This operation is entirely comparable to the one you obtain when you pass from the absolute opposition of principle between bourgeoisie/proletariat, to the division into two roads of the mass movement itself, if not to the internal struggle over the party line. The bourgeois road of politics, such as it is active within popular action, is neither the absolute exteriority of the imperialist class nor the global domination that the latter exerts over society as a whole. It is neither domination nor hegemony. The first case corresponds to the strong static opposition of void/atoms. The second, to the undifferentiated setting in motion of the atoms. What interests us, however, is rather the way in which the popular creativity, the revolt in action, marks the antagonistic element within their very midst. There you have a practical clinamen, which is not surprising at all, since in politics the world is called history and the masses make history just as much as, for Democritus, the atoms make the world. It is, so to speak, from people to people within one and the same people that, during any political storm whatsoever and even otherwise, the originary qualitative difference which radically separates the people from imperialism is reinscribed. It is also certainly true that, in order to understand this reinscription which filters difference, we must admit the capacity of the masses to deviate. Besides, this is what is called their movement, the mass movement. Of course, the clinamen presents us with a major embarrassment. It pertains neither to the void nor to the atoms, nor to the causal action of one over the others. It is also not a third component, or a third principle. It is only that which enables one to arrive, from the absolute qualitative difference so boldly posited as beginning principle, at the combination of atoms into a weak difference, which alone explains the world of things as it obviously exists. The clinamen is the dialecticity of the principles, the weak differentiation of the strong difference. This operator of involution matters more to us than the two boundaries of its efficacy, atom/void, on one hand, combined world of atoms, on the other. Notice that in the meantime the void has dropped out. Such indeed is its fate, and the clinamen, which denotes this fate, must also vanish in its effect. We will see this in detail. The clinamen is the atom qua outplace of the void, which dialecticizes the void qua place of the atoms. Let us say that in the long run and well beyond the Greeks, the clinamen is the subject, or, to be more precise, subjectivization. In this way, the structural dialectic seeks to do without force. However, this requires an outplace that verges on the miraculous, in opposition both to the monotonous fall of atoms, of which the void is the cause, and to the laws that will govern, subsequent to the clinamen, the composition of the whole. The need for this outplace will be called freedom, or chance, since the massive action of the void qua strong difference as well as the combinatory process are, for their part, completely necessary and strictly put into this place. The combinatory process in particular is nothing but the concatenation of atoms according to the figures of the real world. This means putting into a chain elements which are all of the same kind. The clinamen is aspecific, beyond necessity, absolutely out of place, unsplaceable, unfigurable, chance. It is not for nothing that chance comes back as a major category for Mallarmé. Chance is a key concept in any structural dialectic. For Lacan, under the name of fortune, it is nothing less than the real. For us, it is true that history is the fortune of the event, never to be confused with politics, which is its forced subjective rationality. It is fully in keeping with Marxism to say that history is the chance of political necessity. Which does not mean introducing even 1 ounce of irrationalism. The Greek atomists are respectful of the real. Right from the start, they postulate the strong difference, which is the flattened out shadow of force. They know that strong difference does not change into weak difference all by itself. For this to happen, the void would have to be composed of atoms, it would have to be possible to compose the void, just as Descartes, in order to link up his subtle matter, needs an even more subtle matter. We know what infinite impasse results from this desperate operation of filling. Unless one posits two kinds of atoms, those of the void and those of the real, which would restore the strong difference without any gain. Immediately someone will object, this is exactly what these Greeks do with their clinamen. For you have the deviating atom, first kind, and the normal atoms, second kind. You have by no means established an interatomic combination. You have quite simply divided the atoms according to the strong difference, so that they finally may engender the thing. It is from the one split by the clinamen that the multiple connection of the whole is composed. This is a decisive objection. Here chance is separated from necessity so that the latter, unfaithful to the principle of its strong sterile beginning, atoms, the void, and that's all, may spread throughout the figural combination of weak differences. But chance always returns, as Mallarmé says, for in an act where chance is in play, chance always accomplishes its own idea in affirming or negating itself. Confronting its existence, negation and affirmation fail. It contains the absurd for. It is not enough to say that one has won by situating the real process henceforth within the sole concatenation of atoms, if it turns out that an absurd heterogeneous quality deviation has been brought in along the way. The putting into a chain requires that the rule of homogeneity be complete. Atoms and nothing else, that is what is wanted. The structural dialectic depends on the idea that at bottom strong difference is unthinkable. Sure, it serves as opening principle. But everything that exists in thought is the result of weak differences, differences among atomistic positions for Democritus, among written signs of the poem for Mallarmé, among signifiers for Lacan, and, in a certain sense, among political class positions within the masses for Marxism. It is imperative that the investment of the opening principle into the process of the real restore this place without any heterogeneous trace of the outplace. Grounding the world in the difference between the deviating atom and normal atoms is a step forward, no doubt, from its impossible though real grounding in terms of the void and atoms. At least here the atom is repeated in its difference. It marks a minimal progress if the deviant atom is the singular mark of the void, to the point where it reinscribes the heterogeneous within the combinatory process of the world. Whence the following crucial step in our dialectic: it is of the utmost importance that the clinamen in turn be abolished. What does this mean? It means that no particular explanation of any particular thing whatsoever should require the clinamen, even though the existence of a thing in general is unthinkable without it. It means that no atom should ever be mappable as deviant, in any combination of atoms whatsoever, even though the existence of deviation conditions the very existence of a combinatory. No sooner has it taken place than the clinamen must absent itself radically from all its effects without exception. No sooner has it marked the void in the universe of atoms than it must be the absolute void of this mark. The structural dialectic thus seeks to cancel out this imperceptible emergence of force in terms of its result, so that the outplace of the clinamen may give visibility to the splace of the combination of atoms. This is the second major operation, the one by which, as Mallarmé says, chance is conquered word by word, the mystery in letters, d. 236, the clinamen is abolished, the necessary deviation barred, the operation of the vanishing term. 5. Lacan develops the real as cut, which in a retroactive dispersion reveals the key of the order where it holds sway. Mallarmé devotes his poetic machines to set the stage for the abolition of the trace of lack, aboli bibelo diananite sonor. The atomists point toward the intracombinatory effacement of the clinamen. What is a vanishing term? It is the one that, having marked the strong difference of the real within the homogeneity of terms of the process, must disappear so that the weakest difference possible, the difference of places, may alone govern the becoming. The vanishing term enables the passage from the strong difference to the weak one, by marking the heterogeneous quality and abolishing itself straight away. It is the passer of force onto the places. It is the mark that is only demarcated and never remarks itself in its initial force. There has been a clinamen, an atom has deviated, but it is merely an unlocatable and atemporal batting of eyelashes, between the falling rain of atoms and the organizing collision of things. Subsequently, so to speak, the clinamen no longer has anything to do with what happens, and it is in vain that you would search the world for an atom marked by the stigmata of deviation. All atoms are identical, the one affected by the clinamen no longer bears any trace of it, exposed as it is like all of them to the unanimous rule which governs the combinations, and which, once again, is nothing more than the rule that demands that an atom, if it is presented with some void, move straight ahead in it, exactly as any other atom would. The clinamen is outside time, it does not appear in the chain of effects. All effects are subject to the law. The clinamen has neither past, nothing binds it, nor future, there is no more trace of it, nor present, it has neither a place nor a moment. It takes place only in order to disappear, it is its very own disappearance. The deviating quality has vanished absolutely. You never come across it in the whole field of the thinkable, that is, of real things. The weak difference, among atoms, rules undivided. Except that by dint of the clinamen, whatever grounded and yet rendered unintelligible the fact that there is this world, that is, the strong difference of void/atom, has found itself, for the time of a lightning flash, at the surface of being. In the structural dialectic, the qualitative difference in which force emerges is not a nothingness. It is a disappearance whose effect is the whole from which it has disappeared. It is for this disappearance, as point of the real and not at all real, that we reserve the name of the vanishing term. To think the real amounts to thinking the self-annulation of that which makes the real in general possible. The atom affected by deviation engenders the whole without any leftover or trace of this affection. Better yet, the effect is the retroactive effacement of the cause, since if you limit yourself to the real of the world to the combinations of atoms, then deviation, which is neither atom nor void, nor action of the void, nor system of atoms, is unintelligible. That which grounds the possibility of thinking suffers a shipwreck in the unthinkable. The dialectical thought of this point of the unthinkable, as vanishing term whose primitive category is that of the outplace, entails crossing the limit of the whole mechanism. It must grasp the fact that a completely unfolded reason carries out the active effacement of that which grounds it, leaving behind this erased remainder that is the shadow of force whose name it denies. Indeed, this structural reason is unwilling to recognize anything other than the transparent play among places. Nevertheless, no matter how effaced it may well be, the vanishing term also leaves behind this enormous trace that is the whole. There is a world only by reason of the clinamen, even if no clinamen can ever be signaled in the world. Nowhere placed, the vanished force sustains the consistency of all the places. The vanishing term disappears only insofar as nothing is included that matches it, except the power of inclination in general, which it has grounded by breaking with the one. How? By means of a coup de force. Perhaps I will surprise you by telling you that, for the Marxist, this clarifies the role of the mass movement, which is both absolute in terms of force and null in terms of place. Yes. The mass movement is the vanishing term of the evental concatenation that is called history. The masses themselves, in their static being, their structural positioning, their statist placement, constitute the historical world. It is from their basis that any figure of the state draws its sustenance, and it is from the consensus that holds them together that any given social being receives its definition. These spaced masses do not make history so much as they are history. However, this being of history is a result, whose possibility invariably arises from the disappearing fury of the deviating masses, that is to say, the masses who, in the unpredictable storm of their confident revolt, stood up against the figure of the state that first served as their founding principle. The fact that one can describe the mass movement, its memorable lucidity, its invincible courage, its particular division, its suspicious-looking assemblies, its fraternal terrorism, does not authorize us to believe that therein lies a stable term of socio-political being. Any attempt to institute in a lasting way the forms of its creative impatience, or to define its state of affairs, changes the mass movement into its opposite. All that the Soviets after 1920 or the Chinese revolutionary committees after 1970 accomplish is the status disappearance of their historical apparition. The being of the mass movement is to disappear, and we must accept that it appears without a trace on the vast stages of the historical space, to the point where so many exhausted nostalgics end up asking themselves, what happened there? What were we thinking? They only forget that the whole from where they speak, even if one recognizes in it nothing of the enthusiasm from before, and even if what dominates is the appearance of its opposite, draws consistency from the force unleashed by the movement. What is more, they forget that no political project has any future no matter how impoverished its present appears to be once the storm has been spliced, except by keeping steady in the direction indicated by the founding disappearance of the mass movement. In the relation of politics to the mass movement, it is the dialectical function of the vanishing term that we must take into account, by pegging it onto the force and, if possible, by avoiding its reduction to the sole atemporal clinamen from which the conservative mechanism of places is born. It is according to the modality of their stable splacement that the masses are history, whereas it is in their appearing disappearing that they make history. They make what they are, but disappearing is what gives them being. 9 Herein the following paradox is revealed. The essence of the vanishing term is to disappear, but it is at the same time that which exists the most as whole, cause of itself. Only that which is missing from a whole can give it consistency. Deduction of the splitting. January 5, 1976. Mallarmé and the theory of the crowd. The three figures of the combinatory. Any term has a vanishing border. Theorems of the structural dialectic. Structural definition of the revolutionary Mallarmé and anxiety. 1. Last time I proposed to you that we split the existence of the masses according to whether they present us with the being of history or, as a vanishing term endowed with causal power, constitute the making of history. Of these masses, the poet Mallarmé, that hermetic recluse, has the strong awareness that they hold the silent secret of any art worthy of its name. While it is true that his poetic machinery assembles a rigged splice of constellations, roses, credenzas, and tresses, arranged against the backdrop of a bourgeois salon deserted by midnight, and while it is true that the vanishing term, from which these epical ingredients draw the force of joining together into a cold idea, does not seem to go any further than the setting sun, that phoenix, that beautiful suicide, that pride at evening, or than the death of the genius, logic of the tombs, for Baudelaire, for Théophile Gautier, for Verlaine, for Wagner, for E. A. Poe, we would be wrong to conclude that this prodigious dialectician has never done more than making the mental rounds of his own room or worshipping his ancestors. Mallarmé wanted nothing less than to empower the city with a book and a theatre in which the infinite and mute capacity of the masses, which he names the crowd, would finally find what it takes to produce, by withdrawing from it, its complete emblem, the crowd which begins to surprise us so much as a virgin element, or ourselves, fulfills for sounds the function of guardian of mystery. Its own. It compares its rich muteness to the orchestra, wherein lies collective greatness, sacred pleasure, d. 241. The muteness of the crowd is that by which the latter produces, in the hushed secret of its historical greatness, the representative and illuminating concentrate of art. Of this causality lost in the night of silence, the artist, according to Mallarmé, is only the empty mediator. The book is a process independent of any personal subject, impersonified. The volume, to the extent that one separates from it as author, does not demand a reader, either. As such, please note, among human accessories, it takes place all by itself, finished, existing, restricted action, d. 219, translation modified. As finished or made, fate, it is under the pressure of collective greatness that art arranges itself, without being marked by it from within, that is, without being a politics. As existing or being, atent, it forms a splice, which henceforth can be contemplated by the crowd from which it issues, without knowing it, since art exists theatrically, for the crowd that, unconsciously and obliviously, hears its own grandeur, Music and Letters, D190, trans-modified. The crowd is the vanishing term for art, the clinamen which from language as usual trading currency without a concept sets apart the poem as the proper linguistic organization to render explicit the relations, few or many, and to simplify the world, ibid. Of course, the crowd can never be grasped in its causal act, since it disappears in the same process. In the retroaction of art, it much rather seems to be abolished, a massive shadow that prior to the work itself projects its lost correlate. Mallarmé's key image here is fireworks, commemorating, on July 14, the foundational riot. They project onto the sky a splendor of which the crowd is only the nocturnal ground, a multitude tinder. The night sky does not constitute the spectacle, but in front of it, suddenly, there rises the multiple and illuminating spray, in mid-air, which in a considerable emblem represents its gold, its annual wealth and the harvest of its grains, and leads the explosions of the gaze to normal heights. Conference on Villers, Yvres completes 499. What do the seething and destructive masses of the revolution and this peaceful flock of official spectators have in common? Precisely the fact that the multiple and illuminating spray of the poem or of music does nothing except make a whole, in a stellar emblematic inscription, out of the productive wealth of the people, of which it nevertheless, in its compact absence, lights up only the self-estranged amazement. In view of this function of art, Mallarmé, and this is his idealist bent, in a surprising text sends back to back the universal suffrage and the riot, with a slight conceptual preference, nonetheless, for the latter. If, in the future, in France, religion comes back, it will be the amplification of the sky instinct in each of us, rather than a reduction of our instincts to the level of politics. To vote, even for oneself, does not satisfy, as the expansion of a hymn with trumpets sounding the joy of choosing no name, nor can a riot be sufficiently tumultuous to make a character into the steaming, confounding, struggling again into life hero. Music and Letters, D195. The force of the demand, which makes Mallarmé into an intellectual revolutionary, here consists in annulling the self-nomination in the crowd's steaming, confounding, force. Herein lies a vanishing tumultuousness from which, struggling back into life, all heroic idealism proceeds. Let us understand the following: in order for a representative's place, a religion, to come into being, the subject must be carried away by its sky instinct, which abolishes even its old nominal identity. Against the background of this striking lack, of which universal suffrage is the perfect denial, what installs itself, ceremonially, is the amplification in each of us. After having disappeared in its act, the crowd, now returned to its substantial placidity, contemplates the emblem of its vanished force. There is no approximation, in our own time, of what Mallarmé dreams of, except the colossal crowds dressed in red on Tiananmen Square at the peak of the Cultural Revolution. Such is the true theater in which the people proceeds to hear its own greatness. The fact that the imbeciles have found this to be religion only does justice to the concept. However, it is also proof of the fact that the riot, contrary to what Mallarmé says, is indeed the exact form of the crowd as vanishing term, which is sufficiently tumultuous to cause the spectacular restructuring of time itself. And this, even though it is true that art is the concentration of force. Mallarmé, in those years between 1880 and 1890, suffered above all from a lack of riots which threw the crowd back on the stable floor of its statist being. He knew this very well. There's no such thing as a present, no, a present doesn't exist. For lack of the crowd's declaring itself, for lack of everything, restricted action, D218. There's no such thing as a present means that there is no clinamen, no creative disappearance of the crowd standing up in rebellion. There is only the placid combination of places according to the law's regularity. The law, Mallarmé says, seated in all transparency, naked and marvelous. Music and Letters, D195. What is especially marvelous is that in these colonial and PROV's early docile times, Mallarmé should have been able to detect, if only so as to assign its task to art, that everything that has splendor, everything that subsists and continues, results from the crowd's lack and bears witness to the fact that, by disappearing, the rioting masses have founded even the world that forbids them to exist. 2. The structural penchant consists in seeking to combine elements that are all identical. Therein lies something of an algebraic prescription, in which the repetition of the same letter, only different in terms of its place, and not even indexed according to its locus, provides the matrix of all elementary intelligibility. Let us call this the first figure, in which only the strictest minimal difference appears, the difference from the same to the same, from place to place, occupied by identical marks. First figure, A. However, if one is a dialectician and not only a structuralist, one stumbles upon the obstacle proposed by the real. In order to distinguish itself, the mark, the term, the atom, must lift itself up against a background of blankness, the space, the void, which now, with regard to the first, establishes an absolutely qualitative difference. One thus comes to posit two principles and not just a single kind of terms. In a second figure, we need the void and the atoms, the blank page and the signs. This need for a strong difference functions retroactively as the condition a priori of the logic of places. Let us write 0 for the heterogeneous term from which the homogeneous ones draw their identity by opposition. Second figure, 0//AAAAA. Here we are blocked by an excess of force. From 0 to A, we do not even have, as in the case from the place P to the term A, the mediation of an index, AP, the term in its place. Here we have the incommunication of opposites, the two of Manichaeism. Opposed to the continuous void, there is the dissemination of no whole whatsoever. Certainly, the series AAAAA is qualitatively determined by its opposition to 0. But this applies to all in one piece. The strong difference makes the multiple into a one of opposition, without the possibility that anything combined emerges from it. The Klein Amen, as we saw, finds the escape route of a causal indexation. One atom is marked by the void in a singular way, one sign is marked by the background, one signifier, the phallus, by the symbolic, in that its movement, its scription, its representative function, interrupts the isotropism of the domain so that the combinatory gets going. Whence the third figure, AO, vanishing term, /AAA. Initial chain instituted as place of all things. This figure stays in the family, only A's, but this time around the combinatory consistency of the chain is guaranteed by the vanishing term. This edging out of the void into an index touches upon the articulation of the thing. The vanishing term is none of the elements of the whole. The cause is thus nothing, since something is only a combination of elements of the whole. Nevertheless, if there is something rather than nothing, which is the question for Leibniz and Heidegger, if the combinatory exists on the basis of which the immobile dispersion of ones into powder, the milk for a Milky Way of nonsense, is overcome, then it is under the effect of the deviation of 1 vanished in the whole. The vanishing term is therefore not nothing, but, as cause of the whole, it is consubstantial with its consistency. Like a Democritus of written signs, Mallarmé says with clarity, but there is, and here I intervene with confidence, something, some little nothing, let's say explicitly which exists, for example, equal to the text, music and letters, D 177. Some little nothing made for the express purpose of causing the whole of the poem, to which thenceforth it is equal, such is Mallarmé's vanishing term, the support of the causal effect of lack. 3. It remains metaphorical to say that the vanishing term is equal to the whole. It is not the whole, this little nothing from which all consistency results, nor is it this consistency itself, since the latter is so little nothing that it is distributed into things. Where then is it? Whereto goes the striking and irreparable deviation, out of which all order is made. After the mutation of differences, the vanishing term, and the causality of lack, we need to deduce the splitting. This is the fourth concept of the structural dialectic. Let us pick up the thread of atomism again. The fact that a clinamen has taken place means that the atoms, whose movements are finally combined, from now on can link themselves onto one another. The deviation, though disappeared in the sense that no atom in the real world is its bearer in particular, is in fact omnipresent in any linkage of atoms. The fact that an atom, instead of scooting by parallel to all others, can be linked to the point of entering into the consistency of a thing, is precisely the mark in it of the evaporated clinamen. To include itself into the thing as a whole is what, in the atomistic act, is due to the deviation. Even though this concerns the epitome of its normality, to be an element of a combination. That which thus links the terma to its identical and distinct neighbor is, so to speak, the appearance-disappearance between them of the vanishing term, which is the support for any possible linkage. Actually, any atom is the vanishing term, in that it is capable of linking itself to the others so as to make up the whole of a thing. The upshot of this is that no single atom is the vanishing term, so that we can avoid, as is the goal of the structural dialectic, the return of the strong difference which is what would be entailed by the division of the stock of atoms into two kinds, the deviating and the normal ones. Each atom must be regarded as being, on one hand, itself, that is, the indifferent distinguished only by its place, and on the other, its capacity to link itself onto the others, to include itself into the whole, that is, its internal marking by the vanishing of the clinamen. Such is the equation of the splitting, A equals, AAO, in which one easily recognizes, reconstructed from a different angle, the equation of the size xi and A equals to which we were led last year in our investigation of the Hegelian dialectic. I say from a different angle, since after the indexation by the place we now obtain the size xi by the cause. In the structural dialectic, any term is split into its place, on one hand, and its vanishing capacity for linkage, on the other. For us, this is as good as place and force. But, as I said before, the structural dialectic is reluctant to name the force, and breaks its back trying to keep it in place. One element of the combinatory is included as singular, but it is linked to the others only under the effect of a missing totalization, of which it presents the border, A/AO, latches itself onto, AO/A, through the vanishing that is common to them via their border AO, from which it results that they are totalizable. Thus, the absent cause is always reintroduced into the whole of its effect. This is a major theorem of the structural dialectic. In order for the causality of lack to exert itself, all terms must be split. Thus, the trace left behind in the social world by the great mass movements, about which we have shown that they were the vanishing terms of all things historical, resides in the fact that any form of consciousness, any point of view, any reality, in the final instance is split into the old and the new categories by means of which history produces movement in the entities that make up its combination. As for the proletariat, it is the subjective name of the new in our time. If the working class defines its place in the structure, the essential point is for it to mark the border of the old, which explains that this proletariat can be, in China in 1966, the movement of the schooled youth, and, in Portugal today, the peasants from the south. The apparent mistake in terms of position overlaps with the truth of the opposition. The falsity of the place is the truth of the force. No matter how stable, or even ossified, it may appear to be, a historical thing presents the border of the disappeared movement from which results its presence in the whole, that is, the actuality of its future destruction, just as on those stumps washed up on the shore the dried foam marks a border of the Dead Sea, which is also the tide's reversible imminence. It is one of Mao's strengths to have insisted that the revolutionary Marxist is the lookout for the vanishing term, emblem of the new within the old. He or she is the active guardian of the future of the cause. These great causes, in whose name sacrifice is sometimes the least of things, are in fact great causalities. The fact that the vanishing term presents itself, AO, in order to attach itself onto A, that we have the theorem of the thing, A equals AAO, A, which links the splitting to consistency, all this is nothing else than the general form of Lacan's theorem, A signifier is that which presents the subject for another signifier. A term is that which presents the vanishing term to another term, in order together to form a chain. To function as a combinable element amounts to presenting the absent cause to another element. 4. Mallarmé thus sets out his program, to evoke, with intentional vagueness, the mute object, using elusive words, never direct, reducing everything to an equivalent of silence, is an endeavor very close to creating magic. D 264. The object, reduced to silence, does not enter the poem, even though its evocation grounds the poetic consistency. It is the absent cause. But the effect of its lack lies in affecting each written term, forced to be elusive, never direct, in such a way so as to become equal on the whole to the silence by which the object was only initially affected. The elusive is the vanishing border of the written term. It is that by which, under the effect of the object's absence, it combines itself poetically with other terms, in order finally to produce the evocation of the lack, that is, a poetic thing, an integrally combined universe. The poem's word is split, it is word and non-word, speech and silence in equal parts, light and express shadow. This splitting alone is what supports the poem's maneuvering, its inclusion into the chain of metaphors. If it is silence that must be said, the poem must reduce each word to its vanishing side. The poem as a whole, becoming the equivalent according to Mallarmé's wish of the silenced object, proceeds to the word's self-effacement. The difficulty lies in the fact that the exclusive instrument for this process of self-effacement of the word, based on its vanishing border, can only ever be other words. Therefore, we must also efface the instrument of the effacement, otherwise the word gains the upper hand on the side of the oblivion of lack, on the side of its anonymous identity, wherein Mallarmé recognizes language's function of exchange, somehow monetary in nature. The poem exchanges nothing. The annulment of exchange is its major outcome. For this to happen, the trace must disappear from that by which the words put in motion brought sparkle to their very own vanishing. At the core of Mallarmé's dialectical machines we find not only the trinity, vanishing term, causality of lack, splitting, but also the second degree of its effect, that is, the lack of lack. For reasons that we will have to investigate, Lacan names anxiety the lack of lack. And, he says, it is that which does not deceive. Mallarmé says nothing different. The lamp-bearer, anxiety, at midnight sustains those vesperal dreams that are burnt by the phoenix, and which no funeral amphora contains. On the credenzas in the empty room. CP 69, transmodified. Indeed, of the void in which a subject eclipses itself, anxiety is the extinguished light in which the subject gave luster to its scant reality. Alain Nuakablanti 2. January 26, 1976. Syntax inaugural metaphor metonymic chains all the concepts of the structural dialectic the lack of lack, the poem does what it says the USSR and the siren. 1. A poem by Mallarmé is a whole whose missing object is the structural dialectic itself. It is, explicitly, a stilled, melodic encipherment, of the combination of motifs that compose a logic, music and letters, D 188. This goes to show the relevance of its unpacking. Why is it a poem, if the theme enciphers a logic? One might also ask, what fallen object is the cause of Lacan's style? It is possible to answer this question in the form of a demonstration. The syntactical governance of Mallarmé and Lacan's sentences is not in the least futile or arbitrary. It is the language of the structural dialectic, always standing on the edges of the flat precipice of structuralism, yet ready to leap back like a young goat in order not to fall into it. Here, poetry makes up for the force, which one seeks to deny. Let us proclaim that Mallarmé's poetic machine, though opaque when looked at from the outside, nevertheless possesses only a single meaning. We must put an end to the laziness that has so many readers bypass the obstacle in order to claim that the enigma's virtue consists in allowing 100 underlying answers. This absolute dialectician does not present any polysemy. One should not take for an erratic chaos whatever is given multiple echoes, based on the firm and consecutive encipherment of the one of meaning, by those remarkable stampings with which the poem illuminates and extinguishes itself. The guarantee of the unity of meaning, Mallarmé warns us, is none other than that which functions as law for the space of writing. What pivot, in these contrasts, am I assuming for intelligibility? We need a guarantee syntax, the mystery in letters, D 234-5. Not to get lost in the grammar is a major guideline for anyone seeking to discover the poem's functioning and, consequently, to gain access to the elucidation of its lack, that is, the dialectical logic in person. Point 12. To back this up, let me give the punctuated, stretched out, apoetic and flattened version of the object that I propose to unpack today. So what shipwreck has swallowed even the mast, the sails torn off which was the final debris of a ship? The foam on top of the sea, trace of this catastrophe, knows it, but says nothing. The ship's horn, which could have informed us, has not been heard, impotent, under this low sky and in this dark sea with its color of volcanic rock, which imprisons the possible echo of the distress signal. Unless, in reality, furious for not having had any ship to disappear, the abyss, sea and sky, has swallowed a siren, of which the white foam would no longer be anything other than the hair. In sum, the poem reveals its architecture once we understand the following. 2 in the first line is a past participle of the verb tear, to silence, hush, or still, referring to the shipwreck, quel naufrage, to Alain, about le mat de Badiou, what shipwreck, stilled beneath the oppressive cloud, has abolished the stripped mast. Par un trompe sans vertu refers to quel naufrage, to Alain par un trompe sans vertu, what shipwreck, stilled beneath the oppressive cloud by a horn without force. A meme refers to bass, la nu, basse de basalt et de laves, a meme in the sense of tout contre or flush with les echoes esclaves, the cloud, base of basalt and lava, flush with the enslaved echoes. The second quatrain is punctuated with a question mark. In the tercets, we must imagine a comma after furibund, furious, as well as after haute, high or exalted. Furibund is said of elab, me vein éployé, the vein abyss outspread, which is responsible for drowning the siren. No other path is possible, you will test this for yourself, if one wishes to include all the explicit materials following the supposition, confirmed by the author, that the syntax serves as guarantee. 2. Last year I spoke of the splace, the legal place presupposed by any event. Mallarmé takes as his point of departure a spaced figural representative, sea and sky blended into the low-ceiling depressiveness of the nothing. Metaphor of the splace, and more specifically of the white page where everything is inscribed. Decor about which it would be too much to say that it is a fragment of nature, since Mallarmé excludes with great precision the assemblage of sky and sea from nature, the sea which one would do better to keep silent about than to inscribe in parentheses, if the firmament doesn't enter along with it becomes disjoined, properly speaking, from nature. A certain exceptional drama works its ravages between them, and this has its rationale in No. 1, bucolic, D 269. Of this exceptional drama, our sonnet offers a sketch as impersonified reason or rationale in No. 1, pure logic, whose writing must fill the lack by practicing the effect. To read such a sonnet means to become the mental equal to those for whom, satisfied by no fruits here, my starvation finds equal savor in their learned deprivation. CP 81. As for the dialectic and force, I propose that you, in reading Mallarmé, perceive the equal flavor of their absence. In this regard, dialectical poetry is the reverse of dialectical politics, where the flavor, often quite acrid, is perceived in the real. As a result, to this day, all political poetry pertains to epic, which is only obliquely poetic, namely, by whatever escapes its magnificence rather than by that which brings out its splendor. If one admits that Mallarmé, as a poet, holds the virgin page to be the original metaphor for the splace in itself, we will at once see that the poem opens with a second metaphor, where the complex sea sky replaces the blank paper guarded by its white, sea breeze, CP 25. On the Molar sea, split off from nature, reduced to its anonymity, a trace, the foam, holds the principle of a meaning, tu lisis, equum, you know this, foam, which it does not give up, mazy babes, but slobber on. This is the poet's first written trace on the paper void, itself a metaphor, for us, of the outplace which any splace makes retroactively into a place. For the written in itself has no assigned location and comes into existence only by contradicting the chance-like purity of the virgin page. The metaphorical gesture by which the poem becomes possible is aimed at the contradiction of the trace and the blank space, metaphorized into foam and sea sky. Mallarmé's crucial problem resides in the process set in motion by the inscription of words that are out of place on the splace of the page. The theoretical statements that escort the poems do not leave us any doubt about this. To lean, according to the page, on the blank, whose innocence inaugurates it, forgetting even the title that would speak too loud, and when, in a hinge, the most minor and disseminated, chance is conquered word by word, unfailingly the blank returns, gratuitous earlier but certain now, concluding that there is nothing beyond it and authenticating the silence. The Mystery in Letters, D 236. Even before the poem, we obtain the following metaphorical line of entry, with M for metaphor, as seen in the diagram below. The interrogation of the foam, and consequently of the outplace and of writing, is the point from where the poem is arranged. Two hypotheses, separated by or unless, ou selique, resolve the suspense of a word that in itself is undecipherable. A. The foam would be the trace on the marine void of a shipwreck. B. The foam would be the trace of a siren's plunge. These two hypotheses are in turn organized according to two metonymic chains. The ship is made up of a distress signal, the horn, then of a mast stripped of its sails, the siren, of its young flank, and then of its trailing hair. Ship and siren are the two vanishing terms that support the fact that there is something, the foam, rather than nothing, the oppressive cloud. Vanish they do, these terms, with the foam being only the trace of their disappearance. The ship has been wrecked, the siren has plunged underwater, and if the foam opens up the whole question of the thing, it is because the question concerns its cause, which is of the order of the movement of an absence. The metonymical chains, veritable still for the Mallarmé concept of the negative, aim to bring absence all the way to the edges of nullity. The ship is evoked only by the abolition, not even of its own massivity but of its mast, supreme jetsam, or by the hypothetical sound of an inaudible horn. The siren is reduced to its youthful head of hair except that it is only a single white hair. If we agree to mark with a slash, or an oblique bar, the disappearing act of the causal term, then the two chains, interrupted by or unless, present themselves as follows. Here we find ourselves back with all our categories. The strong difference, foam/blank, which opens up the problem of the thing, the network of weak differences, organized in metonymies, ship, mast, horn, siren, hair, the transition from one to the other by way of the causality of lack, supported by the vanishing terms, the ship's wreck and the siren's drowning, of which what is the foam is the mark out of place on the splace's desolation. That the vanishing term is the mark of the void itself is sufficiently clear from the fact that the ship is engulfed, and the siren, stingily or avariciously drowned, as if these terms derived their substance and their effect only from being reabsorbed into the abyss of the sea, of which they are the disappearing delegation in the world. Let us also notice the progress made over the whole course of the poem. If the wrecked ship is an external included, a heterogeneity engulfed in the homogeneous, then conversely the marine animal of the siren results from a dazzling expulsion out of its native element, a homogeneity in transit, just the time of a dolphin's leap, in the superficial heterogeneity of the visible, much to the regret of the avaricious abyss. The place is so avaricious as to take back immediately whatever it gives out, the thin scar of the cause, so as to ensure that nothing takes place other than itself, nothing will have taken place other than the place, a dice throw. As for the splitting, it too is manifest, with regard to the foam's double nature. The foam certainly is a trace, and thus it is captured in the network of mundane differences, as opposed to the unlimited nature of the cloud. But on the other hand, it holds out only thanks to a resemblance to the abyss, of which it indicates the negative power and the underlying effect of abolition. That which exists out of place, the poem says, finds itself placed therein under the law of the place, of this place. Ship and siren, return to the nullity of the abyss, divide the foam according to the cause, the vanishing side, and according to consistency, the effective but really mute trace, which slobbers on. We would thus be at the end of our troubles, having seen how the text works as emblem of the structural dialectic according to its metaphorical, M0, and metonymical, my, operations. Except that the diagram immediately suggests the following questions. 1. Why two vanishing terms, ship and siren? Why this second cleavage which, cut in two by the enigmatic coup de force of or, ou selique, arranges two metonymical chains? 2. Why this unusual closure, which at the end of the poem provokes the metaphorical re-emergence, in the guise of the relation hair/abyss, of that which apparently had been introduced from the start as foam/sea sky? What have we gained, by moving from foam to hair? 3. Is it not enough to have only one vanishing term in order for its effect of lack, which divides any index of the real, to authorize the whole of the poem? Nevertheless, it is twice that the ship does not take place. First wrecked, the ship casts away its sails, shuts up its horn, its siren, already, but in the sense of an alarm, so that its supreme jetsam may abolish itself. But the shipwreck in its turn is revoked and put into doubt. It would rather be a matter of a siren's plunge. These two negations do not belong to the same species. The first offers a figure for the vanishing of the causal term, the second annuls the vanishing itself. And, against the backdrop of this revocation, the second and final vanishing term, the JN, takes flight. You see, in Maoism, we also must produce the destruction of the bourgeoisie twice. First of the old bourgeoisie, the classical one, for which Leninism provides the means to destroy its apparatus. And then of the new one, the state bureaucratic bourgeoisie, which as Maoism teaches us sprouts up even among the instruments of the first destruction, the Leninist party and the socialist state. The whole question consists in knowing whether the revolutionary masses, the historical agent that is the vanishing cause for the Leninist revolution, are the same as those that come and flush out, from that which at first had been their backbone, the party and the state, the wailing bourgeoisie that managed to impose itself in Russia, after Stalin had not been able to propose anything in order to defer it, except the somber equality in the face of terror. 1 or 2 vanishing terms. Is the revolution that Lenin opposes to the state the same as that of the Cultural Revolution? It seems rather that after the socialist wrecking of the bourgeois ship, we have to consider the communist plunge of the sirens of the state. Besides, these are sirens with a mustache. Only the temporary ascendancy of the new, monopolistic, and state bureaucratic bourgeoisie is able to account for the fact that its raucous and sinister song can seduce navigators of history that are as disparate as the Ethiopian colonels, the military in Vietnam, a few Arab intellectuals, technical experts in the Eastern Bloc, bearded Latin Americans, or the simple-minded professional workers of the French trade unions. In order to turn all that into the whole of a shipwreck, it is not surprising that strange novelties are needed, such as the mobilization of tens of millions of students and workers around affairs involving the theater, movies, oil painting, and philosophy. For Mallarmé, in any case, the second vanishing term inscribes itself based on the lack of the first. This lack is radical insofar as it no longer bears on the term, the ship, but on its disappearing, the shipwreck, the Ysip. The poem exhibits the causality of lack in its effect, but also in its law, since it is governed from within by the lack of the first supposed causal term, the first vanishing term. Or else carries out the abolition of the abolished. What was presupposed in terms of the efficacy of absence now finds itself annulled. Consequently, the poem is not only the metaphor of the dialectical categories. It is their concept. The reality of the categories is at work to move along the poetic thing. We pass poetically from the ship to the siren, both of which are metaphorical figures of the vanishing term, by way of the vanishing of the first figure, whence the necessity of the second is engendered. What the poem says, it does. In this regard, it resembles the Marxist act, in which the written is never anything but the prop with which the political subject supports itself in its antagonistic unity. After Lenin, every Marxist text bears the title, The Current Situation and Our Tasks. Mallarmé interprets the structural dialectic less as the theme for a metaphor than as a directive for the poem. That which was lacking, the ship, or the op, must come to lack in its lack so that the Zen, qua ideal, may come into being. Mallarmé says, blow out the candle of being, by which all has been. Proof, Igitter, Yvers completes 434. The poem is this retroactive proof of blown-out being of LNG which in order to be provided requires the lack of lack. If everything exists thanks to what is lacking from it, then the same applies to the cause. It is only by abolishing a first causality that you give consistency to the concept of causality itself. This special operation, typical of Mallarmé's dialectical machines, by which they undertake from within the suppression of their first negative metaphor, in what follows will be called, annulment. As for the question why the siren comes to a stop, immobilized as it is in the ideality of a lack which, for its part, cannot come to lack, we will not have time to answer it today. There is no shortage of people who think that with the October Revolution a workers' state is put in place that no historical contingency, however repulsive, will ever separate from its essence. It is clear that under the banner of the withering of the state, Marx imagined not only the lack of the bourgeois state but, progressively, the lack of its lack, called communism, in which any political causality is abolished. Of this abolition, the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat supports the plan. Lenin completed this by indicating that any state was at bottom bourgeois, so that, in coming to lack under the effect of the first insurrectionary assault, which clears the ground for the proletariat, the state always bourgeois must necessarily lack a second time, now clearing the path for the communist masses of the classless society, as the vanishing term of history in general, finally given in its concrete concept. What the masses experience is that the socialist state and the party at its helm are a rat's nest of bourgeois bureaucrats. This experience still had to be turned into a Marxist politics. It belongs to Mao's imperishable initiative to have at least pronounced its urgency. Mao, in the guise of a long series of cultural revolutions, for the first time has designated and put into practice the return of the state's lack back upon itself, the or else here being nothing less than his endorsement, in a sensational desabeo, for the riots of the youth and then of a segment of the workers, against the new bourgeoisie of the socialist state. From that which put an end to the old tyrannies, we must also know how to liberate ourselves. Those who, after that, persist in talking about socialism and its state as a stable entity certainly share with Mallarmé the hypothesis of a halting point. But they have failed to see its annulation. Mallarmé has an alibi that they cannot produce. Contrary, alas, to the imperialist USSR today, the siren, even if returned to the abyss, does not exist. Any subject is a forced exception, which comes in second place. February 1, 1976. Theater Catholicism and Politics Lack and Destruction. The signifiers of exception, locus of the subject on the role of tombs in Marxism and in art. The halting point analysis of the dice throw the rose and communism. 1. Who will measure what we owe to the theater, from Aeschylus's Oresteia to Brecht's plays? Capital Art, uninterrupted analyzer of our history. Mallarmé pronounces a clear and distinct axiom about this: theater is, by essence, superior, of genre and the moderns, d. 142. Mallarmé applies himself to establish the theater of our time. What does our time mean here? It is the time when the foremost representational theatrical religion, Catholicism, has fallen in disuse. In his analysis of the mass, our dialectician finds as much figurative truth as Hegel does at the level of the concept in the mystery of redemption. The mass is a notorious theater of the structural dialectic. See rather for yourself. Such, divided into the authenticity of distinct fragments, is the staging of a state religion, as yet unsurpassed by any framework, and which, divided into a triple work, proffers a direct invitation to the essence of a type, here, Christ, then proffers his invisibility, and then by vibrations outlines the enlargement of place to the infinite, strangely satisfying to a modern hope of philosophy and art. The same, d. 251. The summons to appear, which is the theme of the real presence, ends in the invisibility of God, the fundamental vanishing term. Taken in the emblem of his absence, the latter functions as the cause for the thundering art of the church organs, which carries the place to infinity, just as in a dice throw the launching of the numbers, uncertain until the officiant's disappearance into the sea waters, lifts the gaze up to the constellations that enumerate a sum of stars. The fact remains that, in 1890, one can no longer decently make do with Catholicism. The secularization of all theater of superior essence leaves only two ways open to mental research, where our need bifurcates aesthetics, on the one hand, and political economy, on the other, magic, d. 264. Nothing has changed. To what should we devote our need for theater, if not to art or to politics? Someone will allege science. Mallarmé's profundity here lies in not having said a word about it. Who will believe that truth, such as it is, may be that which causes a subject's desire? It remains to be seen why it is the case that our need must bifurcate. This is the whole question of theater as political art. Nevertheless, I can vouch that among those who were up and about in politics around May 1968 and who gave up in 1973, they are legion. The better ones returned to the artistic reference, while the worst fell into the vacuousness of universal reportage, if they did not devote themselves to the cool cataplasm of monotheisms. Politics is in a structure of fiction. This is not the least of Mallarmé's statements. The social relation and its momentary measure, condensed or expanded to allow for government, is a fiction. It belongs to the domain of letters. Safeguard, d. 290, transmodified. To have covered up the essential absence from which the social bond issues has been, for this bond itself, a grave error. It prevents us from relating to the political substructures, as we should, from the position of an involved audience whose elementary right is to hiss the play, or even to interrupt it, as soon as it proposes nothing more than a mediocre artifice, a vulgar fiction in which the crowd would not be able to recognize its own greatness. Great damage has been caused to terrestrial togetherness, for centuries, by indicating to it the brutal mirage, the city, its governments, or the civil code otherwise than as emblems, or, vis-a-vis our estate, as what necropolises are to the heavens they make evaporate, an earth's surface, almost not bad looking. Toll booths and elections are not here below, though they seem to sum up democracy, what makes a popular cult, even when such formalities are followed augustly, as representatives of the law, seated in all transparency, naked and marvelous. Music and Letters, d. 194-5. This is also an invitation to the politicians to take care of their representations, whose professional, that is to say, fictional rule comes down to exposing themselves absolutely in the transitory function of emblems, without ever imagining that they themselves possess any substance whatsoever. In politics only one link is required, trust, which must be granted, as in the theater, in order for the fiction to work. A politics relieved of everything except this revocable bond weighs no more than the written trace on the page. Everything else, which is as yet perhaps inevitable, weighs up to a great damage. In Marxism, this theatrical airing of politics bears the name withering away of the state. That just goes to show in what sense the state corresponds to a necropolis for the paradise that it makes evaporate. At the final term of this, if we can still speak of a term, there remains only the internal confidence of the masses, which is the reciprocal support of their truth qua fiction. Mallarmé, for his part, retains the task of caring for the book, while he waits for something better. What is art? The arrangement of nature into a whole, by its causal retrenchment. Nature has taken place, it can't be added to, except for cities or railroads or other inventions where we change the form, but not the fact, of our material. The one available act, forever and alone, is to understand the relations, in the meantime, few or many, according to some interior state that one wishes to extend, in order to simplify the world. Equal to creating, except that the notion of object, escaping, is lacking. Music and Letters, D 187, transmodified. To occupy the lack of being put some order in the symbol. 14 The equality of elements and the final seal of verse concentrate, in rhythm and rhyme, the satisfaction of the desire to create. The poetic act consists in seeing that an idea can be broken up into a certain number of motifs that are equal in some way, and of grouping them, they rhyme, as an external seal. The final words are proof of their common measure. Crisis of verse, D 206. Our investigation is devoted to following, under the effect of the natural non-place, the labyrinths of egalitarian fragmentation, the splice, and of that which is created therein in terms of the new under the hallmark of verse, the outplace. I do not imagine, any more than Mallarmé does for nature, that we can add to society except nuclear plants. Marxist politics must know how to entrench, how to put the old social order at fault in order truly to create that which did not exist. 15 It seems that this requires destruction, which is more than lack, which is to lack what force is to place. Even here, the poet does not abandon us. Destruction was my Beatrice, letter to Leaf Beret, 1867.16. 2. The annulment never inscribes itself linearly in the poem. You have the metonymical chains, from the ship to the mast, from the siren to the hair of foam. You have the metaphorical substitutions, foam for trace, abyss for the splice. But in order to produce the lack of lack, you must leap from one hypothesis to another, ship. No, siren. This leap in meaning or direction alone enables the annulment of a first vanishing term and the exhibition of the concept of the causality of lack. Do we not have here some stroke of force? A stroke of the force. Dash. But this also comes at a price. Mallarmé pays for the debt incurred for having broken the pact of the metonymical chain with signifiers of the exception. We saw or else. Above. There is almost no poem, except which proves the rule the tombs, that escape this need. What if, no, but. A fawn in the afternoon. Unless. Funerary toast and remembering Belgian friends. Were it not that. Sonnet. But. Little ditty, a lace vanishes. Except. The fine suicide fled. Though. Her pure nails on high. Except perhaps. A dice throw. Such are, accumulated, the intratextual indices of what the law of the text's placement would not be able to engender all by itself, since it is a matter of what, properly speaking, is an exception to it. Once the first vanishing term is given, the poem follows a line of totalization. Whatever wants to interrupt it must stand out of place. But how, if no force comes to overdetermine, qua subject, the series of consecutive places? Here the annulment of the vanishing, the shift to a second line of totalization, requires that instead of the metonymy of a supplementary effacement, after the ship, the pulled sail, the extinguished horn, the engulfed mast, why not the torn flag, the thread of this flag, the atom of this thread, there comes or else, the qualitative break in which the strong difference, dismissed before, takes its revenge so that the repressed heterogeneity returns. Let us say this in a straightforward manner, all the occurrences of or else, unless, and all the buts and except that are nothing less than the signifiers through which, as a caesura between two orders and in the time of a lightning flash, the subjective effect takes hold. Appearance-disappearance of a new type, in which the exception clause makes for all the interpolated drama of the subject. Strong difference suddenly punctuated in the thick plot of metaphors and metonymies. Abrupt interruption of the ideal egalitarian fragmentation. The lack of lack, which results from the annulment, is not twice the lack, according to the previously established law. It needs more, as witnessed in the grammar, an unknown lead, impossible to track according to the initial splacement, opens up to the poetic effect. Iprov call subject this unpredictable bifurcation. Any subject is a forced exception, which comes in second place. Mao has posited for the first time that there is no hope in engendering communism in a linear fashion from the socialist state. From that which sufficed to knock down the old social order, we should not expect that it will go any further based on perseverance alone. Perseverare diabolicum is a maxim for the socialist state. The strong difference, which Mao calls antagonistic contradiction, must reappear to its full extent, cultural revolution. In so doing, Mao discerned the current agency of the communist political subject, the stroke of force that separates it from its alleged prior line of existence, the socialist state and the party that is all too involved in it. Oh, but Mallarmé would much rather not show this subject that the structural will of his dialectic stumbles up against. If only all this could be kept within the homogeneity of the poetic operations. He voices his ambition in the program for Igitter, the drama, is resolved in an instant, just the time of showing its defeat, which unfolds in a flash. The time to say or else, except that, happens no sooner than the subject already has taken place, as dissidence to the place. Henceforth, once past the annulment, we are transitioning toward the idea of the cause, and again we only have at our disposal the familiar universe of metonymies. Is not this thin forced splitting of two chains, this minimal interruption for which a few adverbs or a few conjunctions suffice, almost nothing? Yes, but without this infamous and total gap, without this grammar of exception, there would only be the monotonous and infinite efficacy of the grinding of being under the law of an absence. Any true dialectician, even a structural one who subordinates it to the play among places, recognizes in passing, in a flash, the emergence of force whereby the outplace includes itself destructively in the splace that excludes it. In so doing, said dialectician produces a theory of the subject. Point 20. The fact of having pushed his poetic machinery all the way to the implacable rigor of certainly this, if it was not perhaps that ultimately saves Mallarmé from the flat precipice of structuralism. The latter is that which, in a dice throw, just before they accept, perhaps, a constellation, he calls with precision the constant neutrality of the abyss, CP 177, from which the unlikely stellar exception comes, for the time of a subject effect, to keep him apart. As for the tombs, if they do not require the grammatical exception, this is because the annulment of the first vanishing term, the deceased, Poe or Wagner, Verlaine or Baudelaire, is figured in them by the solid sepulchre, the calm block which from the start partitions the earthly life of the hero and the ideal life of his work. He is dead, except that we honor his material tomb only for the mysteries of his spiritual eternity. No other function is attributed to the mausoleums of Lenin or Mao. They are dead, the monument says, if it is not for the fact that the political subject remains, for whose tortuous path they henceforth occupy the position of polar star. As for knowing whether it is not rather the star that is thus put in the mausoleum so that finally the time to show its defeat may come for the subject, that is an affair for the state, which, after all, is never a subject. 3. Why does the poem come to a close? This is a question of pure fact and of pure logic. It is a fact that it comes to a close. A poem by Mallarmé even gives a special impression of closure, of an integral enframing. And yet, it would be logical for it to remain open-ended, since the combined operations of the vanishing and the annulment, by which the cause produces its effect and then delivers its concept, by themselves imply no halting point whatsoever. The ship, or else the siren, if not Neptune, unless a conch. And why not the circle of a reconvocation of the ship? Now that would be pretty. At the cost of a second subjective forcing, except that, we obtain the perfect closure, from which set theory had to guard itself by forbidding that one accept descending chains in the form of a loop of the type. The simplest of these loops is AEA, which posits that the set is an element of itself, which is something no intuitively graspable set can tolerate. Accordingly, such formal entities were called extraordinary sets, so extraordinary in fact that to simplify, or even simply to make possible their meta-theory, one forged their interdiction pure and simple, provided for by the special axiom called the axiom of foundation, or of regularity. And so too the axiom of foundation forbids that one descend to infinity, in the following way. Delimiting the impossible, the axiom of foundation is properly named, in that it touches upon the real of self-inclusion by way of being an element of itself. So it is, in some regard, with the class party, at least in the way Stalin sees it, detachment of the working class, part of this class element of its whole. It is also equivalent, identical to it, from the point of politics, the party is the class. Point 12. Thus the Stalinist class contains itself as element. This amounts to saying that it is unfounded with regard to the axiom of foundation. Mallarmé, for his part, is well founded. The poem, which is supposed to be finite, does not end in a loop, nor does it suggest the principle of an iterative descending infinity. I leave it up to you to judge whether my looping defounding addition, which annuls the siren and re-establishes the ship, produces a paradox for the operations accepted by the Mallarmé theory of poetic sets: metaphor, metonymy, vanishing, annulment. The latter, I repeat, articulate all the concepts of the structural dialectic, chain effect, vanishing term, causality of lack. Mallarmé stops. Mao does not stop. To Stalin's loops he prefers the other slope of the unfounded, of the real as impossible, the infinite descent. From the party to the masses, in which it installs and unlimits itself, the trajectory never crosses a stable frontier. Without the mass line, the party is null and void. Not to include the party disarms the masses in questions of politics. Whence the following two axioms: the party is leading nucleus of the people as a whole, rather than class detachment. Point 23. It builds itself, and rectifies itself, open wide on all sides, rather than purifying itself according to its law of organization. Point 24. Stalin's politics is closed, detached, frontier-like, algebraic; that of Mao is open, implicated, tendential, topological. Topological, too, is the Maoist concept of political history. Periodize and pass beyond. No halting point. Success, failure, new failure, and thus all the way to the final victory. But the final in question is only the one prescribed by the periodization. There is no final victory that is not relative. Every victory is the beginning of a failure of a new type. This is the final struggle. 25. The official song of the workers for a whole era designates the mode of historicization prescribed by the current figure of conflict, of class conflict, as far as we are concerned. After which, new contradictions, new struggles, new failures, new final victory. And communism. Communism is the name for the other era of conflict. I don't believe that communism will not be divided into stages, and that there will be no qualitative changes. Lenin said that all things can be divided. Mao, Talk on Questions of Philosophy, 1964, point 26. This type of statement amounts to the following, which is crucial for Marxism: history does not exist, it would be a figure of the whole. Only historical periods or historicizations, figures of the one of the two, exist. This is why we communists postulate no halting point. When we determine the current stage, it is with regard to the preceding one and the coming one. We do not count further than 3. 4 at the most. An uncertain 4 is needed in order to obtain 3 certainties. Mallarmé's poem, which is less the current stage of the book than the waste of its impossibility, posits an implacable finitude. It may limit all the glum flights of blasphemy hurled to the future, The Tomb of Edgar Allan Poe, transmodified, it is that rock, which imposed a limit on infinity, a dice throw. There is a time to conclude. Is it the good old negation of negation? Many believe so. Chance having been denied a first time, the second negation produces the idea of chance itself. The siren is the absolute of which the ship is only the mediation. We can find something of this kind in Agitor. At last he himself, when the noises are silenced, will forecast something great, no stars, chance annulled, from this simple fact that he can bring about shadow by blowing on the light. Then, since he will have spoken according to the absolute which denies immortality, the absolute will exist outside moon, above time. Point 2. Latent Hegelianism, consolidated by what follows, the infinite emerges from chance, which you have denied, Ibid. 4. There is certainly nothing wrong with this interpretation, which gives into the openly idealist aspect of the structural dialectic. But I would like to raise two objections. It is given the lie in Agitor itself by the following theorem, which Mallarmé calls a schema. Briefly, in an act where chance is in play, chance always accomplishes its own idea in affirming or negating itself. Confronting its existence, negation and affirmation fail. It contains the absurd, implies it, but in the latent state, and prevents it from existing, which permits the infinite to be. Point 28. Mallarmé's logic does not settle for negation any more than for affirmation. The causality of lack has nothing to do with the labor of the negative. The conceptualization, the infinite, of the real, chance, operates by way of the reciprocal neutralization of both affirmation and negation. The dialectical procedures, vanishing, annulment, and, we will see, foreclosure, which moreover are irreducible to one another, have no other aim than the production of the concept. It follows that they expose themselves to chance only in order to inscribe its necessity. Therein lies the special interest of Lacan's paradox, for whom, formal and deductive, logic is the science of the real, pure happenstance, chance encounter. This paradox explains the negative semblance of the operations, they delimit within language, within Lolland, Lacan would say, more specifically within poetic language, the forbidding dictatorship under the effects of which the real can be set in its necessity. A dice throw illustrates throughout the affirmative power of the dialectical sequences, without lining up the paraphernalia of negativity, but the lack, the void, the disappearing, yes. A subtraction is not a negation. The hoary maniac who comes to play the game in the name of the waves disappears so as to bury himself in the original spray while nobody knows whether the dice have been launched or not. Apparently, nothing of the unforgettable crisis, or else the event might have been achieved in view of all results null human will have taken place. A commonplace upsurge is shedding absence other than the place, a lowly splashing of some kind as if to scatter the empty act abruptly, which otherwise by its falsehood would have founded the loss in these indefinite regions of the swell where all reality is dissolved. CP 178-9, transmodified, point 29. Except that there emerges a constellation, cold with neglect and disuse, which idealizes the wager on the real, of which courage has the task of structuring the suspense. In this sense only, every thought emits a dice throw. The initial operations which clear the ground for the stellar exception, the inventive production with which the mental bravura is rewarded, present a formidable complexity. The scene, a deserted ocean, brings out of its own void a wrecked boat, of which the foam is the sail, the marine abyss the conch. As the final piece of wreckage of this phantom ship in the process of abolition, there rises the captain's closed fist, containing the dice. The hesitation before their launching, that is, the equivalence of negation and affirmation, changes the aleatory gesture into a veil of engagement between the old man and probability, a veil of illusion which will falter and fall until it is no longer comparable, as if, first subject effect, except to a hovering quill. The quill metamorphoses the ocean into a velvet cap, such that underneath this feathered headgear one guesses the presence of Hamlet, bitter prince of the reef, but above all, in the play, the master of the undecidable act. The Dane's rock is barely even evoked when it is to its being slapped by the tail of a siren that the quill's annulment is assigned, logically equivalent to the erasure of the dice throw. Appearing suddenly out of the maritime void, at least 6 vanishing terms follow one after the other: KFP, wrecked, the RM of the dice thrower, hesitant, the A of engagement, which falls, the hovering on the brink of the abyss, Hamlet, the undecidable, the X1N, terminal scales. The system of metaphors continues unflinchingly, from the pure chance/necessity that serves as a directive for the poetic logic science of the real all the way to its idealization as halting point, sky/constellation, at some last point that sanctifies it, through the intermediate rungs, each of them carrying out the self-effacement of its predecessor, wing of foam/gaping depth, sail/shell, hand containing the die/the master's corpse, a corpse cut off by its arm separated from the secret. It withholds, probability/old man, quill/abyss, quill/velvet cap, Hamlet/reef, siren/rock. Add to this a theoretical commentary, which is mixed in with the process and which underscores its equations. It informs us that in this theater where there is no backstage, the play being performed is the one from which any dialectical adventure draws its formal legitimacy. While the hero throughout has had the courage of disappearing into the operations aimed at the logical capture of the real, the final subject effect, marked by a magnificent except perhaps, occurs at the end of the journey, when an incredible network of metaphors, metonymic corrosions, and successive disappearances, has scraped to the bone the ghost of a gesture where an idle chance was attempted. 5. I would compare this hard labor of logic to partisan work, when politics tracks down the tiniest of antagonisms in the midst of a thick consensus, reduces the plenitude of the social to its conflictive bone, and, just when it is on the verge of having exhausted its resources, receives, if all is properly carried out, the subjectivizing exception of an abrupt collapse of the initial conditions under the imperious pressure of the revolts. Our minuscule action may seem equivalent to inaction. But the courage to hold steady in this equivalence enables us to be the political subject of this new era. Is our chance as Marxists idle? Certainly. Who would bet a penny on the revolution in France today? Our thought, though, emits this throw of dice. This is because it has the required patience for it and, on its own scale, knows how to produce the radical logic of which the vulgar fortune of events is only the first chance. Now we come to my second objection to the poet's alleged Hegelianism. His halting points are not just about anything. The leading role is reserved for the stars, constellation of the dice throw, septentrion of scintillations, festive star elsewhere, when the shade threatened, of a star that no longer shines, but dies, Herodias, overture. This is a well-established tradition. Hugo already ends plenty of poems with the sight of this starry sky, concerning which Kant said that, together with the moral law in his heart, it completed the whole of reasons. The other endings, the swan, the rose, and the gladiolus, the jewels, the fire of a bracelet, cold precious stones 30, a woman's tresses, the music instrument, the siren and the Amazon. The tomb. It is not very clever to see how, beyond their cultural evidence, all this is poetic, isn't it? The signifiers in question are in some way separable. No matter how worn out they may well be, their qualitative intensity distinguishes them to the point where, by merely saying rose, certainly not petunia, or swan, duck, by contrast, or mandolin, avoid cornet, or tresses, mop of hair won't do, I put myself at a precious distance in sharp contrast to table, room, passageway, or central heating system. Whence, despite the archaic war, air, the uniquely preliminary nature of the following lines. The heir apparent's ancient room, rich though fallen trophies bearing, would still be cold if he came faring through passageways back through the gloom. 31. With these lines Mallarmé prepares from a distance the following graduated halting points, the first two being the underpinning for a retroactive annulment by the third. The console's lightning glow, some rose in the dark, there sleeps a mandolin forlorn. 12. The time to conclude overdetermines the dialectical laws in a play of pre-established intensities that the temporal depth of language draws back into itself. Bootlegger of culture, Mallarmé, who pretends to generate the poem's ending from the strict resources internal to the dialectical procedure, injects some familiar connotations therein in order to achieve his goal. Because the floating language we inherit authorizes us to do so, we tolerate that a poem pauses at the rose of dark night or the swan's exile. We have almost arrived safe and sound, having been guided by the star. That is where, after the and yet of the exception, the second coup de force sneaks in, the bluff of intensity where we succumb to the subject. The logic of places, even when handled by an absolute virtuoso, would be hard put to deliver anything other than the regular and virtually infinite iteration of that which vanishes and that which is annulled. This requires the historical miracles of art, all of them by the way with their special date attached, since this dying 19th century stands out like no other, Mallarmé included, for its wilted roses, its gilding, its gladioluses, its consoles, and its fans. No aversion here, as far as I am concerned. Marked with the seal of inherited intensities, the poem attests that we must dialecticize the structural dialectic beyond itself. This would be a kind of force, if at the end we were to play with the fascinating and impersonal seduction of separable signifiers. 33. This is also proof that the negation of negation in all this is not what allows us to conclude. The beautiful word of communism has been entrusted to us, Marxists, as the misleading name for the halting point of our prehistory. Even that of revolution, though less openly melodious, often functions as the time to conclude, though it is clear that it concludes nothing, having no meaning whatsoever aside from the one conferred upon it by the other revolution, the second one, from whence the limit of the first becomes clear. The word communism has contracted some mold, that's for sure. But the roses and the gladioluses, the tresses, the sirens, and the consoles, were also eaten by moths in that fin de siècle poetry which was given the name symbolism and which all in all was a catastrophe. Let us try to be no more communist in the sense of Brezhnev or Marquise than Mallarmé was a symbolist in the manner of Veal Griffin. If symbolism has held up so gloriously well with the swans and the stars, let us see if we can do as much with the revolution and communism. It is because one takes the exact measure of their power, and thus of their divided sharing, that words may be innocent. Jewelry for the sacred of any subtraction of existence. February 8, 1976. Mallarmé and the Class Struggle Sonnet in 9 and or Foreclosure. The subject as delay logic of the trajectory. Everything is true, but we must move on and go beyond. 1. The heterogeneous exists as subject. This is what Mallarmé supports by way of the forced exception. There is also the fact that the rarefication of the décor, driven by the insistence of the vanishing terms, enters into conflict with the poem's brutal concluding intensity. Conflict is the dialectical title of a rarely quoted prose text, originally published with another title, A Case of Conscience. A case of the intellectual's conscience in the class struggle. Yes, indeed. The latter is mentioned by its very name in the text. Mallarmé is in the countryside. In front of his retreat, as an annex of industrialization, a mess hall for railroad workers is being constructed. 4 lines give us the equivalent of germinal in order to present the working class of this building, that violent, trade unionist labor squad, full of alcohol and rage. Translation of the insults against property and exploitation. The hostility turns against the villa occupied by our witness, piece of crap. Accompanied by the sound of feet kicking the grate, suddenly bursts out. He is hurt, irritated. His restrictive soliloquy, which at first attempted to exempt itself from the workers' hatred, is interrupted by a whim, the other class, unforgettably quarrelsome. Pulling himself erect, he examines me with animosity. It is impossible to wipe him out mentally. I want to complete the work of alcohol and lay him in advance in the dust so that he will cease to be this vulgar and mean colossus, without my having to lose to him first in a fist fight that would illustrate, on the lawn, the class struggle. In the meantime, he overflows with new insults. D44. Mallarmé finds no help in his opponent's obvious drunkenness. Rather, he sees in the latter's muteness a dubious destructive complicity. At this point he is racked with contradictory states, pointless, distorted, and affected by the contagion, the shiver, of some imbecilic ebriety, ibid. What could be the structural artifice to which the shady intoxication of the class struggle pertains? Only Sunday offers a controversial escape. After the political discussions, sadness, says Mallarmé, that what I produce remains, to people like this, essentially, like the clouds at dusk or the stars in the sky, vain. This time it is the star which, tried by antagonism, comes up against its limit and is unable to conclude except with vanity. Floored by the alcohol, the workers fall asleep. Tempted to return to his daydreaming beyond the confusion of bodies, Mallarmé cannot make up his mind to do so. A powerful respect, which literally has come from elsewhere, renders him immobile. In the alcohol sleepiness, this momentary suicide, 45, he deciphers first the dimension of the sacred in their existence, 46, the PROV is a substitute of an interruption for the workers in which we should recognize, for lack of its higher form which would be the revolt, a derivative form of this access to the concept that is the annulment. Then, constellations begin to shine. Are we once more going to end on the note of their cold disuse? No. The experience of antagonism forces the intellectual to link his endeavor to the concept of this experience. You will say that they are irreducibly real, these workers whose mystery and duty, as Mallarmé declares, he in his capacity should understand. 45. The body of workers, that is, class in its nocturnal detachment, presents an opacity far stronger than the stars. Rather than representing an obstacle for the poetic endgame, it becomes the latter's substance, rejoining centuries of creativity of the people all the way to the infinity of a social idea. Keeping watch over these artisans of elementary tasks, I have occasion, beside a limpid, continuous river, to meditate on these symbols of the people some robust intelligence bends their spines every day in order to extract, without the intermediary of wheat, the miracle of life which grounds presence. Others in the past have built aqueducts or cleared fields for some implement, wielded by the same Louis Pierre, Martin, Poitou, or the Norman. When they are not asleep, they thus invoke one another according to their mothers or their provinces. But in fact their births fall into anonymity, and their mothers into the deep sleep that prostrates them, while the weight of centuries presses down on them, eternity reduced to social proportions. 46. Given the limits of its time, what integrity is there, in addition to the beauty of the tribute, in submitting his intellectual task to the tenuous chance encounter of the real of classes, without conceding anything to populism, through the inner consent given to the idea that here the violent source of a different kind of concept must be grasped. 2. A second flattening of which the syntactical guarantee is the law of this place. In any empty room, at midnight, only anxiety reigns, supported by the disappearance of the light. Like a torch in the form of raised hands which would hold only an extinguished flame, this anxiety of the void cannot be cured with any trace of the setting sun, not even with the ashes that one could have collected in a funerary urn. The poet, master of the places, has gone to the river of death, taking with him a signifier, the ptyx, which refers to no existing object. However, near the open window on the north side, there faintly sparkles the gilt frame of a mirror on which are sculpted some unicorns chasing after a nymph. All of this is going to disappear. It is as if the nymph drowned in the water of the mirror, where nevertheless rises the reflection of the 7 stars of the Great Bear. Mallarmé was rather proud of this poem, which he qualified as null sonnet reflecting itself in all manners. 36 He considered that in this sonnet he had pushed self-sufficiency to the extreme in making a whole out of nothing. Think of the title of the first version, Sonnet Allegorical of Itself. The text appears to empty itself out non-stop. The burden of lack, so to speak, is at a maximum. A. The vesperal dream, an allusion, classical for Mallarmé, to the setting sun, already burnt by the ending day though called upon to be reborn, whence its metaphorization by the bird phoenix, which always rises up again from its ashes has not even left behind a trace, there is a lack of trace of that which has disappeared. b. The decor, a salon, is absolutely empty. The master is at the sticks. The poet, subject of the chain, always occupies the place of the dead. He sacrifices himself so that the text may come into being as a closed totality, strictly governed by the law. The right to accomplish anything exceptional, or beyond the reach of the vulgar, is paid for by the omission of the doer, and of his death as so and so, restricted action, d. 216. He has taken with him the ptyx. So many glosses have been written about this word that no dictionary consigns. Mallarmé, though, has said twice that it is a matter of a pure signifier, uninscribable otherwise than as the attribute of the dead poet. Oboli bibelo diananite sonor, null object reducible to the sonorous void of the signifier, sole object that nothingness attains, object withdrawn from being, subtractive object. If it is subtractive -1, this is because the ptyx stands in excess over the treasure of the signifier. Guardian of the possibility of meaning, it does not fall under this possibility. The ptyx is the +1 of the signifier, whose denotation, no matter how long the chain may well be, never arrives. The master is absent, under the emblem of this perfect signifier of lack, which is also, much to the torment of copyists, the lack of a signifier, unattested for outside this poem, in which moreover it enters only in order to designate its exit. C. The gilt frame of the mirror agonizes, it can barely, perhaps, be deciphered. D. The nix is defunct, buried in the mirror. Aside from these effects of absence, we could rightly say that this time the splitting traverses atomism taught us to recognize this necessity all the elements of the poem. The vesperal divides day from night. The phoenix divides itself by fire into ashes and rebirth. Midnight is the supreme Mallarmine hour, last hour of the day that ends, or first one of the day to come. Divisible, split. Atemporal hour. It is at midnight that a jitter must realize its act, to throw the dice. This returned midnight evokes its shadow, finite and null, with these words, I was the hour which is to make me pure, Ajitter, chapter midnight. The funeral emphora, which moreover is absent, like the tomb another exemplary Mallarmine sign would signal presence, but of that which is no more. The master exists, guarantor of the place, but he is dead. The ptyx, key to all meaning, has none. The gold of the mirror shows itself, like the setting sun, only in its disappearing. The aleatory nix is pursued, but defunct. The mirror contains both the waters of oblivion and the fixation of the 7 stars. Note also that nothing exists except in the form of a Greek tale, nocturnal mythology, fabrication of a dream. The phoenix, legendary bird. The ptyx, signifying stamp tantamount to the phallus for Lacan. The sticks, dead metaphor of death. The unicorns, medieval relays of the phoenix. The nix, exclusive femininity for the faun. We would never be done stating the annulment of inexistence, the nothing of nothing that this incredible machine makes into its subject matter. This includes even the sonorities, to the point where we cannot believe our ears. How can one possibly construct a sonnet within the closure of rhymes in x and or, quatrains, and then, by inversion of the musical gender, in is and or, tercets? Jewelry for the sacred of any subtraction of existence. All that is passed down to us is a single exception of certainty, the 7 stars of the constellation which all of a sudden comes to pull us out of anxiety, brought forth in the mirror of our oblivion by the though to which is linked, salvific, an impeccably delayed subject. 3. To those of you who have already been instructed by Allah Nuakablanti 2, I propose that you hunt down the vanishing terms that sustain the function of causality. We obtained a good return when we found 2, the ship and the siren. Now here we get into a snag. The nix is a good candidate. Her drowning restores her to the mirror. She is a pyx. And this judicious vanishing term is subsequently annulled, though, so that the constellation may be put in place, as always, with the value of a halting point. If we stick to the tercets, the affair is easy enough. The presupposition of the setting sun, the vesperal dream, the natural vanishing term for the pair day/night, writing/page, is metaphorized in the empty room by the division of the mirror, gilt frame with unicorns, on one hand, dark glass, on the other. The waning of the frame's gold, horizon for a salon setting sun, induces the nix as vanishing divisibility, pursued by the fire of the frame's unicorns, she plunges into the mirror's night. Her revocation, defunct, would not leave any trace, it would generate only the oblivion that the mirror frames if the constellation did not come to relay her in terms of annulment, though. The annulling connection is all the more firm and affirmative in that, according to the legend, it is after all the nymph Callisto who was cast into the sky so that she would draw the great bear. Dying from its own vanishing, she is reborn, eternal and cold. What is a good metaphor for the vanishing term in general? The setting, SII. It is J plus night. What is the two, defunct? The same thing, restricted to the living room, restricted action OD, waning, plus mirror, dark. Now, what is a good metaphor, in the night completed by the lacking sun, for the idea of this lack, hence, of the lack of lack? The stars, whose brightness revokes the vanishing term by producing its concept. By way of the star, the sun certainly comes to be lacking twice. The star presupposes the night, hence the causal vanishing of the sun, and yet, by bringing brightness, it annuls it. The idea of the setting, when, which the defunct PT renames, is the reflection of the 7 stars in the mirror's night, in the oblivion that the mirror frames. There we have the concept, the lack of lack, from which all anxiety is lifted, since it is anxiety. It is the absence of sun that led to anxiety. The 7-star constellation is born from the annulment of the supposed trace of this absence, the nix. It thus grasps anxiety, not as effect but as essence. Yes, but is there then only one vanishing term, the zero? And what about the quatrains? 4. There is first of all the poem's retroaction upon its conditions. What is it that takes place before the empty salon? The inaugural pair is clearly that of day and night. It is given twice, in its vanishing juncture. The vesperal dream, scarlet illumination of the evening, and the phoenix, the sun, consumed by its inherent fire in the promise of being reborn at dawn. It is in the middle of the night that the poem proposes its wager, by way of the concept star of the dead fire, on the solar promise. Between two presences, only the lack of the absence of any present, which has the value of an idea, saves the world from chance. Between two imaginaries, only the symbolic guards us from the real. Between two mass uprisings, only the politics of the party preserve the class. Beware, though they can be stated at the same point, these 3 statements, the Mullarmine, the Lacanian, and the Maoist, are not isomorphous. Does the empty and nightly room keep the trace of the golden promise? This is the question that commands the inspection of the places, according to the poetic regime of anxiety. Something a bit strange happens. We can certainly see that, in their succession, the funeral, amphora, the master, at the sticks, and the inexistent ptyx constitute the triple ban of non-being. The first one contains the ashes, the second is dead, the third is this word that says nothing. But in addition, none of them is there. These ghostly beings for sure would be vanishing terms, since they have no other being except to designate non-being, if we did not have to admit that to vanish is something they cannot do, affected as they are, in the decor, by a radical absence without any effect, contrary to the supposed ship, which could be inferred from the visible foam, or contrary to the divisible mirror, which we can discern. Should we say that these terms are annulled? No, since for the annulment of a hypothetical term, its vanishing must be the cause of a trace with regard to which, as exception, another term is made to appear, such as the siren after the ship, or the constellation of 7 stars after the Nix. The amphora, the master, and the ptyx have all the attributes of the vanishing term, except the vanishing, from which a trace of the lack should be evinced. They lack without a trace. On this account, they are irreplaceable. Here, we have a new kind of absence, one that no longer operates within any representation, and on which the concept, the lack of lack, has no grip. Picking up a notion from Lacan, we should say that these terms are foreclosed. I must distinguish 3 operations that work on absence. The vanishing, with causal value. The annulment, with conceptual value. The foreclosure, with null value. We owe it to Mallarmé's genius to have posited, with regard to the ptyx, that the pure signifier of lack tolerates to be evoked only when struck by foreclosure. It is not that it disappears, it is not there. Unalterable support of the there is not, it makes for a tangency of the real, of which is said only the there is. That is why the word itself had to be carried to the shores of death. There is something unconceptualizable. That is what, based on the foreclosures, this sonnet's quatrains declare. What is this unconceptualizable? The pure fact of there being some concept which is the reality to which the tercets are devoted. What makes that there is some concept is the master, death, and the pure signifier, the poet, the amphora, and the ptyx. This is something you will never be able to deduce, this triangle of the subject, death, and language. For all deduction happens from there. To deduce means to substitute. The rules of substitution lie at the basis of mathematical logic. The amphora, the master, and the ptyx are unsubstitutable, held as they forever are in the there is not, symbolic correlate of the there is of the real. The symbolic trinity is such. Is this true? I mean, that there is some unconceptualizable? Mao did not seem to believe so. He said, we will come to know everything that we did not know before, SW 4, 374, transmodified. In this regard, the Marxist axiom, it is right to revolt is ambiguous. Is it meant to indicate that the revolt has its reason, its concept? I don't think so. The revolt is what founds rationality, and it concentrates 1,000 reasons to revolt. As popular subjectivization, however, neither can it be reduced to its reasons, which belong to the structure or to the event, nor does it wholly abolish itself in the positivity of its political future. Here there is a factor of historical fortune, of illuminating chance, which is not that of language and of death, but that of courage and justice. Of the revolt, the state can only say that there is not any. Political revolutionaries, for their part, stick to the there is. Exquisite chance to intoxicate the revolutionary, the revolt is the ptyx of the state. 5. We are almost at the end of our troubles. Let us mark X the foreclosure, and / the vanishing. The annulment is punctuated with but or though. We thus obtain the following constructed schema. Where then is the lightning strike of the subject in this case? The 2 annulments do not have the status of a coup de force that elsewhere we recognized in them, and that one can discern in the majority of Mallarmé's poems. Practice yourselves. The but in the first tercet is opposed only to the nullity of foreclosure. It opens a line of totalization onto the gilded frame, without breaking up any other, since the amphora, the master, and the ptyx give consistency only to the radical lack of existence, to the non-place. The though eternalizes the nymph Callisto, rather than destroying her. Defunct and naked, she is a new Herodias, mirror, cold water frozen in your frame, CP 30, which the stellar exception stops on the edges of the nothing. This poem is more subtly structural than many others. Leaving aside the foreclosures, which have no effect other than to intensify the void, the heterogeneous is almost unreadable in it. What slides under the though, sutured onto a legend, Callisto, which bridges the nymph and the star, is only a subject of diminished force, almost folded back finally, onto the even surface of the metonymical operations. except for this singular delay of perception that saves the day within the night only in the final instance, when obviously the sky's reflection in the mirror was present from the start. The constructions deter via the waning gold and the generation of the revocable vanishing term, the nix, only serve the purpose of differing the time to conclude. The foam in la nuicablanti was traced for us from the start. Hence, the leap of the hypothesis, the or else of the subject, imposed itself without any possibility of escape. Here the ruse, which justifies Mallarmé's basking in it, consists in postponing the stellar trace as if it could result from the nix, whereas it is actually consistent, or coexistent, with it. What is the function of anxiety? To divide the night. The opposition day/night is in and of itself an anti-dialectical metaphor, a pure strong difference. Day and night succeed one another without releasing the movement of the unity of opposites. They are disjointed alternating entities, metaphysical, as is their invocation in the devastating mythology of amorous fusion, the most radical attempt at disavowing sexual difference in Wagner's Tristan. The first dialectical step consists in grasping the succession of two terms in strong difference from the vanishing of the causal term that articulates them, here the setting, sphy. If, however, the restricted night in which one operates that of the empty salon is indivisible, this step is only a semblance. What matters is to salvage the trace of the day as internal size scion of the nocturnal void. That is why anxiety is said to be a lamp-bearer, carrier of light. This is not so much its reality as much as its duty. Its dialectical duty, which requires that at the point of anxiety the other subjectivizing figure comes in, the one which breaks up the order of things and tolerates its size scion, courage. The poem's energy corresponds to what Hölderlin names the poet's courage, to which the following is prescribed. For Mallarmé, though, there is no temporal advent of the new. Courage, for the structural dialectic, is devoid of historicity. Whence the great difficulty in distinguishing it from anxiety. For a militant Marxist, there is the anxiety of the night of imperialist societies, the anxiety of the ashy phoenix of May '68, or of the Cultural Revolution. Can we not ask whether even the amphora remains? The last master is so old. As for communism, that PTYX, who takes hold of it, for what purpose? It is also a duty to divide what is obscure, to hold fast to the workers' promise even at the heart of its deepest denial. We are lamp-bearers. Just as the poem does with the deserted salon, we inspect the political place in order to discern therein the staking out of antagonism that will relay the promise and organize the future. Wherein then lies the difference? In that, a structural sectarian of weak differences who rejects the aspect of historical force in the size science, Mallarmé can only deliver anxiety over to a logic of trajectories. Time is extinguished by space. The solution to the lamp-bearing problem, here, the reflection of the Great Bear, must be there from the start. Only the poet's dead eye spins the subtle threads that link one object to another so that, in a tricked perspective, the illusion of a surprise may come about. See what Mallarmé writes to Cazalis to guide the possible illustration of the sonnet. He is referring to the first version, from 1867. For instance, there is a window open, at night, the two shutters fastened, a room with no one in it, despite the stable appearance provided by the fastened shutters, and in a night made of absence and questioning, without furniture apart from the vague outline of what appear to be tables, a warlike and dying frame of a mirror hung up at the back of the room, with its reflection, a stellar and incomprehensible reflection, of Ursa Major, which links to heaven alone this dwelling abandoned by the world. 17. The composition of the whole is prior to the operations, and the poem does not have recourse to anything other than what it latently presupposes. To the logic of the trajectory, which the structural dialectic comes up against and which announces the new only in the retroactive operation of its mise en scene, we oppose the logic of tendencies, of currents, of vanguards, wherein that which is barely at its birth, though placed and subjected, links up with the most terrible force of the future. The Mallarmé subject who is given over to the space does not exceed anxiety. He formulates its law of exception, which he deduces from the place. Here whatever amounts to the subject of anxiety is nothing but the delay of perception. 38 Had the constellation been initial, it would subjugate the subject. Coming in the conclusion, it saves it. Nothing new occurs, except in terms of position in the language. 6. We find no fault with the Mallarmine operations. The chain effect is taken to its peak by the unprecedented use of metonymical sequences. The vanishing term is the center of gravity of the whole mechanism of the poems. The causality of lack is reduplicated, as lack of lack, into its concept. Thus, a new operator is introduced, the annulment. The splitting affects all the terms of a given poetic's place. The terms that are foreclosed convey the theory of the unconceptualizable. Here the complete structural dialectic is present, active, displayed in the vibrating marvel of language, submitted to the unifying touch of verse. Lacan will not add to it. Dialectic, yes indeed. For the other, historical, aspect, which is here subservient and devoted to the sheer lightning flash, by force frees the subject from the chains that keep it in the same place. All this forms a precious legacy, the articulation of the subject effect under the signifiers of the exception, the cunning use of the signifying forces of poetry that leave us wide open as to a time to conclude, and, finally, the delay in the trajectory, by which the subject of anxiety throws the dice. The exception in the signifier, the word that shines, the delay, Lacan will go very far along these same trails. No, I find no fault with all this, except that I am not swayed by an order of things in which all thought is devoted to the inspection of that which subordinates it to the placement of an absence and which brings salvation for the subject only in the already there-ness of a star. The fact that in this famous and fatally unknown author everything is true only commits us to scrutinize the welcome de-emphasizing to which we should treat him. This will lead us to Lacan, and, I hope, to some assurance from Marxism as to its lamp-bearing powers for the theory of the subject, which will determine whether it, and it alone, can carry the light of courage into the adventure of this century, in which it is claimed to have provoked only anxiety. Part 3. Lack and destruction. The new one forbids the new one, and presupposes it. January 10, 1977. Lacan's amphibology, that of Marxism: two sexes, two classes. Let us enter, without further delay, into Lacan's ambiguity. When one makes two, there is never any return. It never amounts to making one anew, not even a new one. Aufhebung is one of those pretty little dreams of philosophy, SXX, 90/79, transmodified. The settling of accounts with Hegel, coming from the one who for us French Marxists is today's Hegel, the only one whom it is our task to divide in a single phrase, gives voice to the distance that separates 2 centuries in the history of the dialectic. Lacan is speaking about history in this case, as behoves him, the history of love. It is a question of elucidating the absolute novelty of the event named courtly love in the 13th century. His answer is that something gets split there, something whose vividness cannot be altered by any superior resorption. Here we are in the midst of our dispute. Lacan, the theoretician of the true size Zion, of which the Maoist maxim one divides into two, sought to preserve the irreparable force, against those repairmen of flat tires, the revisionists, to whom is suited the syrupy conviction that two fuse into one. As for the strict dialectical logic, Lacan outperforms Mallarmé, who was fixated on the stars, in the precise extent to which he is made to recognize the novelty of the real, attested to by the tearing apart of the discursive link. The precariousness of the one, obliterated by the new, whose essence is the division. In so doing, the Hegelian reconciliation, wherein everything is devised so that the pangs of time are nothing more than the presence of the concept, Die Zeit ist der Begriff selbst, der Da ist, time is the concept itself that is there, the there that sets the tone, is reduced to the imaginary alone, a pretty little dream of philosophy. However, the subtlety, in which the analyst's experience is an educator beyond reproach, lies in the syntactical amphibology that Lacan will use relentlessly, contrary to what I held to be Mallarmé's essential univocity as an operator by which the sentence, having neither recto nor verso, holds together the two sides of one and the same reversible blade. Which sides? Let us be clear, those of the dialectic, in its structural aspect and its historical aspect. The side of place, the symbolic, in the Lacanian terminology, and the side of force, the real. Consider our opening line, it never amounts to making one anew, even a new one. Does this cunning strategist of Lalande, as he puts it, mean that the division of the one makes for no novelty? The emphasis of the negative, in that case, would fall on the new, not even a new one. We are in the logic of iteration, wherein that which splits off is absolved without any return of its unified form, but we are unable to say that anything happens except the law of this splitting. Or rather, does he mean that from the division of the one there arises an affirmative novelty, which we would only have to consider outside the form of the one that previously could be assigned to it? The emphasis of the negative, in that case, would be on the one, not even a new one. Something new, therefore, beyond the signifying law from which any prior form of the one drew its evidence. And, consequently, an irreversible disaster of this very law, the symbolic ruined by the real, the one ungraspable except in the process of its destruction. The entire genius of Lacan's elucidation on the subject hinges on the fact that in sentence after sentence, and in seminar after seminar, he says both things at the same time. So do we. Because we had better admit that, insofar as it divides itself into proletariat and bourgeoisie, the field of politics only gives rise to its iterative law, from whose point of view its novelty is less clear than its permanence throughout the eras. Especially if we follow Mao in admitting that this division remains intact under what is called socialism, and that it will last, in Mao's own terms, for a very long period of history. But we equally admit that as the political inducer of non-politics, of communism, the proletariat causes the breakdown of the one that it divides to the point where it can no longer take on this form, not even by inscribing itself as one of the terms of the contradiction. For Lacan, the analytical theory holds on to this equivocation as the lesson of desire from where the subject is apprehended. For us, Marxism holds on to it in the political practice whose subjective point is the party. Lacan, an involuntary theoretician of the political party? Marxists, unenlightened practitioners of desire? This is a false window. The truth is that there is only one theory of the subject. Lacan is ahead of the current state of Marxism, and we must take advantage of this advance so as to improve our Marxist affairs. Why do we draw this undivided and masked theory of the subject from Marx, Lenin, Mao, and from Freud, Lacan? Should we climb the fool's bridge, the horror of Freudo-Marxism? No, because not even for a second is it a matter of reconciling doctrines. Everything depends on the real, but the real that is ours, in turn, depends only on the following. There are two sexes. There are two classes. Make do with that, you subjects of all experience. On the side of the true. February 7, 1977. Philosophies on the blackboard: four corners of truth, coherence, repetition, totality, torsion on parabeing. 1. Any good polemic is always supposed to require a zoology of deviations. State Marxism, which in general is to Marxism what in the world of prose a sentence from a district court is to Rimbaud's Illuminations, excels in this manic manipulation of typologies. There is the left in appearance only, which in reality is on the right, the revisionism which is symmetrical to dogmatism, the petit bourgeois anarchism which is the counterpart of half-bourgeois bureaucratism, the economism whose reverse side is voluntarism. The Chinese say, giving labels. Can we do without them? I doubt it. Sometimes we must know how to simplify the world. What memory obscured by innumerable singularities would afflict us if we were forbidden to enumerate the poison flasks? The fact remains that neither politics nor the party have as their vocation what Mallarmé called the atlases, herbariums, and rituals. As for philosophy, the simple combinatory comprises four notions: taken two by two, idealism and materialism, and then dialectics and metaphysics. From here we infer that there are four philosophical types. 1. Metaphysical idealism. 2. Dialectical idealism. 3. Metaphysical materialism, sometimes also called mechanicism. 4. Dialectical materialism. Furthermore, we know that in order to be a correctly calibrated Marxist, it is bad to be idealist or metaphysical and honorable to be materialist or dialectical. We thus have at our disposal one serious insult, piece of metaphysical idealist, two moderate insults, idealist dialecticians and mechanical materialists. You are on the right track but on one leg only, and one form of praise, materialist dialectician, excellent, you passed the exam, Stalin Prize for the Peace of Concepts. What is the meaning of these primitive terms with which we Marxists compose our scale of insults? Materialist is whoever recognizes the primacy of being over thinking, being does not need my thinking in order to be. Idealist, whoever posits the opposite. A dialectician is someone who turns contradiction into the law of being, a metaphysician, whoever does the same with the principle of identity. Today we will not fuzz over these robust distinctions. Except with a table in which the complete typology refers to a single contradiction, that between thinking and being in itself, and in which, by the perversion introduced by every supplement, we will distinguish 5 philosophical types, which is something Lenin already does, to tell the truth, in materialism and empirio-criticism, by separating the frankly and plainly argued idealism, Berkeley, from Kantian relativism. The preceding diagram links the distinctions to the trajectory of the process of knowledge. This table should be considered a philosophical topology. Why? Because it is based on the position of inside and outside, on the question of the border of thinking, on a logistics of frontiers. And because it is from this vantage point that it illuminates the question of truth, whose papers we are here requesting before its passage through customs. Thesis 1, let us say that of Bishop Berkeley, has always seemed fascinating due to its radical appeal. It posits that thinking has no sensible outside. No matter how far you go, you will never be any farther than that somewhat reactionary hero who traveled around his bedroom. It is properly impossible for thought to expatriate itself, since it never deals with anything but the images of images that populate it. Truth, which is the name of an agreement of thought with itself, of an immanent adequation, is identical to that which ordinarily fixes the formal status of its inscription, coherence. Truth and coherence reciprocate one another. Every time you read this aphorism, or one of its derivatives, and they proliferate, you can bet that you are in the company of the bishop. This topology seals its closure by foreclosing the real which, hallucinatory, comes back in the form of the cross, in the divine errancy of closed thinking. Yes, the decisively modern award for metaphysical idealism does not go to whoever recites esse est percipi, but to whoever argues, on the basis of the right of forms, that the criterion of the true, giving up on adequation coherent with being, is coherence adequate to itself. Positions 2 and 3 distribute the reasonable idealisms. Here the outside is recognized as such, the topology arranges a border of thought. However, the process of crossing the threshold and the driving principle behind the process of knowing continue to follow the law of the idea. The trajectory starts out from the mental place. How does it pass over, or not, into its objective outside? 2 paths. A, that of Kant, in position 2 in our table, excludes the being of knowledge. Required in its pure mention by the very fact of experience, the in itself remains unknowable to it, an empty term which grounds the unity of knowing only in the extent to which it absents itself from this very operation. Being in itself for Kant is the placed inexistent from which it follows that it possesses force of law for the transcendental subject. Whence the return to coherence as the guarantee of truth. In exiting the bishop's palace, what does Kant gain by recognizing that there is an outside, if the constituent legislation of the inside suffices to gauge experience? What he gains by doing so is, first, the opening of a territory for morals and religion that is in excess over the delimitation of knowledge. And, second, a minimal productivity, as soon as the true judgment, instituted by the void and thus decent ring the place of being that it lacks, finds the force to link together terms that are not the analytical repetition of one another. The synthetic a priori judgment names this topological ability of generating the new according to a trajectory in which the real exteriority, even though it cannot be traversed, nonetheless imposes from afar upon the subjective interior the strangeness of a production on itself. B. Hegel's path, in position 3, declares that the interior produces its own exteriority. It is an expansive topology, in which the passing outside of itself constitutes the whole act of a place. We could say that all Hegelian sets are open, were it not necessary, in order to posit their malleable frontier, to close the whole once again and to program from very far the transgressive opening as return to itself, so that the local exteriorization is never anything but the effectuation of a global interiorization. This goes to show that the Hegelian truth never exists except integrally. This is what Lacan inverts when he makes the half-saying into an absolute condition for stating the true. Before we get to this point, let us observe that our doctor of the split has hesitated, and even flirted, like all of us, with the Hegelian chimera of the integral, swaying it as close as possible to the dialectic in which the true circulates as its own falseness. As long as the truth isn't entirely revealed, that is to say in all probability until the end of time, its nature will be to propagate itself in the form of error. In other words, in discourse it is contradiction which sorts truth from error. From whence the Hegelian conception of absolute knowledge. Absolute knowledge is this moment in which the totality of discourse closes in on itself in a perfect non-contradiction up to and including the fact that it posits, explains, and justifies itself. We are some way yet from this ideal. So we are led, it would appear, to a historical Pyrrhonism which suspends the truth value of everything which the human voice can emit, suspends it in the expectation of a future totalization. Is it unthinkable that it might come about? After all, can't progress of the system of the physical sciences be conceived of as the progress of a single symbolic system, to which things give sustenance and substance? 1. This symbolic system of the sciences tends towards the well-made language, which one might consider to be its own language, a language deprived of all reference to a voice. SI 263-5/289-91. Who does not measure Lacan's honesty on this point, the care given to rendering the trajectory? Let this be a lesson in ethics, as far as the logic of contradictions is concerned. Nobody seriously takes on the dialectic without evoking the shadowy part that enables the dream of its coalescence. Should it be such a cause for joy that error is the commercial agent of truth? Let us beware of those people who are all too hasty to consent to the noonday of the half-said point 9. They cowardly lean toward the wrong side. I like it that one abdicates the whole only when forced and constrained to do so. Hegel, on his part, is not very prone to abdicate. There are no truths, in his eyes, no matter if they are absolutely special, that cannot be stated as guaranteed by the integral of the true. What is the issue all about? It is about the topological status of truth which, as is the case in mathematics, involves the very difficult apparatus for passing from the global study to the local study. We learn rather early on in school that being able to give the profile of a function does not automatically mean mastery over whatever bungling or confused aspects may surround such a particular value. Truth is a function, a variety, a surface, a space. This is what is so immensely burdensome for philosophy, which would gladly want it to be nothing but a commercial code. Marxist philosophy is no exception. For the whole business of the primacy of practice, not to say anything about the even more obscure affair of the class character of truth, all this is meant to demarcate, with regard to the real, with regard to the event, that which functions as general structure from that which functions as singular tendency. The most abstruse topological statement of our Vulgate is the one that declares that the universal exists only in the specific point 10. This is where we produce the joint, as close as possible, between the local and the global. How about the universal impact of a particular revolution? of which worldwide variety do the elements called Commune, October, and Cultural Revolution, which are French, Russian, and Chinese as far as their localization is concerned, constitute the fundamental group. To answer this question, we must force an entire topology of history, with its orientation, its singular points, its curvatures, its knots, and all its gear. In any case, if Hegel makes a passage and a function out of the local threshold crossings, he sees no guarantee of the truth except in the whole. Which is to say that he guarantees nothing at all. Position 4 in our table does not bother itself with these frivolities. For Lukatius or La Mettrie, the subjective time of knowledge is null. What does this mean? That a region of the general mechanism can be named knowledge, in the same way we name a cow or spinach. What distinguishes this region of reality? Undoubtedly, that it transfers, or transports, a material assemblage from one point to another, that is, from the real to its image. To know means to busy oneself, by a physical effect, with the reproduction of something. The guarantee of truth attaches itself to the correct mechanism of this transportation. A dream or hallucinations are only outages in the refrigerated truck that transports images, or imprints. It is rot that gets to us. The materialist criterion of truth fits in one word: repetition. I escape the dazed dream of atoms insofar as that which marks repeats at a distance that which is. Position 5, that of the materialist dialectic, admits not without having to pay a price which we will evaluate below that we must distinguish thought from sensible being. This is its objection to the radically of mechanicism. What it retains from the latter against Hegel is that what is already there in the process of knowledge is taken from being, and not from the idea. As for the trajectory, it disposes in it the spiraling discrepancy of the new, whereby it excludes the idealist integral, from the whole. No guarantee whatsoever follows. All truth is new, even though the spiral also entails repetition. What puts the innovative interruption into the circular flexion? A certain coefficient of torsion. Therein lies the subjective essence of the true, that it is twisted. The true, then, of course, is that. Except that it is never reached except by twisted pathways, SXX, 95/87-8. 2. The inventory gives us 4 philosophical names for truth: coherence, repetition, totality, torsion. There are no others. The adequation of Aristotle and St. Thomas has never been anything but a nicety out of a dictionary. To say that there is truth when the spirit agrees with the thing does not dispense anyone from looking for the effective law of the agreement in question. Aristotle and St. Thomas offer their solutions to this problem, which, like all others, are distributed in the system: coherence, totality, repetition, torsion. Lacan never fails to lash out against adequation. Thus truth draws its guarantee from somewhere other than the reality it concerns. It draws it from speech. Just as it is from speech that truth receives the mark that instates it in a fictional structure, E684/808. Sure. But the fact that reality engages no truth is the point of departure for any philosophy. Adequation misleads no one, nor does it pass for an illuminating stroke regarding the enigma of the true. This enigma can be read off the diagram of truth. Aiming at the whole, the subject process of truth repeats its difference, under a new law whose hidden coherence can be situated only by a torsion of the initial rule. Lacan, on this topic, has said it all, albeit with an insidious slippage. What he did not say is something I leave to you as a difficult exercise to figure out. It is a question of demonstrating that, as far as Marxism is concerned, the schema of truth becomes the following. Those of you who, at this stage, solve the problem can move on to the last chapter. They are ripe for the ethics of Marxism, except for the explicit supplementary condition of engaging, here and now, with the partisan torsion. Torsion, even if the word does not belong to the common parlance of Marxism, can be inferred from it by combining the notion of the circle and that of the leap. The torsion of the true designates a circularity without a unified plane, a discontinuous curve. See Mao, there is a circle, since the point of departure of truth is practice, which is its point of arrival as well, and theory is the mediation by way of a curve from pi to p2. There is torsion by the double unhinging that, as an integral part of truth as trajectory, grounds the practical novelty, the local index of p as the division into pi and p2, which is not a temporal division but a cognitive one, the law of placement. Why a double unhinging? Because in order to guarantee the circularity, even if it is a broken one, we need two discontinuities. Whence the two leaps of knowledge, from sensible to rational knowledge, a leap in the practical identity of the trajectory, and from rational to revolutionary knowledge, a leap whereby P divides itself. Read on practice. One will recognize that from the sensible to the rational, we move by way of a break along the axis of truth, totality minus 4 repetition. Whereas from rational to revolutionary knowledge, we move horizontally, repetition minus 4 coherence. This is precisely what interrupts the repetition, since the perceived coherence is new. In his pedagogical language Mao the Marxist states two theses that are essential for our understanding of the true. 1. All rationality structures the whole by way of repetitive series. 2. All perceived coherence interrupts a repetition. One can go very far with this. But I imagine the objection, which I will quote, "You are clouding the issue." After all this, is it still possible to treat Lacan as an idealist? At least admit that he is guilty. Let us add to the dossier one of his declarations, which is devastating. For it is still not saying enough to say that the concept is the thing itself, which a child can demonstrate against the scholastics. It is the world of words that creates the world of things, things which at first run together in the hic et nunc of the all in the process of becoming by giving its concrete being to their essence, and its ubiquity to what has always been, Thema ESAEI. E229/276. Do you recognize, my Marxist prosecutor will continue, the primacy of thinking over being in itself, of the subject over the object idealist axioms to which Lacan assigns their modern form, in which it is a question of the anteriority of language over the thing itself? If I ask my sagacious opponent, is there primacy of capitalism over the proletariat? I am not sure that he will be much better equipped to provide an answer. It will prove useful at this point to meditate on a crucial thesis from Lacan: the subject is, as it were, internally excluded from its object, E861/731. It is difficult, in this internal exclusion, to pinpoint a primacy. A torsion, yes. Like Marx, and like Freud, Lacan is vividly aware of the fact that he is bringing about a Copernican revolution. Not in the sense of an inversion but rather a slanting. What we saw as straight, we must see as twisted to what we believe to be in front of us, as Lacan puts it brilliantly, is being to the side, para being, par appearing. It is at the very point at which paradoxes spring up regarding everything that manages to be formulated as the effect of writing, effet décrit, that being presents itself, always presents itself, by para being. We should learn to conjugate that appropriately, IPARM, UPARR, HEPAR is, WEPARR, and so on and so forth. SXX 45/44, 13. Let us agree to call dogmatism any Marxism that pretends to restore the line, without anything aleatory, right in front of us. To name this line just is only a smoke screen for calling it right for. Read in the heavy hand of history, it is the line of truth of which we recognize the foldings. Let us para be, that is our war cry. And better yet, we are nothing, let us para be the whole. There are no such things as class relations. February 14, 1977. Christ, Marx, and Freud, founded by St. Paul, Lenin, and Lacan. The revolution as the impossible proper to Marxism, an exercise in torsion destroy, he says. 1. I spoke to you about periodization. I told you that the materialist dialectic undoes the circle of the Hegelian dialectic in certain ruptures whereby every phenomenon comes to inscribe itself two times, at least. The double seal is the price of history for all novelty. 16. Of course, Marxism is a phenomenon and, as such, it is periodized. It thus begins two times, with Marx and then with Lenin. Marxism-Leninism is a name for this double seal, for the double name. The doctrinal one of the historical two. Christianity, too, begins two times, with Christ and with St. Paul. Note that the certainty of the first beginning is attached to the truth of the second. Without the founding militant activity of St. Paul, without the idea against Peter of universalizing the message, of leaving the law, of exceeding the Jewish universe, what would have become of this millenary power, from which alone we can read a beginning in the tangled history of that sectarian leader liquidated by the Palestinian establishment under the protection of the neutrality of the Roman state? The political time of the Universal Church, of which St. Paul is the brilliant and ill-humored Lenin, retroactively grounds the incarnation as fact. Let us understand, as the discursive fact of this militant, conquering apparatus. Must we argue that organization alone can make an event into an origin? Yes, insofar as a political subject requires the historical underpinning of an apparatus and insofar as there is no origin except for a determinate politics. However, the event, once it is thus assigned, takes on an inexhaustible value of critical anticipation with regard to what the retroaction fixates as origin, scansion, or border. Consider the suspense of retroaction and anticipation that links the Third International to the October Revolution. Marxism truly comes into being during this period, in particular anticipation as capable of heresies and retroaction as capable of a foundational epoch. It is only from victorious Leninism that we can date the existence of Marxism as the originary discursive designation of a new political subject. Indeed, there can be no question of a subject as long as the language is still missing in which to pronounce a verdict about heresy or to remit to the epoch. Will we say that it is only from Lacan that we can date, strictly speaking, Freudianism qua theory of the subject? Or even Freudianism qua epoch? As for heresies, they appeared soon enough. Will we argue that, before Lacan, there existed only an open doctrine and a scientific ambition no more accomplished, in matters of psychology, but also no more mediocre, than that for which we can credit Marx, through Capital, in matters of economy? Without a doubt. A line of demarcation had to be drawn between the I and the ego so as finally to isolate the process of which unconscious is the name, just as it was only a question of vague objectivities until Lenin energetically revealed that in matters of Marxism, politics is the concentrated expression of economics, and partisan activity, the concentration of politics. It is not for nothing that Lacan wages war against every relapse of psychoanalysis into the energetic of drives, or what we would call economism. What is, in the final instance, the primacy of the signifier? It is the primacy of the ethical, of the ethics of well-saying. 18. And for Lenin, that is the primacy of politics, which is an art. Insurrection is an art much more so than a science. 19. Lacan is the Lenin of psychoanalysis. He says it himself, and justifiably so, in a passage that has not yet made a lot of ink flow. Marx and Lenin, Freud and Lacan are not coupled in being. It is via the letter they found in the other that, as beings of knowledge, they proceed two by two, in a supposed other. What is new about their knowledge is that it doesn't presume the other knows anything about it, certainly not the being who constituted the letter, therefore it is clearly on the basis of the other, de one autre, that he constituted the letter at his own expense, at the price of his being, which, by God, is not nothing at all for each of us, but not a whole lot either, to tell the truth. SXX 97-9/89-90. Here we see that the binomial of names corresponds universally to the double seal of the origin. So the problem of our time would be the following: where is, yet to come and making 3, the Mao of psychoanalysis? But our Lenin in question is alive and well, he can accumulate the numbers, like a king succeeding himself. 20. 2. As far as our topic is concerned, which is that of truth, I read Lacan's materialism in his steady uprightness about torsion, from which it turns out that, Indexed according to the whole, a perceived coherence interrupts the repetition that structures it. Point 21. Let us illustrate the torsion of the true, which constitutes the topology of its coherence, the caesura of its repetition, and the fissure of its whole, with our good old fool's bridge, the relation of proletariat/bourgeoisie. I say relation, and not relation, on the grounds that, if the real of psychoanalysis is the impossibility of the sexual correlation, the real of Marxism can be stated as follows: there are no such things as class relations. What does it mean to say that there are no class relations? This can be stated differently: antagonism. The bourgeoisie/proletariat antagonism designates the relation of classes as impossible, whereby it delimits the real of Marxism. This is not the same as its object, for the object of Marxism, I said so repeatedly, is none other than its subject, the political subject. The real is what the subject encounters, as its chance, its cause, and its consistency. I will come back to this triplet: chance, cause, consistency. For the subject of which Marxism is the theory, this real is the bourgeoisie/proletariat antagonism as impossible relation among the people. The shape that this non-relation takes is valid for any Marxist politics, in the register of chance, to seize the bull by the horns, of the cause. It is from this non-relation that politics as such, which is to say mass politics, is born, and of consistency. The sustaining of antagonism is what gives Marxism its staying power, as well as defining the principle of unity of its stages. Do we then adopt, such as it is, Lacan's maxim that the real is what is impossible? Yes, without any quibble. The real of Marxism is the revolution. What does the revolution name? The sole historical form of existence of the relation of class, that is, antagonism, which turns out to be the destruction of that which did not exist. The revolution is the existential of antagonism. It is therefore the name of the impossible that is proper to Marxism. Does this mean that revolutions do not exist? Quite the contrary. That they are real means precisely that they exist, and that's all. The Marxist status of the revolutions is their having taken place, which is the real on the basis of which a political subject pronounces itself in the present. Nothing has taken place except the revolution. It is an impossible event, like all true events, of which Marxism ensures the subjective guarantee by the retroaction of its concept. Paris Commune, October 17. Cultural revolution are not empirical configurations of which some Marxist historian or other would provide the narrative. They are Marxist concepts that enable us to think the relation of the political subject to the real, that is, to the existing impossibility of the revolutions. These concepts are otherwise crucial and foundational than those that one is misled into taking for Marx's primitive concepts, such as mode of production, productive labor, surplus value, and others. For Marxism, seized from any point that is not its effective operation, which is entirely of the order of politics within the masses, does not deserve 1 hour of our troubles. Nor would it be worth investing this hour in a Freudianism reduced to the dreary doctrine of sexual determination, adjusted to some therapy or other meant to reinforce the ego. In these times marked by the common program of the left, those who imagine that anything whatsoever of Marxism can subsist if one pretends to do without the impossible revolution are just good for the absolving talent quest of academia. Marxism is the practical discourse for sustaining the subjective advent of a politics. What practice? I approve of the definition Lacan gives to praxis. What is a praxis? It is the broadest term to designate a concerted human action, whatever it may be, which places man in a position to treat the real with the symbolic, s. 11:6. Marxism seeks to change the real of revolutions through the symbolic grip of which it assures the political subject of such a real, a subject for which, as we all know, it reserves the name proletariat, which is neither more nor less appropriate than the dubious word unconscious. This is also where Marxism must ordain its torsion. 3. In a topology from which we might think the pair exterior/interior, what is the side of these two terms, bourgeoisie and proletariat? Economism, which is fond of distinctions, posits the exteriority: bourgeois is whoever owns the means of production. Proletarian, whoever is separated from them and has at his disposal only his labor force, which he sells. Now there is something that is certainly not wrong. We know what follows. This topological exteriority changes over into a functional interiority. This is the revenge of the place, which we saw in the case of Hegel. If the proletariat is only this productive, exploited, exteriority, it would be better to name it with Marx labor force, or even variable capital. Indeed, it is nothing but a piece of capital. You have made a distinction governed by the rule of a structured set, in which distinction is actually only a law of composition, that of the cycle of enlarged reproduction. What you have is capital. Here the working class is even the most precious capital, since it is the only active principle of its regeneration. You may do away with the capitalists, all the while maintaining the law of capital. This is what the Russian functionaries manage to do quite well. The workers, by contrast, cannot be subtracted from the overall configuration. From this we can infer that their initial distinction from the bourgeoisie, purely from the point of view of exploitation, of the extortion of surplus value, came down to the following statements of inclusion: the bourgeois world's places class, capital is the place of the proletariat. Paradoxically, in order to come to think of the proletariat as being or as possibly being the outplace of the bourgeois' place, we must first think the bourgeoisie's interiority to the proletariat. This is where truth appears to stand in a torsion, whereas the coherence of the economists gave us only the repetition of capital as place whole. In the beginning, the proletariat is indicated as a particular figure of the bourgeoisie, the split figure of the latter's politics. What started Marxism was nothing else than the popular and workers' insurrections of 1830–50, themselves grafted onto the bourgeois democratic movement in Europe. An exceptional disorder. Just as psychoanalysis began only by listening to this singular disorder of speech that is the fin de siècle hysteric. The historical symptom whence to track down the subject originally can be read off the bourgeois political disorder. What is this disorder? The size Zion introduced into the subject by its assignation to a heteronymous order. It is the expulsion, the purging, of the internal infection by the subjective proletarian emergence, whatever the degree of its consistency, that first constitutes it. We might as well say that it is the emergence of bizarre practical organisms in the henceforth confused domain of bourgeois politics that constitutes the proletariat's par appearing. What is the proletariat? All that is historically in the process of curing itself of a mortal political disease. It is a surviving body, born from rot. Never cured, we should note, always in the process of being cured. As a symptom of health, which from any other point of view except Marxism reads as a symptom of incurable illness, the politics of the proletariat certainly stands in internal exclusion to bourgeois politics, that is, to its object. Does the bourgeoisie make a subject? I affirmed as much in this very place, in April 1975. Let me contradict myself, it is a trick of par appearing. The bourgeoisie has not been a subject for a long time, it makes a place. There is only one political subject, for any given historicization. To ignore this major observation gets one tangled up in a vision of politics as a subjective dual, which it is not. There is one place, and one subject. The dissymmetry is structural in nature. The proletariat exists everywhere where some political outplace is produced. It is therefore by purging itself that it exists. It has no anteriority over the organization of its political survival. To expel the bourgeois politics by compressing its own organism support and to bring into existence the proletarian politics, apparently, are one and the same. Does this allow us to wager the existence of a political subject? No, I do not agree with the view that it would suffice to have the multiplicity of the revolts, the outplace of pure subjectivization, the eruptive given of the popular political concentration. The torsion is more radical. It is not only as the place out of place of self-expulsion, as heteronymous politics, that the proletariat qua subject comes into being in the world. Within the continuity of the purification, one can always take the proletariat for an unnoticed card of the bourgeoisie itself, a return of its subjective competence, a pitfall of the place. This is what we are taught by the appearance in the USSR of a new bureaucratic state bourgeoisie. The subject's measure demands that the strict logic of the outplace, governed in wholly Mallarmine fashion by the causality of lack, exceeds itself in the destruction of the place. It is not an empty place, not even that of power, that conjures the emergence, in the political disorder, of the subject of its occupation. Destroy, he says, such is the necessary and prolonged proletarian statement. Point 23. This barbarous statement forbids us to imagine the political subject in the structural modality of the heritage, the transmission, the corruption, the inversion. But also in that of the purifying cut, of the world broken in 2.24. Destruction means torsion. Internal to the space, it ravages its places, in a laborious duration. To what interiority pertains that which exists only by destroying the rule of delimitation by which the exterior functions as a border? And yet, the proletariat certainly emerges in its place. Here we must produce a topology of destruction. That of the lack, of the whole, alone cannot by itself fulfill the thought of ruins. Our entire dispute with Lacan lies in the division, which he restricts, of the process of lack from that of destruction. Lack and destruction, this gives us focus, all the more so in that this dialectic is transversal to the one of algebra and topology, which commands all of materialism. Every subject crosses a lack of being and a destruction. February 21, 1977. Lacan Hegel. The subject of the chain. The communist effect ontology. Lacan's four axioms. Destruction as mastery of loss. 1. Lacan, I said earlier, is our Hegel, that is, he presents the idealist dialectic of our time. With our time comes the requirement that one pretends to oppose this dialectic to Hegel's machines, and Lacan does not shirk this duty. Provoked by Jacques-Alain Miller, on May 27, 1964, into saying Lacan against Hegel, he approves with delight but also with the polite prudence of denying that it could at all be a matter for a philosophical debate, S11, 215/240. What happens is that 10 years earlier I invite anyone to look at the index of the acrits. Hegel takes the lion's share, after Freud, who is not part of the competition and thus does not appear in the list, but before anyone else it was a question of deciding if there is still something prophetic in Hegel's insistence, which reveals the extent of his genius, on the fundamental identity of the particular and the universal, that is, in the dialectical torsion itself, and to inscribe in it the retrospective label of psychoanalysis, which provides this torsion with its paradigm by revealing the structure in which this identity is realized as disjunctive of the subject, and without appealing to the future, F292/242, transmodified. This is the operation, applied to Hegel, of the double stamp of dialectical modernity. Consequently, of the double jump. Point 21. Like Hegel for Marx, Lacan for us is essential and divisible. The primacy of the structure, which makes of the symbolic the general algebra of the subject, and of Lalande, its transcendental horizon, is countered ever more clearly with the topological obsession in which what moves and progresses pertains to the primacy of the real. There are, broadly speaking, two successive Lacans, the one of the lack of being and the one of the ontology of the whole, of the nodal topos, and, consequently, of the being of lack. From the primacy of the symbolic to the consistency of the real. The rational matrix tied to the effect of lack, by which Lacan continues the Mallarmine effort, is concentrated in the articles in which Jacques-Alain Miller in a clear step-by-step manner sets out the logic of the signifier, and then the theory of Lalande. Miller's conclusions sum up the formalism of the structural dialectic, under the thematic heading of the vanishing entity, of the inconsistent totality. It is only when the mark disappears that its place appears, and therefore the mark as such. Is this enough to justify our saying that it attains its being only in its disappearance, that it takes hold only on the border of its lack in a flash? The being of the mark, just like that of lack, exists only in the in-between, incorporeal, ungraspable, or in the difference between the one and the other, in the movement, in the passage, and it is always either too early or too late. This process, this entity presents itself as untotalizable, or as a contradictory totality, which is to say, a totality with its contradiction, or with its non-integrable element, multiplicity irreducible to a unity. The mark doesn't consist, it is inconsistent, it persists, it insists, it is a process. Point 26. The subject here is revealed in the eclipse of the marking, caught in the pulsating movement, the flashing at the edge of that which articulates it. Thus, the proletariat, trapped in the political law of the bourgeois world, is only, as Lacan says, of the object of fantasy and unspeakable vacillation, E 550/656. Whoever wants to declare its substance is a swindler. Of the proletariat, we never obtain anything except the body, the party, except the traces, popular historical facts whose nominal evidence strikes us with uncertainty. Whence its subject making. Point 27. Prescribed by the loss of its object, thus sutured onto the real by the lack of being, desire divides the subject, being inextensive to the nothing from whence it proceeds. The only mode of existence of such a division is the law of alternation, on which, in Lacan's case, no star comes to put its stamp. The subject follows throughout the fate of the vanishing term, having the status of an interval between two signifiers, SI and SZ, which present it one to the other. Just as the proletariat is only that which a named revolution presents to another nameable revolution. Just as the wrecked ship, SI, presents the subject of writing to the siren, S2, while nothing consolidates this presentation, not even the Mallarmine dream of a cipher of the universe, confined in the book in which this universe should logically culminate. For Lacan, the subject leads to nothing. 28, which is not negligible, but it makes no sense in that it must slide over absence without any grip, for desire is the metonymy of the lack of being, E 534/650, transmodified. In this way, Lacan gives himself an access road, which suits us, into ontology. The unconscious is that being which subverts the metaphysical opposition of being and non-being. For it is the effect of the lack of being, effect which has a name, transference. To that extent, as we will see, the unconscious resembles the proletarian politics according to the Marxist, which is its effect, its F-fact, of not being, F-fact whose name is communism. Point 29. J.A. Miller, still him, goes after Lacan with the question, what is your ontology? What is the unconscious? Oh, the ordeals to which one thinks that Marxists are subjected when one throws at them point blank the burning question, this happens 1,000 times over, so that we carry incombustible protective gear. Where is your proletariat? Is it not an imaginary signifier? Woe to those who believe that they must follow their loquacious tormentor onto the terrain of existence to which he has provoked them. Whether they search on the side of the workers and factory exploitation, or whether they bring up the existing states, the result will always be either too much, or too little. It is futile to want to hand out the certificate of existence of an empirical set, be it a social class, or the ideal non-being of a project for society, be it socialist, to that which gives a political subject the force of its name. Neither the sexual drives nor the International Psychoanalytical Association have ever proven the existence of the unconscious. Let us not expect anything more, in terms of the proletariat, from the factory strike or from the Chinese state. Lacan, when put to the question, immediately heeds the good advice of oblique cunning. Thus, he spreads out his answer, announcing first that of course, I have my ontology, why not, like everyone else, but that as far as his discourse is concerned, it makes no claim to cover the entire field of experience, S11, 7269. On February 19, 1964, it would seem that he overdoes it in terms of modesty. No, Psychoanalysis is neither a Weltanschauung, nor a philosophy that claims to provide the key to the universe. It is governed by a particular aim, which is historically defined by the elaboration of the notion of the subject, S11, 77/73. Yes, but this subject is precisely the ultimate secret weapon. 30, ours, which shows a similarly dubious modesty, is the political actualization, since its concept reshuffles nothing less than the idea of all possible science, just as ours, that of all practical apperception of the social bond. Until Freud, epistemology as founded on the trajectory which goes from perception to science wanders off in the wrong direction, because it avoids the abyss of castration, S11, 77/73. Let us understand this as saying that you have no access to the right idea of truth if you circumvent the effect of lack. This would amount to giving oneself the coherence without the torsion, which will push you repeatedly into the mirage of the whole. Ontology or not, psychoanalysis according to Lacan imposes a general rectification on philosophy, which touches upon nothing less than the way in which truth leans up against the real. 31. And so, 2 months later, despite his refusal to follow Miller's first question on the subject of an ontology of the unconscious, our trickster bustles about letting go of a little rope, S11, 134/122. What little piece of rope? That which dodges the opposition of being/non-being. At this point, I should define unconscious cause, neither as an existent, nor as a ovx-ov, a non-existent, as, I believe, Henry Ey does, a non-existent of possibility. It is a ul-ov of the prohibition that brings to being an existent in spite of its non-advent. It is a function of the impossible on which a certainty is based. S11, 128-9/117. This prohibition that brings to being an existent in spite of its non-advent conveys the causal prematurity of the subject, the too early/too lateness of its fortune. Who is not familiar, in politics, with the futility of linear accumulation? Of exact prediction? Neither being nor non-being, the political cause, which always fails to show up if announced as just cause, is the real, at once abolished and dazzling, by which a hole is punctured in history so that the proletarian subject, its body divided, may fasten itself onto it. Its name? The masses. This is the real that the partisan subject retroactively encounters in any break in historicization. The masses are not the substance of history but the prohibition to repeat, which brings to being the aleatory subject that Marxism puts into discourse. 2. The first Lacan, in terms of what matters to me and which does not concern psychoanalysis, boils down to 4 theses, the system of which covers the 4 names of truth: coherence, repetition, totality, torsion. This axiomatic arrangement in my eyes gives structure to the essence of the Acrits, as well as the seminars until the end of the 1960s. Beginning in the 1970s, which one can mark by the primacy of the knot over the chain, or of consistency over causality, it is the historical aspect that gains the upper hand over the structural one. Psychoanalysis, in my view, suffers a shipwreck in the process, while ethics comes to rule, absolutely. But this is only the opinion of a distant amateur. I would deduce the 4 constitutive theses of the first doctrine as follows. 1. Thesis of the empty place, at the source of repetition. What is repeated is a product, not of nothing from the real, which people believe they have to presuppose in it, but precisely of what was not cc qui n'était pas. E32/43. 2. Thesis of the vanishing term, at the source of torsion. Where it was just now, where it was for a short while, between an extinction that is still glowing and an opening up that stumbles, I can come into being by disappearing from my statement did. An enunciation that denounces itself, a statement that renounces itself, an ignorance that sweeps itself away, an opportunity that self-destructs what remains here if not the trace of what really must be in order to fall away from being. E678/801. 3. Thesis of the imaginary fixation, at the source of totality. However, The notion of unconscious fantasy no longer presents any difficulty once it is defined as an image set to work in the signifying structure. Let us say that, in its fundamental use, fantasy is the means by which the subject maintains himself at the level of his vanishing desire, vanishing inasmuch as the very satisfaction of demand deprives him of his object. E 532/637. 4 Thesis of the phallus, at the source of coherence. For the phallus is a signifier whose function, in the intrasubjective economy of analysis, may lift the veil from the function it served in the mysteries. For it is the signifier that is destined to designate meaning effects as a whole, insofar as the signifier conditions them by its presence as signifier. E 579/690. This latter signifier is therefore the signifier to which all the other signifiers represent the subject, which means that if the signifier is missing, all the other signifiers represent nothing. For something is only represented to. Now insofar as the battery of signifiers it is complete, and this signifier can only be a line that is drawn from its circle without being able to be counted in it. This can be symbolized by the inherence of a-1, in the set of signifiers. It is, as such, unpronounceable, but its operation is not, for the latter is what occurs whenever a proper name is pronounced. Its statement is equal to its signification. E 694/819. Thus, from the quadrangle of truth, Lacan extracts, as far as the algebraic doctrine of the subject is concerned, the following trajectory. In this trajectory, the subject is governed by the ignorance of the loss that constitutes it. It follows that there is no truth which is not mutilated, and no subject which is not subjected. The operations of this place are substitutions, metaphors and metonymies. It is therefore impossible to recognize the loss as such. The subject glides between the successive partial representations of that whose radical lack institutes it as articulated desire. Needless to say that politics has only the very mediocre interest of a blindness that causes a racket about its false substitutive insights. What is social is always a sore. Conferences 19.32. And better yet, in answer to the following question, which reveals a good amount of frontal optimism, the political implications of your psychoanalytical investigations, which is a truly American question, addressed to Lacan in the winter of 1975 at Yale University. In any case, there is no progress. What one gains on one side, one loses on the other. Not knowing what one has lost, one believes to have won. My twisted brains suppose that this is narrow-minded. Conferences 37.33. A balancing, in an unclarified half-saying, of gain and loss, such is the outcome of any structural concept of the political subject. If it is possible to say anything more about it, it is only insofar as there is an effective mastery of loss. The objection being that it cannot be question of a form of knowledge, much less a recollection. So what is the mastery of loss? Marxism teaching us that it is destruction. The destroyed real is not reducible to its disappearance in the whole of the lack. It surely drops in it, and sometimes without any leftover, but thenceforth it is divided between its causal effect of pure lack and what we will provisorily call the secondary effect, whose mainspring consists in delegating a virtuality of excess over the repetitive placement set in motion by the lack of being. Destruction divides the effect of lack into its part of oblivion of automatism and its part of possible interruption of excess over the place, of the overheating of the automatisms. By this thin gap, another mastery can be said to come into being, together with an asymmetrical balancing of loss and gain. Contrary to common opinion, which sees perseverance in being as the ground of all conservatism, it is in effect, as Lacan claims, from that which is lacking that conservation secures itself. But we must add that, from what comes to be destroyed, at the very least the precariousness of conservation is secured, as well as that part, inherent in all repetition, which insists in interrupting it. Every subject stands at the crossing between a lack of being and a destruction, a repetition and an interruption, a placement and an excess. The subject's antecedents to itself. April 18, 1977. Destruction, the more than real, and the interruption of the repeatable cure and re-education to subjective allocations of force, anxiety and superego. 1. Destruction is that figure of the subject's grounding in which loss not only turns lack into a cause, but also produces consistency out of excess. Through destruction, the subject latches onto that which, in lack itself, survives the lacking and is not the repetitive closure of the effect to the presence of the cause. If the structural concept of contradiction, the splitting, points to the lack as its mainspring and to the law as its horizon, the historical concept of contradiction is forged on the basis of destruction whose sphere of action lies in the non-law. It is true that one pole of the contradiction, the one that constitutes the law of this place as the place's evil genius, plays on its own absence as on that which, by founding the repeatable, guarantees the perennial conservation of the world. Such is the definition of the ruling class, which thus can never be made present except by that which, in the antagonistic subject, is subservient to repetition. It would be rather fitting, moreover, to name this absence society, for example, French imperialist society, so as to avoid falling into the trap of its subjectivization. As for the private subject, it is indeed to the law of desire, and more specifically to the pair of perversion/neurosis, that we must ascribe the unforgiving effect of its vacillating identity. Neurosis and perversion, such is the society that each of us makes for him or herself, as the primordial element of the subjective. However, the fact that the other pole of the contradiction from which the subject arises can be considered destructive invites us not to reduce the subjective dialectic to its aspect of socialized, or neurotic, repetition. It remains true, though, that the social is the neurosis of politics. This is what trade unionism, with its doleful compulsion, its teary allegiance to the state, and its strict subordination to all imperialistic repetitions, incarnates in the raw. The logic of trade unions stems from lack alone, and thus from the law. Their vindication is by definition legitimate. Politics, even though it is structured in the same way, originates in the self-destruction of its legitimacy. We must reserve the name subject for that which cannot be inscribed on the spaced ground of repetition except destructively as the excess over that which keeps it in place. To define the subject as the metonymy of the lack of being only identifies half of its essence, the other half being that which gives being to the lack, that is, destruction, which is irreducible to the act of pure substitution. Thus the subject, as the placed product of the law of lack, brings out a more than real in its domain through which lack itself, in the tracks of destruction, comes to lack. It is actually this more that I call force. However, this point needs some rectification. In the booklet entitled Theory of Contradiction, which I wrote 2 years ago, the notion of force is not really dialecticized. Their force complements, or even complements, place insofar as it is conceived of as a placed force. At bottom, it is nothing else than the quality of the process that provides the threshold, or the period term, for the overthrowing of the system of places. Today I would say that it is still in vain, however well intended and pedagogically sound it may be, that we seek to fill the structure with the qualitative. It is not only because of their qualitative heterogeneity that the two terms of a contradiction turn into a relation of forces. If we remain at that level, we are back in a duel. The conservative term can be identified with the law of lack and subordinates the other to itself as repeatable. Force is nothing but that which, by concentrating in itself, out of place, a term that was assigned to repetition, jams up the mechanism of repetition and thus triggers the possibility for the destruction of its law. 34. There where the old coherence prescribed a mere sliding displacement, an interruption arises through a purification that exceeds the place. This is the history of force. From this point of view, just as there is only one subject, there is also only one force, whose existence always surfaces as an event. This event, trace of the subject, crosses the lack with the destruction. Such is the case when a revolution crosses the rising curve of the price of wheat, or the number of war casualties, with the insurrectionary crowd taking the Bastille, or with the Bolshevik political order. The subject support is inescapably divided between the part of itself that is subjected to repetition, since it is placed, and the part that interrupts, blocks, and brings about the non-repeatable. 3s. You thus obtain something far more complex than the simple distinction force/place. You do not have two concepts for one and the same process, but rather two processes, repetition/interruption and lack/destruction, for one concept, that of the subject. Force is what, on the basis of the repeatable and dividing itself from the latter, comes into being as non-repeatable. In order to shed some light on this crossroads, I would ask you to compare the aim of the psychoanalytic cure and that of political re-education, no matter what the obvious and universal failures of either may well be. It is the intention that counts. We will turn a deaf ear to those who argue that a couch is after all not as serious as a camp. To them I say without hesitation that this remains to be seen. The axiom of the Nouveau Philosophies a camp is just as false as what the Chicago therapists wanted to promote through the excommunication of Lacan, a couch is a couch. The truth is that the psychoanalytic cure has no real aim other than that of the readjustment of the subject to its own repetition. Hence Lacan shows extreme moderation in relation to his own power as an analyst. An analysis should not be pushed too far. When the analysand feels that he is happy to be alive, it is enough. Conferences 15. What does political re-education seek to provoke? A radical toppling of one's subjective position, that is, the interruption of the repetitions induced by the subject's previous, class, position. The happiness to be alive definitely leaves this subject indifferent. The psychoanalytic cure does not claim to exceed the law of lack. In fact, the opposite is true.